Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter became primordial mage in Veil of Darkness? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 plus content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. He swung down from the large rope hanging from a nearby tree, landing on the ground with a barrel roll as bullets and cannonballs flew past. He rushed through the rows of blue coats, his black cloak billowing behind him. The mysterious man continued through the battlefield, easily moving past the enemy line. He retrieved 2 knives from his black robes before throwing them out randomly. The blades cut through half a dozen red coats each, before spinning back into his waiting hands. He continued to cut through the British soldiers, making it to their cannons, with several American soldiers on his tail. The man behind him pitched a grenade at the wall sitting in front of them, sending shrapnel out and away from the Americans. Onward, the man behind him exclaimed as the Americans began to push behind enemy lines, portraying guerrilla warfare at its finest. The British soldiers were met with bayonets and gunshots. Once all the British soldiers behind them were dispatched, he and the American soldiers continued down the battlefield. General George Washington had discovered that 400 British soldiers would be attacking Yorktown in Virginia, and the Americans were ready. The Americans, with some help, obtained 7,500 men from France as well as 5,400 men from the American military, giving the Americans an advantage in the battle, and hopefully the revolution. It all started years before in an experiment gone wrong. One that would change one Harry James Potter's life. In more ways than one. Date: May 2, 2018. Location: Ministry of Magic. Harry James Potter stood inside the Death Chamber, located in the depths of the Ministry of Magic, his FA.CE obscured by the standard hood given to most unspeakables. Not a year after the Battle of Hogwarts, exactly 20 years prior, Harry had been voted Minister of Magic by the Wizengamot as well as most citizens, who praised him for avenging or saving their children. He had not liked the job at first, but found himself attracted to the job as the years went by. Over his 14 years as minister, Harry made great change in the Ministry of Magic, working closely with his best friend Hermione Granger and his newer friend Kingsley Shacklebolt. The three had demolished pure blood law after pure blood law, replacing the mostly pure blood Wizengamot with Muggleborns, half-bloods, a few pure bloods, giants, werewolves, and elves. The 4 species worked closely together, forming harmonious communities where they lived in peace and tranquility. Hogwarts had reopened in 2001, being completely renovated with 2 extra school wings, one for the professors and the other for the school houses. 4 houses would live in the same wing, with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw on the first floor and Slytherin and Hufflepuff on the second floor, all the students having their own warded rooms. This made inter-house rivalries dwindle greatly, seeing as the common rooms were open to any student regardless of house. This also resulted in many pranks from George's sons, Fred and Gred. The school had also been introduced to many new technologies. Desktop computers were used in several courses as well as the library, and televisions were placed in not only the common rooms, but in all the dorm rooms as well. Harry and the ministry had worked with the ICW or International Confederation of Wizards, as well as MACUSA, the Magical Congress of the United States of America. The three had worked tirelessly together in order to bring themselves into a greater union. After 2 years of discussion, the British, American, and French Muggle and magical governments agreed on becoming a greater country, something that had never been done through means outside of warfare or siege. The Ministère des Affaires Magiques de la France had come up with the name Frials, which roughly translated to freedom in Anglo-Saxon. The other 7 governments approved of the name, and agreed on the combination of governments. From then on, the British, American, French, and worldwide magical governments would see convene once a month in order to go over dealings with other countries as well as the addition of other countries to Frials. By 2006, half of the planet had been integrated into Frials within several weeks of each other. Harry, In his 14th and last year as the Minister of Magic, left the position as one of the best ministers of magic in British history. He was well known, well liked, and well respected among the Americans and French, and spent many weeks in both countries, or states, alongside his wife Hermione and his 3 children, James Sirius Potter, Lily Jean Potter, and Albus Severus Potter. After his 2 terms were complete, Harry resigned from re-election, and refused the position when it was voted on in the Wizengamot. He was one of the richest men in Friuls, and could live for 8 centuries without a job. But that didn't stop him from becoming an unspeakable, spending his late hours in the Ministry of Magic as he did before. Only this time he was located in the Death Chamber, examining the veil that had killed his godfather years before. He, alongside his colleagues, worked to discover the secrets of the Veil of Death, trying desperately to discover what lay beyond the depths. It was on April 11, 2018 that Unspeakable Green had discovered a theory, an experiment that just might work. The theory consisted of a modified Imperious curse, which locked one's mind with another. The mind linked to the other would then be transferred to a living creature, which would then be sent through the Veil of Death. This would keep the mind and soul of the person entering the veil from death, as their mind and soul would remain linked to the living world. Green had refrained from accepting the position of walking through the veil, as did everyone else. After a week of indecision, Harry stepped up and accepted the role. Now it was the day of the experiment. Green had agreed to participate, becoming Harry's link to the living as Harry stood in front of the veil. Harry had taken care of all of his belongings and possessions, and had said his farewells to Hermione and his children in the off chance that the experiment went wrong, and he did indeed die. With everything in the new Potter vault and his family aware and safe, Harry prepared for either death or success. Unspeakable Reynolds spoke. "Okay, starting the connection sequence in 3, 2, stop." The 7 Unspeakables, including Harry, spun around to find his wife Hermione Potter standing in the entrance to the chamber, tears running through her eyes. She ran forward, pulling Harry into a hug as she cried into his shoulder. "Harry, I know I can't stop you. I never could. Not all of those years ago in the 3rd corridor, and not now in this blatantly obvious suicide mission. So, let me help. Let me help you succeed and stay alive," Hermione pleaded. "Ma'am, are you requesting to be Unspeakable Potter's lifeline to the world of the living?" Unspeakable Philippe asked, shock evident in his deep voice. Hermione nodded, moving over to the control panel as she pushed Reynolds aside. She quickly began to type away, manipulating the runes inside the computer as she did so. After a minute of dead silence, she removed herself from the computer and approached Harry. "The runes have been reset. Give Reynolds the word, and start the countdown." Harry thought to argue with her, but found himself in a sense of love and pride for the woman he had married 7 years before. Pulling down his hood, something forbidden in the Department of Mysteries, Harry gave Hermione a long-lasting kiss, clutching her waist fiercely as the two stood in front of the veil. The two separated, sitting in silence for a single moment before Harry gave Reynolds a single nod. The man, as shocked as Philippe, started the sequence. 3, 2, 1, now. Immediately, Harry felt his mind connect with Hermione's, mounds of knowledge and information dropping into his mind as the experiment went into effect. The effect ended there, however, as Harry felt himself be pulled out of his own body. A Dementor's kiss, only peaceful. Just as forceful and dangerous as a regular Dementor's kiss, but it was layered with retolerance and peace. His last thoughts consisted of his wife and children. Was this death, or some freaked-up joke death was handing him like it had 10 years prior? Harry did not know. Date, location. Harry opened his eyes a mere millisecond later, as if in the blink of one's eye, finding himself in the middle of a large and near-empty room, no one in sight. His breathing was fine and even, something that hadn't occurred in years, and he felt lighter. Looking down, Harry found the reason. He was skinnier than before, not so much skinny, but he had lost some pounds, and had regained them in pure muscle, which showed in the unfamiliar green robe he was wearing. They seemed older, something someone wore hundreds of years before. His hands had scars across them, particularly one that read, "I must not tell lies," which he had gotten in his 5th year. So he was in a different version of his own body, in an unknown location, and in clothes he had never seen before. Harry, curious of the differences in his appearance, looked around the room to find a tiny desk, a small piano, and a mirror. He approached the mirror, and was surprised. His hair was much more manageable than before, and moved to the left. He had a beard, something he had not been able to grow before, which greatly defined his now chiseled jaw. His green eyes were visible and went well with his robes. And his lightning bolt scar was very apparent and was even more visible than before, almost like the Horcrux hadn't left at all. Ignoring it, Harry turned his attention toward his location. His eyes set on a small newspaper in the corner of the room, light shining down on the dirty paper as it lay there. Harry picked it up, and began to read. Inside was a plethora of events dating back several months. A battle of Long Island by British General William Howe, the destruction of 36 Cherokee towns, the attempted time bomb attack on Admiral Richard Howe's ship, and a conference regarding the American Revolution between the Americans and British, which was unsuccessful. His eyes glazed over at the sight in front of him. The date, 1776, in New York City, America. Harry was so engrossed in the shocking revelation that he had not only ended up in America but back in time by 224 years that he barely heard the small click that occurred behind him. When it came to him, Harry slowly turned around to find a younger man standing in front of him, in dirty robes, and appeared to have not taken a shower in weeks. The man was holding a pistol, which was aimed directly at Harry's forehead. "Why are you in me home, thief?" the man growled, fiddling with the trigger slightly as Harry tensed. He knew how Muggles reacted to magicals in this time, a reason behind the enforcement of the Statute of Secrecy. Clenching his fist proved to be the wrong move as the man pulled the trigger. An explosion of particles ripped through the air as the round bullet flew forward. Harry, in an expert show of wandless magic, quickly banished the bullet back at the man before throwing a banishing charm at himself. Harry watched as the bullet struck the man in the chest before he broke through the GL tail. Panic arose as he realized he had banished himself out of an attic window, and right onto the street below. Several individuals shrieked or screamed when he landed on the ground. A quickly placed cushioning charm saved him from numerous broken bones, and perhaps a broken skull. Many citizens began to walk away, leaving him to slowly get up on his own. His legs carried him out of the city, where he ran into a fellow wizard. The wizard directed him to New Orleans, where he could purchase magical items. He apparated from NYC to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia to Richmond, Virginia, Richmond to Greensboro, North Carolina, Greensboro to Atlanta, Georgia, Atlanta to Mobile, Alabama, and finally Mobile to New Orleans, Louisiana. He moved into downtown New Orleans, where he was met with a wizarding street that put Diagon Alley to shame. The place contained dozens of stores in an underground city known as Magi City, which was high den in New Orleans between two office buildings. From the entrance, Harry entered a porte-a-potty at the back of an alley. Inside the porte-a-potty was another door, which was highly warded against Muggles. Who would see a regular run-down toilet? He opened the door, and was met with a narrow hallway. Continuing down the hallway, Harry entered a large lift, which took him down toward the Wizarding City. And it definitely was a city, for it was the size of New Orleans itself. The town contained hundreds of shops, homes, hotels, restaurants, flow network stations, and even a temporary base for the ICW, who would hold meetings there occasionally. The city was located beneath New Orleans, but no one could tell, seeing as the large rocks a mile above them which separated them from the Muggles bewitched like the ceiling of the Great Hall. It was sunny, bright, and blue, a good day all around. There were roads and paths like in the Muggle world, only no one used the roads for anything but walking. Broomsticks could be seen flying above all around the city. He could see there were several individuals with team uniforms on. Senora Silky's, a clothing store favored by most in the country. The Wacky Wampus, an apparently famous restaurant where wizards and witches alike are served by house elves. Booths lined the expanded walls, allowing hundreds of customers. Bargain Books, a store, lined with hundreds of bookshelves and thousands of books. Harry spent the morning there, where he looked over dozens of books. He sat in the corner of the bookshop when he felt something strange grab onto his left ear. He turned just in time to find a common fly moving away, before disappearing in an instant right over his left shoulder. Harry frowned, his hand reaching out, only to find it disappearing into an abyss. It was at that moment that Harry realized he had a wand holster attached to his wrist. Flicking it, Harry was surprised to find the Elder Wand shoot into his waiting hand. The wand hummed its allegiance to him, producing a smile on Harry's face as two other hums caught his attention. One on his chest and one on his back. He ended up finding the resurrection stone beneath his robes, attached to a small chain. And attached to his robes was his invisibility cloak. The Deathly Hallow. They were reunited, and in his possession. He was the Master of Death, after all, according to Mr. Lovegood. Harry now found himself curious about what was inside the so-called pocket dimension, located over his shoulder. Pointing his wand into the pocket dimension, Harry cast a silent Accio. At once, a mound of gold, furniture, books, and boots began to drop onto the ground in front of him. Before it could get out of hand, Harry redirected the Accio charm back into the pocket dimension, before identifying the pocket dimension as the Potter Vault, in 2018. So, he retrieved 1,000 galleons from his vault, before moving around the bookshop. He bought almost every book on several shelves before moving across the street to Signora Silky's, where he spent over 100 galleons on a dragonhide and unicorn hair robe. The mixture was something he'd learned in his time as Minister of Magic. Dragonhide was the most spell-resistant material in existence, and the unicorn hair was very weather or season adaptive. If it was cold out, you would be warm, and vice versa. Harry had created an entire wardrobe that morning. His dragonhide and unicorn hair robe was to be for battlefield purposes. His knowledge from his short connection with Hermione told him that in 1776, America was in the midst of a war with its oppressors Britain. He was not about to let the British succeed in a war they were supposed to lose. He had gotten dozens of robes for different occasions. A boot for formal robes, a boot for casual robes, a boot for bed robes, bath robes, etc. Having gotten a dozen boots full of clothes and books, Harry moved on to get lunch at the Wacky Wampus. From there he went to the nearest apothecary, where he bought multiple of every potion available. He needed to be prepared for anything that came his way, no matter it be a pepper-up potion, Skelegro, or even Vitaracerum, he would have them. He acquired a potions belt, which contained 12 shrunken and bottomless boots attached. A small vial holder sat in the middle of the belt. All he had to do was tap the holder and speak the potion he needed. The holder would then pop out with the potion you required if you had it. If you didn't have the potion, the holder would remain empty. Harry moved around the city for the remainder of the afternoon, collecting items he believed could help him in his time here. He didn't know how to get home, and his connection with Hermione had long since gone. He still had a large portion of her knowledge. But that was it. His new legs carried him towards the nearest news outlet, where he was currently listening to the news through word of mouth by one of the workers, who was reading that day's newspaper. The paper was describing an attack in Kips Bay, which had started that morning, and was not going in the Americans' favor. Harry had to avoid speaking, seeing as his British accent would draw many Americans' attention. His mind was moving from deciding whether to stay in Magi City or to help in the fighting alongside the Americans. His allegiance to the Americans was undeniable due to the course of history his world had gone through, but he was unsure if he should intervene. Perhaps he could turn things for the better in this world in America, Britain, France, and any other country that needed his or any other's tailstance. What he needed to do was speak with the higher-ups of all of these nations, to earn their trust, in order to introduce magic to them all. Perhaps he could speak to General George Washington regarding the creation of supplies that would surely help the Americans against the British. It was at that moment that his Minister of Magic mindset kicked in. If he could gain enough political power and clout in this new America, Harry could use that clout in France, Britain, and hundreds of other countries. He could make a difference. All he had to do was take his shot. Standing from his seat, Harry slowly moved into a back alley, his mind going over all the runes and ward schemes he could find in the vault of information that was in his dear Hermione's mind. He was surprised at the spells she had created and had kept under lock and key. She had apparently spent many years working alongside Minerva and Phileas in breaking Gamp's laws of elemental transfiguration. The three had discovered how to create water, tea, coffee, and butterbeer from the smallest of atoms, as well as other simple foods like bread, biscuits, potatoes, carrots, tomatoes, and grapes. This came in handy when on the run, or in Harry's case, in an unknown place and time. It only took him 5 minutes to put on his black and red dragonhide and unicorn hair robe and cloak. He pulled up his hood, cast a disillusionment charm on his face, before casting a charm to deepen his voice. Pulling on his gloves, Harry placed several cursed knives he had GHT in the dark magic region of the shopping district around his body. One on each leg, 2 on his waist, 1 over his chest, and another on his lower back. All of them cursed with lethal poison that would kill the victim within seconds. With his ensemble complete, Harry took a deep breath and apparated straight through the wards, something that proved rather difficult as he landed in a heap in the middle of a field in Nashville, Tennessee. After regaining his pride and dignity, Harry apparated from there to Columbus, Ohio. From Columbus, he apparated to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, before finally apparating into New York City. New York, or more specifically Manhattan, where he found Kip's Bay in complete disarray. The city was a war zone, with the American and British soldiers displaying guerrilla warfare at its finest. Not wasting time, Harry apparated up to the nearest building, peering down at the war below him for any sign of help needed. He was too late. The entire area had been blasted to heck by cannon fire and bomb shecks. There were hundreds of bodies all over the destroyed ground, mostly American men. There were thousands of British troops along the shoreline, all marching up north, where Harry could hear gunfire and cannon fire. He was way too late. Shaking his head, he jumped over to the next rooftops, charms on his boots allowing him to jump higher and farther and run fast. His black cloak billowing behind him, Harry jumped 42 rooftops before finding himself a mile inland, where Harry could see clearly General George Washington riding on his horse. He yelled and screamed at his retreating men as Hessian troops continued up north towards them. There were hundreds of Hessian and British soldiers already there against a few hundred untrained American men. Harry jumped down from the high rooftop, the cushioning charm on his boots keeping him from breaking his legs in the 8-story drop. He landed directly in front of Washington, whose horse reared and stepped back as Harry landed, his cloak covering him as bullets flew. His hand was outstretched, creating a shield large enough to cover himself and the Americans. It was a one-way shield, one which would keep the cannon, shecks, and gunfire away from the Americans, who could still fire off at the British. He was also forced to erect one around himself, seeing as many scared Americans began to fire their weapons at him instead of their obvious enemies. One of the Americans' shots missed Harry and moved through the shield, hitting a British soldier in the neck. Washington saw this. "Focus your ire on the enemy advancing on our position," the general ordered, motioning to the confused and scared British instead of the mysterious man in front of them. Over the span of several minutes, over 400 British soldiers were picked off by the Americans, who had an unfair advantage seeing as they could fire hitting shots while the British gunfire remained futile. Harry was becoming tired, his magical core straining greatly as he kept the round shield intact. The British had surrounded the Americans, forcing him to expand the shield and increase its power. Harry watched as Washington himself jumped down from his horse, approaching him with obvious suspicion, slight fear, and a small amount of gratefulness. Washington appeared at his side, a small canteen of water in hand, which he extended to Harry. Harry motioned for a moment and knelt down. He had been keeping his hands up the entire time, pouring his magic out through them in order to keep the shield alive. He could no longer do such things. So, Harry picked up 2 small rocks, one with a fine tip, the other flat. Using the fine-tipped edge of the rock, Harry began to draw a quick runic pattern onto the other rock. Without his concentration on the field, Harry could feel it slowly fading. He could see a few stray British bullets hitting the men, but the cannon fire continued to hit the shield uselessly. Once the runic pattern was complete, Harry sent a surge of magic into it, kickstarting the rune as he dropped it onto the ground. At once, a light shot out of the rock, hitting his own shield as it began to layer another over it. Once the new shield was in place, Harry dropped his own and fell onto his knee, panting for breath. That was extraordinary, Washington spoke, detailing the canteen to Harry, who immediately emptied the contents into his throat, not caring if it was poisoned. Washington knelt down in front of Harry, the general's sheathed sword scraping against the ground as he did. How is it that you can do the things you do? Is it some sort of unseen technology unknown to man, or are you perhaps a friend from a nearby star? I am no alien if that is what you are accusing, sir, Harry spoke. His voice low and hoarse from the spell he had placed on it. I am human, but I am not from here. America, that is. Even with the charm, the English accent in his voice clearly showed itself on Washington's face. Who quickly stood and grabbed his sword. I have no allegiance to those men in red cloth, sir. If I was, I would have been protecting them with a shield and not your men. Remember that, will you? How have you done that? May I ask, especially with that rock of yours? Washington motioned to the rune stone still on the ground, which continued to cast a blue light as the shield held strong. Harry sighed. He didn't need to inform Washington of his lineage and species in the middle of a battlefield, let alone in the middle of thousands of men. I will hold my tongue for now, General. But I will inform you of how I can do what I do once this battle is done and over for. Washington nodded his understanding as the two turned to face the enemies. Their general, Henry Clinton, was calling for a large-scale retreat. Pulling an upward of 2,500 British and Hessian soldiers out of New York City, and possibly back to Nova Scotia where they came from. The Americans, cheering over their victory, all marched further north, where the American camps were set up. Harry followed the men there, tending to the injured as he helped them through no MAGE means. Washington eyed him closely, but none was said. No one spoke to him regarding his choice in wardrobe, nor did they speak of his actions during the landing of Kip's Bay. It took the small army an hour to march through the war-torn city, arriving in the middle of a large forest, where several hundreds of yards were covered in tents. The injured were carried off to the medical tent, while the dead were carried off towards the empty part of the field, where they would later be buried. Washington motioned for a word, and the two moved into the large tent at the center of the camp. Washington placed his sword, gun, comptail, canteen, and jacket onto a nearby desk, before taking a seat at his own. Now, I have resisted putting you into our nearby cells due to the fact you have saved my men and I from the clutches, and seem to know what you're doing in the area of medicine, but my time for patience is up. Of course, sir, Harry nodded. He knew he could trust the man who could not tell a lie, which led to him removing his hood and the charms on his face. Washington went wide-eyed, clearly not ready to see a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. Harry honestly wouldn't be surprised if this body was in its 20s. My name is Harry James Potter. I am, well, that's a hard one, sir, for I don't know my own birthday here. Here, Washington clarified. Oh, yes, I am not from around here, you see. I am from Britain, but not the Britain you are familiar with, General, Harry explained. He motioned to the seat in front of the desk, to which Washington nodded. Harry took a seat, and continued. You see, sir, I am from, well, the future. It may sound as if I am making a mockery of you, but I tell you I am not. I am from the year 2018, 242 years in the future. I am unsure why I have been sent here, but I have a feeling it was not an accident. Washington sat in silence for a moment, staring directly into Harry's still and calm eyes with a look that described deep thought. After several minutes of silence, Washington nodded. It would appear that you are correct in your claims that your presence in this time is quite peculiar. Now, if I may ask, what is your age in the time you are from? And how is it you can do the things you did out on that battlefield? Future technologies, perhaps, Harry chuckled. No such technology could do what I did, sir, not even in the distant future where I am from. I am 38 in my time, but I would say I am somewhere around 21 or 22 in this body. At the confused expression on the general's face, Harry explained. You see, I was working with my body in an experiment regarding a death machine in the form of a veil. Once you PTAIL through the veil, you die, and my department wished to know where you go when you PTAIL through. And I am telling you PTAI led through. Washington inquired. Harry nodded, his memory fogging his mind for a single moment as Hermione entered his vision. Shaking his head, Harry continued. Yes, my mind and soul were linked to that of my wife, so that my essence would remain with the living. We had theorized that upon my return, my body would be created anew. We were right, but so wrong. You see, when I led through, the connection was cut off, but still remained minimally connected. I lived on, but my mind and soul were sent to this morning, in a home somewhere here in New York. You arrived today. Yes, earlier this morning. I went to New Orleans over the morning and afternoon, but as soon as I heard of the attack on Kips Bay, I arrived here immediately to find it deserted. I followed the gunfire and cannon shecks to find your men retreating. That is when I jumped down and created the shield. Washington nodded at the explanation, seemingly understanding how the events of the battle came to occur. Washington wasn't done with his interview. You have yet to answer my original question. How is it that you can do what you do? Harry sighed. This was the hardest part of the ordeal. Makusa had been founded almost 100 years before the present day, and would surely find out about not only the battle, but his arrival and the use of banishing charms. T.S. resulted in the damage to private property and the injury or possible death of a young man. Sir, you may or may not believe me in all of my prior answers, but this one will not be so easily believed. Now, have you ever heard of witches? Washington immediately went wide-eyed, his eyes quickly glancing towards his gun, which sat too far for reach without Harry reacting accordingly. Sir, I am telling from your reaction that you are very aware of the Salem witch trials held in 1692 and 1693, which resulted in the deaths of 19 individuals. All of which hung. Well, they were indeed real witches. Only they did not practice dark magic like many believed. In fact, most accused were a part of the, at the time, newly formed Salem Witches Institute in Salem, a school for women to learn the art of magic. Most accused were merely unlucky students who were caught while practicing their school work. You wish me to believe that witches and apparently wizards are not in fact evil? Washington asked. Harry laughed, and shook his head. Washington frowned at this, having not dealt with many that would laugh openly at his face. No, I don't expect you to believe anything. Well, I do, but I will inform you that there are many evil wizards and witches in the world. I myself spent my childhood fighting off against one, named Voldemort, who killed my parents and had a personal vendetta against me. I am sorry for your loss, Washington spoke, bowing his head slightly in a show of respect. Harry followed suit. Do not worry, I have gotten over their deaths since I killed Voldemort myself. Quite an enjoyable bit of revenge and justice, I might add. Not all witches and wizards are not evil. Most are merely trying to live day to day, have jobs, children, and lives just like you and me. It was the Salem witch trials that resulted in my people going into hiding by demand of the International Confederation of Wizards, which was founded about 50 years before. They signed the Statute of Secrecy the same year as the trials, which is still in effect in my time. And what does this statute state? It states that no magicals, that includes creatures such as goblins, elves, giants, werewolves, and vampires are allowed to reveal themselves to no mages, or muggles, or non-magicals, Harry explained. Breaking this law is punishable by 5 years in prison, as well as additional charges for possible treason. So, I am quite literally risking my life by telling you of my true origins. Well, I thank you for your trust, Mr. Potter, Washington replied. So, what is it that you plan to do while you are here? Harry sighed. He had not thought about it much, seeing as he had only been in this time for a single day. The veil wouldn't be discovered for another 140 years. So he could not get home through those means. Was he trapped, forced to live his days in a history he barely knew? Hundreds of years from the people he knew and loved. His wife, his friends, his children. All gone in the depths of life, death, and time. All three did not discriminate. All three took what they wanted, and showed no mercy and no remorse towards their victims. I cannot return home due to circumstances, so I will instead have to remain here in this time. I will have to come up with plans as they go, but I plan to help in this war in any way I can. I don't really care about the timeline, and plan to use that carelessness to change everything for the better. I plan to improve American weaponry to help annihilate the British. I plan to help train your men in the art of being a proper military force, and I am hoping, praying that you will consider helping me convince the ICW to retract the statute of secrecy. I am aware of your prestige and influence. And I am aware that France is in alliance with you. Your influence alongside France's should be enough to sway people into believing that most wizarding kind are not evil. I will need to think on the subject, Mr. Potter. Washington replied. I will need to know more about this wizarding world you speak of before I can protect it from the wrath of mob mentality. I am, however, completely on board with any help you can provide regarding weaponry, technology, and the teaching and training of my men. I have been desperately trying to mold them into a fighting force, but with the nearby winter coming and the beginning of this war, I fear their morale is quite low. I hope our latest win will bring that morale to a higher place. Perhaps you would like a position in my army. Perhaps as a general in charge of your own men. Men you can train to the best of your ability. Harry blinked at this. He had led hundreds, if not thousands, of individuals in not only the war but after as well. He had led hundreds in the Battle of Hogwarts, and actually led hundreds in his time as Minister of Magic, where he would work closely with Kingsley and the other Aurors. Furthermore, he had thought his leading days were over. He believed the days were long past after what had occurred years prior with Delphine Riddle, his enemy's daughter. The one who had seduced his son into near death. Life had gotten better since witnessing the death of his parents. He spent most of his time with his family after that, only going to work in the late nights, while spending the days with his family, who were all lost behind the unfound veil now. Harry blinked once again, coming out of the overwhelming emotion in his heart and the visions in his head as he looked at Washington. Yes, I would happily accept the position and rank of a general in your Continental Army. Updated. May 22, 2024. Winter's Ball. Date. Location. Outskirts of Yorktown, Virginia. Lieutenant General Harry James Potter Street. Ood in the middle of Commander-in-Chief George Washington's tent alongside Alexander Hamilton, Marquis de Lafayette, Comte de Rochambeau, and Comte de Gertail. The six of them were the top generals of their respective armies, and had been working closely together in Yorktown in order to end this war. After several years in this time, Harry was known to be one of the greatest military leaders in the Continental Army. Just under Washington himself, he had won every battle he had led, and had brought great advancements into both the military and out of the military. He had introduced automatic weaponry as well as more modern-day bullets to the equation hundreds of years early, giving his men an extreme advantage on the battlefield and in skirmishes. Harry had introduced many advanced medicines and slightly altered potions to the world, granting better care to all civilians, as well as making his products the #1 lifesaver when it came to duels. His medicine could stop wounds from being infected or could kill infection, as well as work on healing the injury. Harry was also famous for his work alongside Alexander Hamilton and John Lawrence. The three had written thousands of papers in the last 3 years on female rights and the rights of all men and women held in bondage. The three were very famous in the North for their work, and were praised constantly around their homes in New York, but were criticized and more often threatened when traveling to the South or when running into Southerners. Harry and Hamilton had worked closely with Washington as well, both working with him to help keep the MTAL workload off of the aging general's shoulders. Hamilton took care of the financials regarding the army, while Harry took care of the training and organization of Washington's men alongside his own and Hamilton's. Harry, Hamilton, Lafayette, Lawrence, and their other friend Aaron Burr had formally met at a winter's ball the previous year. Hamilton and the others had all previously met, but it wasn't until that night that all 5 of them met at one time together. Harry had been persuaded by Washington's wife Martha, who insisted that he needed time to unwind after spending so much time out training his men. He also wrote endlessly at the home he had purchased in New York not long after arriving. Date: January 14, 1780. Location: Morristown, New Jersey. General Harry Potter sat in the middle of his office in George Washington's home in Mount Vernon, his time currently being occupied by the large parchment and quill on his desk. He and Alexander had N invited to the Washington home that January as the commander-in-chief's aide-de-camps. The two gladly accepted, and shared a ride down to Virginia. They had discussed their views on the war, slavery, and Harry especially stating his views on female rights. Alexander agreed on all of his views, especially his views on slaves and women. Harry's views on women reminded Alexander of his mother, so, Mething the man told Harry not too long after. The two spoke mostly of slaves for the rest of the trip, both speaking of how one day, they would venture into the South and free those in bondage by the thousands. The two eventually arrived on January 7, 1780, where they were met with General George Washington, Martha Washington, Elizabeth Washington, and George's stepson John Parke Custis. The Ix lived in the home for the next 7 days in relative peace. Harry refused to accept or ask for the slaves' help, and instead did everything himself. He cleaned his own clothes, cooked his own food, cared for the lawn a bit, and fetched his own new parchment and ink. This seemed to annoy the slaves on the plantation quite a lot, but he didn't mind it, seeing as he was against their role as slaves in the first place. Martha and Elizabeth had thought him most rude for ignoring their slaves, but soon forgave him when Washington and Hamilton explained his views on slavery. Harry and Alexander spent the week working on their anti-slavery papers, working closely with John Laurens through letters as the three worked towards the freedom of all African Americans, something Thomas Jefferson LD have done years prior in the Declaration of Independence. The three were working on an advanced copy of the Emancipation Proclamation, which would have been PTAI led by Abraham Lincoln years later. The ladies in Virginia were far more gorgeous than Harry was led to believe. Every day, he was met with a woman he was physically attracted to, and had exchanged several contacts with many of them. If anything, Alexander's behavior had run off on him. The two had become quite inseparable, and were both quite the ladies' man. Alexander had already been with many women in the guest house during the nighttime. But Harry never found himself going that far. He worked so hard, even Alexander was telling him to take a break. Harry had over 9 dozen journals stored away in his boot, all full of schematics for weapons, tech, future documents, future policies, the PTAI led and denied votes in Congress, the acts PTAI led, and the most important people in the history he had already changed. He also kept journals of the war, as well as things he had done in his private time. Harry had slowly gotten over Hermione over the years, and had learned to let the thoughts of her and his children drift from his mind as he got used to his life in the Age of Enlightenment. It was on January 10 that Martha Washington told the two of the winter ball the 6 would attend 4 days later. The two women took the 3 men and the young boy down to the Down, where they purchased formal wear for the ball. Harry was reluctant to go, seeing as he was drafting an updated and more progressive version of the U.S. Constitution. Hermione had memorized it in their time in America, and so he too knew the contents. He planned to introduce the country to its new government years early, and planned to be the one that took the reins. It was in no way an egotistical decision, but it was merely the fact that as he was the only one to see the conflict caused by the Constitution's vagueness, and was the only one capable of fixing it, hopefully. His work kept him in his room at all hours, and he was often ordered by Washington to take a shower or sleep due to the fact he ignored others' concerns and requests, especially Martha's. His work was important to him, and he could not let it go or ignore it easily. Alexander had introduced him to several women over their stay, but none of them seemed to catch his attention the way Hermione, Ginny, or Cho had all those years ago. Sure, they were all very beautiful, but most lacked intelligence or common sense, and he wouldn't waste his breath on a simple woman merely for her physical talents. The 6 left on January 12, arriving at the estate on the 13th, staying the night until the next day when the ball would be attending. Harry, against the wishes of Washington, Martha, Elizabeth, and the other women, helped with setting up the ballroom. He tail-assisted in setting up the lights, the tables, as well as helped, secretly, create the tea for the event through magic. He was then escorted away by an irritated Martha, who took him to the front doors, where he was to welcome guests alongside Alexander. That was where he currently stood, his gaze focused on the skyline, where a line of carriages moved. There were at least a dozen moving along the gravel road, all spaced out evenly, as if they were all in the same group. Could be such. Harry watched. D as all the carriages rolled into the front entrance, wrapping around the large fountain that sat in front of the entrance. Dozens of individuals moved out of the carriages, mostly couples alongside their children, either young or older. Many of them PTAI-led. Without comment, all receiving bows from Harry and Alexander as they PTAI-led. One couple stopped in front of them, both smiling at Alexander, who extended a hand. Alexander took the female's hand, kissing her dark knuckles. "Ms. Theodosia, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance once again. Mr. Burr, sir, how are you this fine evening?" he asked the African-American man standing in front of them. Burr was wearing a formal set of robes, a light robe that matched his partner's, who wore a lovely low-necked dress gown. She had lovely caramel skin, with chocolate eyes and matching hair. Aaron Burr had hardly any hair on his head, his eyes near identical to that of Theodosia's. They looked to be a lovely couple. "I am doing well, sir. I hope the general is not putting you on the job." "Well, we arrived last night, and were promptly put to work this evening," Harry spoke, drawing the couple's attention. "Lord Harrison Fleemont Potter of Godric's Hollow. It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Madam Theodosia." The woman smiled genuinely, and reached out her hand. He bent down, placing a gentle kiss on her knuckles before standing straight. She wrapped her hand around Aaron Burr, who extended his hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Potter. Please, call me Harry. Only people I don't like call me Lord Potter. I only use Lord because Mrs. Washington insists it is proper," Harry explained. Burr produced a chuckle, the two exchanging a handshake. Burr and Theodosia said their goodbyes and moved into the home. The next to approach them was a family of 6. The older couple appeared in their middle ages, accompanied by 3 women, and a small boy. The older couple stepped in front of the doors, stopping to say hello to Harry and Alexander. Most of their attention once again on Alexander, which was to be expected. He had recognized Philip Schuyler from his time in the military, but the man was more Frian. DLY with Alexander through a previous meeting 3 years prior. Harry could also recognize the wife and 3 women. The wife, Catherine Van Rensselaer Schuyler, wore a very nice red dress which complemented Philip's red and gold robe. The oldest daughter, Angelica Schuyler, was looking rather stunning. Her black hair fell down in curls down to her mid-back, her dark skin seemed smoother than the finest silk. And her orange dress showed off her tailets quite nicely. The middle daughter, Eliza Schuyler, wore a bright blue dress which went well with her beautiful face. Her black hair was straight, with not a curl in sight. The youngest daughter, Peggy Schuyler, wore a light tan dress, her curly hair as prominent as Angelica's, her tailets even nicer on the eyes than her 2 sisters. The young boy had short brown hair, with brown eyes, and he wore small dress robes, which reminded him greatly of his 4th year, the Yule Ball. Philip, Catherine, Eliza, and the little man's attention were on Alexander, who was exchanging his own pleasantries, while Angelica and Peggy's attention were on Harry. He gave the 2 a saucy wink, before moving forward. Angelica was eyeing him carefully, while Peggy blushed slightly, noticing where his eyes traveled. Angelica beat him to the introduction. "Hello, sir. My name is Angelica Schuyler. This is my sister Margarita or Peggy Schuyler. That there is my sister Elizabeth Schuyler, and that is my brother Philip Schuyler. Please forgive me if I am mistaken, but are you perhaps the esteemed General Potter? My father has spoken very highly of you." "I am indeed. It is a pleasure to meet you 2 lovely ladies," Harry replied, bending down to kiss both of their knuckles in a polite manner. Angelica curtsied politely, urging a blushing Peggy to do the same. Alexander moved forward at this moment, leading the rest of the Schuylers with him. "And this is my good friend and colleague, Lord General Harrison Fleemont Potter. Harry, this is General Philip Schuyler, known for his work in Saratoga. This is his lovely wife, Catherine Schuyler. You have already become acquainted with Ms. Angelica and Ms. Peggy. This is the lovely Elizabeth Schuyler, the second daughter to the general. And this is his only son, Philip Schuyler," Alexander introduced. Harry exchanged handshakes with the general as well as young Philip, before kissing the knuckles of Catherine and Elizabeth Schuyler. After a moment, the Schuylers excused themselves. Harry grinned toward Peggy, who watched him with a blush on her cheeks as she retreated. Elizabeth doing the same to Alexander. The two men exchanged a look, and moved to go into the ballroom, only to stop at the sound of three voices. Alexander. While two added, Harrison. The two men sighed, their plans to catch up with their respective Schuyler daughters on hold as John Laurens, Lafayette, and Hercules Mulligan approached the doors. Harry and Lafayette exchanged a brotherly hug, patting each other on the back, while Alexander did the same with John. The two switched places, with Harry exchanging a hug with John while Alexander hugged Lafayette. It had been several months since the four had seen each other, and never in the same place. Harry was introduced to Hercules, who gave him a friendly handshake as the five entered the now crowded ballroom. Harry could spot Philip Sr., Philip Jr., and Catherine in the corner of the room, the absence of their daughters apparent. No doubt they had left to freshen up before they began dancing with potential suitors. The five moved into another corner, where they found Aaron Burr alone at a table, a smile on his face as he watched the dance floor. Harry followed his eyeline, finding Theodosia dancing with a laughing Martha Washington. The two appearing to have a nice time. Harry felt bad as the five of them took a seat around the table, blocking Burr's line of sight from Theodosia. Burr didn't seem to bother though as he cracked a grin. So, it seems you have the Schuyler sisters already wrapped around 3 of your fingers. They immediately entered and went up the stairs towards the women's restroom, no doubt to freshen up, and then not a moment later, the 5 of you walked in. So, which 3 of you have entrapped the 3 lovely sisters that I am sure any man in this ballroom would duel over? It was actually just Tomcat and Arsenal over here, John ratted, producing a growl from Harry, and a traitor from Alexander. John merely laughed, and shook his head. Tomcat over here has already met Ms. Elizabeth, and has seemed to have already ensnared her thoughts. Arsenal here somehow sent Ms. Margarita to her knees in pure lust, and Ms. Angelica seems to be quite taken by him. 2 women at once, sir. Surely that is unlawful, Burr said with a smile, clearly joking. It was Lafayette that corrected him. Actually, Mr. Burr, seeing as Arsenal here is a lord, Harry groaned. He hated those names. He had always hated the title lord, and hated the nickname Arsenal, which originated from the wide arsenal he kept in his dragonhide and unicorn hair cloak. He carried 6 poisonous daggers, 4 pistols, a compact SMG, and a scythe that attached and shrunk slightly to his back. He is allowed more than 1 wife. He could have a harem if he wanted to, and would not be facing either the British laws or any here. I see, Burr said thoughtfully, his gaze falling on Theodosia as a gleam of anger flicked across the man's face. Catching that anger, Harry remembered his flirting with Theodosia at the front doors. He spoke. I have no interest in courting Ms. Theodosia, Mr. Burr. I not only dislike adultery, but I do not go after the woman of another man's heart. Besides, I do not believe a harem is the thing for me. Perhaps a polygamous relationship, but I am sure only 2 or 3 would be involved. Thank you for saying that, Lord Harry. You have eased my thoughts greatly, Burr said with a genuine smile. Harry knew Burr greatly, and that is why he could not let the rivalry between him and Alexander escalate. If it did, the duel in 1804 would undoubtedly occur, whether it was early or late. Harry nodded with a smile. So, sir, what is it that you do for a living? I am currently studying law after my resignation last year from the Continental Army, and am almost finished with my education. I am hoping to enter a law firm by the end of the year, and perhaps start my own law firm in the next 2 or 3 if I progress enough, Burr replied happily. He seemed happy with his goals, but appeared saddened at the mention of resigning. What about you, Lo Harry? What is it that you do for a living? Besides being a living legend on and off of the battlefield. I am not as much a legend as George, I am afraid. Harry said jokingly. However, to answer your question, I am studying many subjects. Law, French, Latin, Greek, Spanish, Japanese, economics, business, agriculture, architecture, African American studies, women's studies, art, dance, interior design, portrait making, finance, banking, journalism, culinary arts, public affairs, many forms of education, public health, medicine, nursing, psychology, legal studies, criminology, political science, and Sociology. Burr sat in stunned silence, merely staring at him with a slack jaw. The entire table was silent as well, with all of them staring at him. What? Arsenal? That's over 31 majors. That's not only impossible, but, how are you not dead from the stress? John asked. The other guys nodded in agreement at the question, obviously wanting to know for themselves. It was Alexander that replied. Why do you think he is here? He spends all day and all night in his study at no doubt his home and his study in the Washington estate. Working away. I must say he is far worse than I am when it comes to writing. But his penmanship is much better. Yes, Martha believed that getting out would help me. Even though I am only 2 taillinements from competing 27 of those 35 majors, Harry said, a sting of annoyance in his voice. Lafayette laughed heartily, smacking Harry on the back with a thud. Only you would think that going from staring at parchment to looking at the chests of lovely women is an inconvenience. It is not like I dislike women. As a matter of fact, I haven't been intimate with a woman for 4 years, and I can say I am in need of pleasure by a woman. I only wish for this woman to be the right one, and not some one-off thing like Alex and John here are so fond of, Harry confessed. Alex and John showed a mocking expression of shock before bursting into the laughter. May I ask what is so funny? The 6 men turned towards the voice to find one James Madison standing there alone. Facing them with an amused look, Harry spoke. Mr. Madison, we were merely speaking of Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Lawrence. Need for physical release by means of, how do you say? Randos. Yes, that is it. Randos. Lafayette and Hercules burst into laughter at this, while Burr chuckled. John had turned pink, and Alexander was shaking his head. Madison himself chuckled a bit. I am glad to see you are all having a good time. However, I have not come to merely talk banter. I am in need of a chat with you, General Potter. Harry looked towards his friends, who shrugged their shoulders. Harry nodded, and stood up from his seat, following Madison across the ballroom and into another room, where George Washington sat alone. Thank you for collecting him, Mr. Madison. You have helped me dearly. Madison nodded, bowed to the 2 esteemed generals, before carefully closing the door on his way out. George did not wait for pleasantries. I have just received word from Congress that they are in the works of forming a greater government, but have no idea how to go about it. I have told them of your brilliance, and they wish for you to come up with a new form of government. That will bring our nation from the current depths it is already in. Could you have the draft ready by the end of the month? Sir, I have been planning something like this for quite some time. I already have a near-complete draft ready for the future United States Constitution, which will outline the powers of each branch of government. I've made several changes to the original, and am on the last of the 7th article. I will complete the draft, and look it over another 2 times for safe measure. If it is okay, I would like to present the draft to you before I show it to Congress or any delegates, Harry explained. I am not surprised, Harry, you always have been ahead. I am just saddened that your contribution to our weapons and your work in training our men have not resulted in a swifter end to this already long war. I hope that we will both live to see the end of it, for I sense there will be a most saddening conclusion to the war. Loss of life, and a great sacrifice, Washington said sadly. However, I do believe there is hope. The 2 sat in silence for a moment, before Washington stood up. Well, we should not dwell on such things. Let us go back to the ball, where no doubt my Martha is waiting. I would not be surprised if there are several fine young ladies waiting for your return. Harry chuckled in response, and moved back into the ballroom alongside Washington, who spotted and moved towards his wife Martha. The 2 began to dance, starting conversation quite easily. Harry could see Hamilton dancing with Elizabeth and Burr with Theodosia. John and Hercules were still chatting and laughing at the table, drinks in hand, while Lafayette danced with a woman Harry had never seen. His eyes caught Angelica and Peggy Schuyler in the corner, silently watching him, only looking away when he caught their eyes. Harry smiled, watching as Peggy stole a quick glance, blushing slightly as his gaze. The 2 turned towards the wall, and began to do something with their hands 4 times. They were playing rock, paper, scissors. An odd sort of game for a formal ball, but who was Harry to judge? Angelica clearly won as she silently celebrated. Peggy dropped into a chair, huffing in annoyance as Angelica moved towards him. Trying to act like he hadn't seen them, Harry downed a small cup of tea before Angelica approached. She reached him, making her presence known, before curtsying politely. Harry bowed and returned. "Hecko, Lord Potter, I was inquiring if you would like a dance." She extended her hand politely. Harry grinned, and accepted the dance, allowing her to pull him into the crowd of dancers. The two proceeded to do the waltz alongside the other dances, enjoying themselves as they expertly pulled off the dance. Once the waltz was over, a slow song began to play, giving the two an opportunity to slow dance and speak. "So, I am sure you had your eyes on my fellow men Hamilton, Lawrence, Lafayette, and Hercules. Why is it that you wished to approach me instead of them?" Harry asked, his left hand placed firmly on the small of Angelica's back as his right gently held her hand. "Well, Mr. Hamilton has eyes for my sister, and has had them on my sister since the two met 3 years ago. And as you know, I am the eldest daughter of 3 and a son, which means I must marry soon to provide for my family should my father be unable to. Mr. Lawrence is a ladies' man, and not my type. Mr. Lafayette is a kind and respectable man, but his allegiance is with France, and I know he will one day return home. I do not wish to leave my family behind so early in my life. And Mr. Hercules, well, he seems to be a gentleman, but once again he is not my type. So that leaves me, Harry asked with no bitterness in his tone. He had meant it to be a joke. But Angelica clearly didn't take it as such. Panic flooded her eyes as her grip on his hand and shoulder tightened. "No, sir, I meant no such thing. If I may be so forward, I was quite infatuated with you the moment I set my eyes on you outside the ballroom. I believe my sister is as well, sadly. Well, she will no doubt try to get you to court her, as will I. It is a shame you can only marry one of us. For I will have to give my place for her happiness," Angelica blurted, realization dawning on her face as she tried to pull away. No doubt to get Peggy in order to bring her to him. Harry, however, remembered what Lafayette had told Burr at the table, and refused to let her go. "Please, sir, I must go and get my sister. She is no doubt rather distressed, and I need to bring her to you. Angelica, I am fully aware of your duties as the eldest daughter of 3, and as you are such, you must sacrifice the happiness of yourself for that of your Eliza and Peggy. However, that case is null and void in this situation, for you forget that my dear friend Alexander introduced me as a lord. No doubt your father is discussing it with your mother at the moment, given your quite obvious infatuation with myself," Harry said gently, holding her close as the two slowly danced. Her eyes were large, having seemingly forgotten that he was a lord in such a small amount of time. She smiled. "I still must go and tell my sister, for she will be ecstatic by the news. She could not stop discussing you while we were freshening up for the ball," Angelica said happily. She moved from him, but stopped and turned back. "Is it too much to ask, sir, if you would write to me? Or I to you? I would be delighted to send or receive a letter from you, Angelica. And please, do not call me sir, it makes me feel old. And I am only 24 after all," Harry requested. Angelica curtsied, placed a quick kiss on his cheek, before rushing off to find her sister Peggy. "Well, someone is quite the ladies' man, aren't they?" Harry turned his head to find John standing beside him. The man handed Harry a bottle of whiskey, before pulling him into a one-armed hug. "Shut it, John. Don't want to hear it from you. Especially you," Harry said with a laugh as John gave him a look of mock betrayal. John chuckled, and took another drink of beer. "You see, dear brother of mine, I am able to tell you what you are because I am one," John retorted. "You've already got 2 sexy ladies practically lined up to become your wives. And you can have more," he exclaimed in a whisper. Harry merely laughed, and motioned for Hercules to come. The taller man did, and immediately realized why Harry had called. "Well, it seems that we have here a drunken John Lawrence. I will escort him away from the ball and towards our lodgings, where he can hopefully rest." John laughed at this, taking another drink before tossing it away. Harry quickly caught it with ease, his reflexes being sharp and flawless. You'll never catch me alive, you giant. John ran off, arms flailing, as Harry and Hercules broke into laughter. Hercules said his good nights, and rushed off to catch an either energetic or now unconscious John Lawrence. He left just as soon as Angelica returned with Peggy, who was bumbling with joy and nervousness at the sight of him. Harry had no doubt in his mind that Angelica had explained to her why. Aunger's sister that he was in fact a lord, and could marry several women. See Harry, I know you have already been introduced, but I would like to informally introduce you to my little sister Peggy. By 2 years, Peggy retorted. Do not worry, Peggy. I had 2 best friends at the boarding school I attended as a child, and I was the youngest to both of them. We were not siblings, but we were the closest to it seeing as we grew up together. Harry saw Peggy's mood lighten as she sent a triumphant grin towards Angelica, who rolled her eyes. Though to be fair to Angelica, I am 2 years older than Alexander myself. And he is quite vexed by it. You see, he has always wished for command in the army, but only achieved low ranks. He has stated several times in the past 2 weeks how envious his is of my reaching the rank of lieutenant general at the age of 23. Quite the achievement, I might add, Angelica said. If you do not mind my asking, how exactly did you come across the position? Other than the fact you are a tactical genius, better than an expert marksman, and an amazing leader. Harry chuckled, extending his arms out to the 2 ladies. Each took notice and looped their arms around his, with Angelica on the left and Peggy on the right. Your flattery is quite appreciated, Angelica. To answer your question, I acquired my position via my actions in the skirmishes in New Jersey. Wait, you're the one with the daggers Daddy was talking about? Peggy asked excitedly. I've never actually heard of you going out in battles like this. She motioned towards his normal appearance. And figured General Washington preferred you on the sidelines as opposed to risking your life in battle. But my God, you've won over 43 battles against the most experienced of British admirals and generals. Never once defeated, and Daddy says you always come back with less than a dozen of your men injured. Harry nodded, a smile spread across his face. But why the hood and mask? The cloak, how do your daggers come back to you like that? And how can you jump from 6 stories and not break something? How did you come up with the weapons you created? Can I have one of your daggers? Margarita, Angelica scolded, her angry glare stopping Peggy from continuing her continuous questions. I am terribly sorry, sir. My sister is merely excited to know your identity, not that it was a secret that is. I am sure she is just ecstatic, Angelica added as the 3 moved around the estate, having left the ballroom completely. Peggy was bowing her head in shame, and Angelina sighed, clearly sure their shot at courting him was over. There is no need for apologizing, Angelica, Harry spoke. I happen to ask a lot of questions as well, and find myself unable to stop in some situations. I am sure this was one such occurrence. I apologize, sir, Peggy said sadly. Harry stopped them there, and turned to face the woman in front of him. Peggy, I did not take any offense in your questions, and would be willing to answer them all if you wished me to. Peggy looked up at him hopefully, her eyes scanning his for pity, or anger, but only found Comptalion behind his emerald green eyes. Peggy nodded, so he answered. I wear the hood and mask to hide my face from the British. I am well hated by many admirals, generals, and foot soldiers, and do not wish to risk the lives of my friends and acquaintances by my face being seen in battle. What of your family, if you do not mind me asking? Angelica inquired. My family have long since PTAI led. Remnants of my relatives live in London or anywhere in Great Britain. But I do not consider them family in the slightest, Harry replied solemnly. He still heard the screams of his mother in his nightmares, and could remember all those lost in the Battle of Hogwarts and before. His mum, Dad, Cedric, Sirius, Dumbledore, Dobby, Fred, Remus, Tonks, Colin, Lavender, and so many others. Seeing the sadness in his expression, Angelica apologized. Do not apologize, Angelica. I was just reliving some painful memories that came to mind. We all have them. Now, I wear the cloak because it changes its temperature with the outside. If it's warm out, the cloak becomes cold, and vice versa. And it is made of a rather strong material. I have had many swords and sometimes bullets shatter when trying to stab me. That cloak has saved my life more than once. The questions regarding my jumping and my daggers are ones I cannot answer. Trade secret and all, he explained with a wink to Peggy, who giggled. I created my weapons through sheer willpower. General Washington needed an advantage over the enemy that outnumbers us, so I created weapons that could fire over 600 bullets in the span of a minute. Far faster, I must say, than a musket, which can only fire 5 shots per minute by the most experienced. 2 or 3 shots a minute by a beginner. Much better, I say. That's amazing, Peggy exclaimed. That means our weapons can fire 140 times the rounds a British could in the span of a minute. Truly magnificent. How did you even think of such a weapon, and how is it you created such a machine? Peggy asked. If I could get one, my father would be proud to use such a machine, and would make great use of it over the hunting season. I gave the plans to Washington, who was quite impressed by them. He sent them to Congress, who, like you, wondered how such a machine would be created. It is as simple as the guns we make now, with wood and steel. The speed of fire is much quicker, and there are 2 major differences. The flintlock musket requires the user to load the gunpowder and lead bullets separately, then stuff both into the barrel, before firing. My weapon, named the AK-47, comes with bullets and not lead rounds. What are they made of if not lead? Angelica asked. The bullets are created from 4 materials. A primer, which will implode once hit with the firing pin within the barrel. The tiny implosion interacts with the gunpowder already within a BRTAIL casing. The bullet, which is copper, is then fired out of the barrel at 1800 miles per hour. The casing is then expelled from the chamber, and in comes the next case. This process occurs in the span of milliseconds. Fascina, Angelica, Peggy. Updated. May 22, 2024. Constitutional Convention. Fascina, Angelica, Peggy. The Thray. Spun around at the 2's names to find Alexander alongside Elizabeth Schuyler. The 2 could clearly not see them as they continued to run around the field and shout for Angelica and Peggy. Over here, Alexander, Harry exclaimed. He turned to Angelica and Peggy, smiling as he did so. I hope it will be all right if I send letters to you both, unless you wish me to choose between the 2 of you. Oh, or perhaps you do not wish for my letters at all? He asked. We would be ecstatic to receive your letters, sir, Peggy whispered happily, earning an appreciative and agreeing nod from Angelica. Before Eliza and Alexander arrived, the 2 women placed a kiss on both of his cheeks, before turning to face the 2 new arrivals. Eliza pulled Peggy into a hug, and glared at Harry. If I may ask, why is it that you have my sisters out here in the middle of darkness at such a late hour? Should you not be in the ballroom where you are supposed to be, and not fooling around with my sisters in the darkness where you cannot be spotted? Eliza, dear, Harry cut Alexander off, his eyes boring down on Eliza's. My business does not happen to be yours, Ms. Schuyler. I happen to have spent my time with your 2 lovely sisters, Angelica and Peggy, who I am quite fond of, while you spent your time with my dear friend Mr. Hamilton. If you do not remember Ms. Schuyler, I am a man of honor and a military man. I would never intentionally harm your family, and I would rather put a bullet in my own head than watch your family be hurt. Now, you will refrain from acting like a child, or I will treat you as such, he replied calmly, maintaining his temper with ease. The sisters were silent for several moments, and Alexander looked like he had just witnessed a sight no child should see. Eliza, W.H.O. had been holding his gaze for that time, deflated, and spoke. My apologies, General, for tailoring a man of honor like yourself would do such things to my sisters. You see, I am just very protective of them, and I wish to see them at their best and safest. I merely hadn't seen them in the restrooms or ballroom, and became afraid. I rushed out here immediately with Alexander. I completely understand, Ms. Schuyler. Just please be sure to watch your tongue before you falsely accuse me of such things a scum would do, Harry replied, his anger seeping out and into his words. She bowed her head in shame, much like Peggy had before. Angelica had grabbed his arm, as if telling him he needn't be angry with her sister. I will refrain from telling your father of your behavior, for it will no do. UBT bring trouble for you that I do not wish to give, but if it happens again, I will be forced to write to him, or speak to him in person. Yes, sir, Eliza said sadly. Harry sighed, and began to rub the temple of his nose. Ms. Eliza, I do not wish for you to dislike or hate me for my words or warnings today. I am aware of your budding relationship with my dear friend Alexander, and I would be ashamed of myself if anything were to come between the three of us, Harry spoke. Can you find forgiveness in your heart for my threats? Eliza smiled, and nodded. If you can forgive me for mine, I think we are now even, Harry said with an identical smile. The two bowed curtsied to the other, before they all agreed to go back to the ballroom, which was much larger now that many had left. Hercules and John had retired to their own bedchambers. Lafayette had no doubt gone to bed with the woman he had been dancing with all night, and Burr still remained in the ballroom, drinking wine at the table they had found him in before the ball began. Theodosia was absent. No doubt she had retired for the night, leaving Burr alone. Ah, there you are. We were looking for the three of you for a half hour. Catherine and Philip have both retired for the night, leaving me to look for you alone. Why, were you with these two men here? Hamilton and Potter? Philip Schuyler inquired as he examined his daughters as well as Harry and Alexander. May I ask why you were out in the darkness and cold without a proper chaperone at this time of night? Forgive me, sir, I was conversing with your eldest and youngest daughters, Angelica and Peggy. We were meant to stay in front of the home near the doors, but it must have slipped my mind as we spoke. We made it to the east side of the estate W.H. and Elizabeth and Alexander here came looking for her sisters. They found us talking, and led us back here, Harry explained truthfully. Philip turned to Alexander, who agreed with the true story. Eliza, is this true? Were they merely talking? Philip asked. Harry clenched his fist, angered by the fact that he was once again being accused of doing something strictly forbidden in this time. Having sexual relations with a woman before marriage. Sure, it was okay to sleep with common whores and women without families like the women John, Lafayette, and Alexander would deflower. But to take the virginity of a respectful young lady before marriage was strictly forbidden, and Harry respected that. Yes, father, they were merely talking of Lord Potter's weapons. Eliza asked, making sure her answer was correct. Angelica and Peggy both nodded. Angelica spoke. We were speaking of Harry's achievements, and we were discussing the advanced rifles he created for the Continental Army a year ago, and how they were more advanced in every way as the flintlock muskets we all use in not only war but in the hunting season. Peggy even asked Harry to give you one, father, so you might be able to use it during the hunting season. Is this the new AK-47 I keep hearing about from Washington and Madison? Philip asked, clearly impressed at hearing this news. And did you say he was a Lord, Elizabeth? A lord, and none of you decided to inform me of such things? Hamilton raised an eyebrow, clearly remembering introducing Harry as a lord earlier in the night. His expression went unnoticed as Philip continued. Imagine the impact the Schuyler family could have if all three of you were to marry a lord. We would go down in history. At hearing this, everyone became rather nervous. Elizabeth had sidestepped towards Alexander, who sighed in defeat. Harry would not let another be taken from his friend. I am sorry to disappoint, sir, but I have no interest in marrying all three of your daughters, Harry replied. Philip gave him a questioning look, and looked around the ballroom as if Washington himself would call what Harry said a prank. Why ever not, my boy? Are one of my daughters not to your satisfaction? I noticed you were only speaking with my dears Angelica and Peggy. Elizabeth, have you done something to offend such a noble guest in our presence? Eliza went rigid at this, remembering her words to Harry mere minutes ago. But the man who conquered growled in anger. He subdued his anger and smiled. Sir, Eliza has done nothing to offend me. And while I admit she is quite beautiful, it just so happens that she is currently courting a good friend of mine standing right there named Alexander Hamilton. Secondly, I wish to only court your eldest and youngest daughters in the hopes to get to know them better. I will not marry them within a night of meeting, and I will not force them into such a marriage. After some time, and they do not wish to marry, I will give them my best wishes. And try to maintain my title of friend with them. Thirdly, you will not refer to me as a boy. I am no boy, no matter how old you are. You could be old enough to be my great-grandfather, and I would never allow you to call me boy. You will refer to me as Mr. Potter, or if you continue to call me such things, you will be forced to call me Lord Potter. Something I only reserve for those I dislike or in some cases hate. His anger was now radiating through the ballroom, something everyone in the area took note of. Angelica and Peggy were both gripping his arm to keep him restrained, while Eliza held onto Alexander's. Her gaze landed on him at the mention of her beauty, but she quickly turned back to Alexander. The sisters were shocked, while Alexander's face contained a smile. Philip, though, was smiling. He extended his hand, and shook Harry's. You are a fine man, Mr. Potter, and I hope that one day I can consider you a son-in-law. You have my blessing to write to my dears Angelica and Margarita. Now, Mr. Hamilton, I tell whom you wish for my blessing to write my Eliza. Alexander nodded. And is it true that you are indeed friends with Mr. Potter? Another nod. Well, a friend of Mr. Potter's is a friend of mine. So, I will give you my blessing to court and send letters to my Eliza. Thank you, sir. I will not disappoint, Alexander said with a bow. Philip nodded and bowed in response, before turning to Angelica, Peggy, and Eliza. My dears, it is time for us to retire for the night. Go upstairs, freshen up for bed. The three girls nodded. Eliza placed a gentle kiss on Alexander's cheek, while Angelica and Peggy kissed either side of Harry's face. Saying their goodbyes, the girls moved upstairs. Well, I must retire, I am afraid. It was good seeing you, Mr. Potter. You as well, Mr. Hamilton. The two men bowed towards the older general as he moved up the stairs. Sure, Harry held a higher rank, but he wished to be polite, so why not? Thank you, Alexander, said suddenly as the two moved through the ballroom. Seeing Harry's confusion, Alexander explained. If you had not spoken, I am sure Mr. Schuyler would have tried to force Eliza on you through any means necessary. I have only known her for a short time, but she is very special to me, and you have helped me greatly in speaking. So, thank you, sir. No thanks needed, Alex, Harry replied, grabbing his brother in arms on the shoulder as the two sat down across from Burr, who was taking a small sip of his beer. He didn't seem drunk. Good, Harry thought. He didn't want to drag an unconscious man across the grounds to the guest house where the men were staying tonight. Aaron Burr, sir. May I inquire on where your Theodosia has gone after our short absence? Harry asked politely, not wanting to push. You may. She has gone upstairs with a friend of hers. She had a little too much to drink, and needed to retire. I have merely been sitting here silently, enjoying overhearing the conversation between you and Mr. Schuyler. That was very brave of you, sir, for if it had been anyone else, he would have challenged you to a duel till death. He is not a man to anger lightly, and yet you spoke to him as you wished. And he rewarded you for it, Burr spoke. Yes, it seems that Mr. Schuyler only sees the word Lord in my name and cannot see anything past how it will help his family's finances and political power. Harry explained sadly. Burr nodded, and sat up in his seat, setting down his drink as he spoke. After hearing this development, are there any changes in your plans to court a one day marry the eldest and youngest sisters, sir? Perhaps not marry yet, sir. But I am still quite excited to meet with them tomorrow morning, and retrieve their letters tomorrow night, hopefully. I have not experienced love in quite a long time due to circumstances, but I hope to regain that feeling one day. Whether or not it be Angelica, Peggy, or another. I must say, I do not know when I became such a sophisticated soul as I have. I used to be a simple man with simple thoughts and simple desires. And that has changed, sir? Burr asked. Yes, I believe so. I think more critically now. Like I am anxious for something that may never happen. I plan years ahead, and I cannot help but think I am not doing enough, Harry spoke, looking down at his coffee in thought. Burr laughed. You think you have not done enough. You have fought and killed 36 different British generals and 4 admirals. You have advanced our military arsenal by centuries, and you have introduced signs and ideals unto this budding country that have made you almost as popular as Washington, in 4 years no less, sir. You have done quite a lot, Arsenal, Alexander agreed. Burr nodded, motioning to Alexander in agreement. Harry inwardly smiled. Maybe this, getting arch-enemies to become at least friendly, thing wouldn't be that hard. I suppose you are right. I just fear that the things I have created will only bring more pain to those I do not wish to inflict harm. Harry, yours, Washington, and Lafayette's Corps are the only ones with authorization to wield these guns. You 3A, the only lieutenant generals in the entire army. With these guns, we have not lost a battle in a year. And we have only lost a few hundred since then, with a British retreat in every one. All the guns are recovered without one missing. So I doubt the British will be able to copy the idea, Alexander explained. Yes, I suppose you are right, Harry nodded. He looked down at his watch, and read it was 13 after 1. Well, gentlemen, it is time I think for me to retire to my chamber, most likely to spend the next 10 hours writing without sleep, Harry said as he stood up from his seat. He knew he would try to sleep. But Harry also knew that he would find something he would have to write and would spend the entire morning writing it. He needed to work on the Constitution for Washington and the delegates. If he did everything right, the United States would be better than before as early as 1850. Harry took his time moving towards the guest house. His mind focused on the future of the world around him. He loved America as much as he loved Britain, but he needed to make sure his influence and change reached across the world. The entire world needed to know that their way of discrimination and unequal power was not a way to run the world. The entirety of the big floating rock needed to be united, with different beliefs and stances, yes, but many needed to learn that having opposing beliefs does not make them enemies, but merely equals with separate thoughts and decisions. Date: January 28, 1780. Location: Potter Manor, 411 W 141st Street, New York, New York, 10031. Lieutenant General Harry Potter sat at his desk, reading over a letter from his dear Peggy, which he had received just moments before. He had been receiving and sending letters between himself and his two dears Angelica and Peggy. He spoke to Eliza occasionally, but he knew she was busy spending time writing to Alexander. Harry had been near death lately in work. With the Constitution, the war, Washington. His pamphlets against slavery alongside Alexander and John, his pamphlets for women's rights, his letters between himself, Washington, Alexander, Lafayette, John, Hercules, Madison, Philip Schuyler, Burr, and a few acquaintances from the war. He was exhausted, and needed sleep badly. But he couldn't sleep. Not today. It was the day the delegates would be meeting in a nearby courthouse 29 blocks away in 3 hours. He wanted to be early, so he would be there an hour early, at 2 p.m. Alexander, Madison, Washington, and Burr would be there. The first, second, and fourth having their own plans for government. Madison would go first, Alexander would go second, Burr would go third, and Harry would go last. He was quite nervous. He arrived at the courthouse 45 minutes early, the carriage having been delayed on W 120th Street. He stepped out of the carriage, his bag in hand as he moved into the courthouse. Harry was sure this Constitution was good, but it was the South that bothered him the most. If he could not get even a fraction of the Southerners to vote for his Constitution, then it would surely be scrapped, and he would have to read the details on African Americans and women for a later date. Something he really didn't want to do. Harry took a seat in the back of the courthouse, looking over his notes for any missing or incorrect detail he could think of. Several individuals entered the courthouse, all taking their respective seats as he ran over his plan over and over. There were over a dozen pages here in his hands, and he knew he would lose the interest the delegates if he droned on for hours. He needed to keep them engaged. He needed them to ask questions. He needed them to vote for his draft. The first to arrive that he recognized was Washington, who congratulated him and thanked him for making it to the convention, before moving towards the head of the table. Harry sighed to himself as Aaron Burr entered the room, a briefcase in hand as he took a seat on the right side of the room. He noticed Harry looking, and gave the man a nod. Harry nodded in return, before looking down at his work. How would Burr react if his plan was beaten by Harry's? How would Alexander react, or Madison? It was quite a convenient thought, seeing as James Madison approached, and took a seat next to him. Harry knew the man liked him more so than he did Alexander. But he would not have guessed that the man would sit directly next to him, seeing as the two were to be performing a verbal and political duel in the next few hours. He was pulled from his thoughts as Madison spoke. "I have thought long and hard, and I have decided to drop my plan from the convention." What? Without any Southern help, especially with Thomas being in France, and my sickness. I have not been able to finish the first half. So, I will instead be supporting your plan. What? Before you comment, I am very well aware of your views on slavery, and I have no doubt you plan to abolish the practice completely if this plan were to come through. Of course. Well, I would not be a Southerner if I did not get something in return for my votes, as well as any others I can convince to take your side. Madison explained. Harry eyed him carefully, but nodded for the sick man to continue. Seeing as you are here in the first place, you will know that we are currently forming a more sturdy government, which will need a home. I wish to be near my family if I were to die. So, if I were to help you, you must add into your draft that Virginia will be the home of the nation's capital. And I am sure it will not be difficult for you to convince Washington. Are we in agreement? The man extended a hand, which sat there for a long moment before Harry shook it. Wise man, Potter, I will go speak with my colleagues now, and convince them to vote for your plan. Thank you, Harry called after Madison, who gave him a small nod, before moving down the aisle, where he sat next to a large group of delegates. Harry watched as the man began to whisper to everyone around them. Out of the corner of his eyes, Harry could see 4 men entering the courtroom at the same time. Alexander Hamilton, Edmund Randolph, Charles Pinckney, and William Patterson. He hadn't heard anything of the last 3 proposing plans, and he was becoming more and more nervous until Aaron Burr moved to the seat next to him. He handed Harry a small letter, and smiled. Our dear Mr. Washington sent me a draft of your very well-written Constitution. I must say it is much more thought out than my own. Seeing the others today has given me the courage to admit that my draft is substandard at best. I will be dropping out of the convention, and if you will allow it, I will try to convince others to vote for your draft. What the hell? Burr was admitting he was wrong. What the heck was happening this morning? Yes, your support is much appreciated, sir. May I ask, what was your plan for the Constitution? Harry asked. Burr merely smiled, and patted Harry's leg before standing and moving back to his seat. Harry was dumbstruck. Both James Madison and Aaron Burr had decided to screw their constitutions and had decided to vote for his own. Burr was not as well known as Madison, but it rather helped to have him on his side. His side? Why must he have a side to be chosen? Why must Alexander have a side? Why must Randolph? He didn't know. Edmund Randolph spoke first, sending James Madison glares during the entirety of his hour-and-a-half-long speech. He introduced the Randolph Plan, which proposed to the United States Constitutional Convention the creation of a supreme national government with 3 branches and a bicameral legislature. He spoke. The Articles of Confederation need to be corrected and enlarged to achieve their original purpose, which was to provide for the common defense, security of liberty, and general welfare. Representation in the national legislature should be apportioned according either to quotas of contribution or the size of each state's non-slave population. This would provide large states, like Virginia, more representation than we have under the Articles of Confederation, which will give each state equal representation regardless of population. For this reason, this plan will also be called the Large State Plan. The unicameral Confederation Congress will be replaced with a bicameral legislature. Unlike members of the Confederation Congress who were elected by and responsible to the state legislatures, the members of the first branch of the legislature, known as the House, would be elected by the people. Members of the first branch would be subject to rotation in office and recall election. The first branch of the legislature will select the members of the second branch, or the Senates, from candidates nominated by state legislatures. The national legislature would have all the legislative power belonging to the Confederation Congress in addition to new powers. These new powers include the ability to legislate in all cases to which the separate states are incompetent and the ability to veto any state law that was contrary to the Articles of Union. The national legislature would choose a national executive to serve a single term. The executive would have a general authority to execute the national laws as well as the executive powers granted to the Confederation Congress, including the power to make war and treaties. The executive together with a convenient number of judges would form a council of revision with the power to veto any act of the national or state legislatures. This veto could be overridden by an unspecified number of votes of the national legislature. The national judiciary would include a supreme tribunal and inferior tribunals chosen by the national legislature. Judges would hold office during good behavior. The judicial branch would have jurisdiction over piracy, felonies on the high seas, enemy captures, cases involving foreigners or citizens of multiple states, cases involving collection of national revenue, questions involving national peace and harmony, and impeachment of national officials. There should be procedures for the admission of new states into the Union. The United States will guarantee a Republican government to each state. Provision ought to be aid for the continuance of Congress and their authorities and privileges, until a given day after the reform of the Articles of Union shall be adopted, and for the completion of all their engagements. A process for amending the Constitution will be provided that does not require the talent of the national legislature. State officers would take an oath to support the Constitution. The proposals of the Constitutional Convention would be ratified by assemblies elected by the people. Randolph concluded his speech explaining that the author of the plan, James Madison, had stepped down from the plan and was to support Harry's own plan. This resulted in several emotions and thoughts in the entire convention. Many supported Madison's choice, not being fans of Randolph's large state plan. The delegates from the smaller states, and most from the North, were already talking of supporting Harry's Federalist plan. The word Federalist itself seemed to gain Harry's plan quite a lot of popularity. Sure, Randolph's plan was filled with Federalist plans, but it was so little thought out that many were thinking it a joke while others were 100% on board. Pinckney's plan was introduced to the convention in the span of less than an hour. He stated 7 major contributions. The elimination of religious testing as a qualification to division of the legislature into House and POW of impeachment being granted only to the House. The establishment of a single chief executive, who will be called President. The power of raising an army and navy being granted to Congress. The prohibition of states to enter into a treaty or to establish interfering duties. And the regulation of interstate and foreign commerce being controlled by the national government. His plan had gained a small amount of recognition, but the small amount of information and change he was bringing did not go in his favor. Pinckney left the stand with a small frown, most likely having expected his plan to be loved by many. It was not. Patterson, as it turned out, did not propose a plan, and so, because Madison and Burr had stepped down, it was Alexander's time to propose the Hamilton plan. Harry's friend took to the stand, his notes in neat order as he began to speak his sketch, which after nearly 4 hours of speaking, was summed down to this. 11 proposals. The supreme legislative power of the United States of America to be vested in 2 different bodies of men, the one to be called the Assembly, the other the Senate, who together shall form the legislature of the United States, with power to pass all laws whatsoever. Subject to the negative hereafter mentioned. The Assembly to consist of persons elected by the people to serve for 3 years. The Senate consists of persons elected to serve during good behavior. Their election to be made by electors chosen for that purpose by the people. In order to this, the states to be divided into election districts. On the death, removal, or resignation of any senator, his place to be filled out of the district from which he came. The supreme executive authority of the United States to be vested in a governor, to be elected to serve during good behavior. The election to be made by electors selected by the people in the election districts aforesaid. The authorities and functions of the executive to be as follows: to have a negative on all laws about to be PTAI-led, and the execution of all laws PTAI-led, to have the direction of war when authorized or begun, to have, with the advice and approbation of the Senate, the power of making all treaties, to have the sole appointment of the heads or chief officers of the departments of finance, war, and foreign affairs, to have the nomination of all other officers, subject to the approbation or rejection of the Senate, to have the power of pardoning all offenses except treason, which he shall not pardon without the approbation of the Senate. On the death, resignation, or removal of the governor, His authorities to be exercised by the President of the Senate till a successor be appointed. The Senate to have the sole power of declaring war, the power of advising and approving all treaties. The power of approving or rejecting all appointments of officers, except the heads or chiefs of the departments of finance, war, and foreign affairs. The supreme judicial authority to be vested in judges, to hold their offices during good behavior, with adequate and permanent salaries. This court to have original jurisdiction in all causes of capture, and an appellate. Vae jurisdiction in all causes in which the revenues of the general government, or the citizens of foreign nations, are concerned. The legislature of the United States to have power to institute cour. Ts in each state for the determination of all matters of general concern. The governor, senators, and all officers of the United States, to be liable to impeachment for mal and corrupt conduct, and, upon conviction to be removed from office, and disqualified for holding any place of trust or profit, all impeachments to be tried by a court to consist of the chief, or judge of the superior court of law of each state, provided such judge shall hold his place during good behavior and have a permanent salary. All laws of the particular states contrary to the Constitution or laws of the United States to be utterly void. And the better to prevent such laws being PTAI-led, the governor or president of each state shall be appointed by the general government, and shall have a negative upon laws about to be PTAI-led in the state of which he is the governor or president. No state to have any forces land or naval, and the militia of all the states to be under the sole and exclusive direction of the United States. The officers of which to be appointed and commissioned by them. Alexander concluded after 4.5 hours of questions, shouting, order. From Washington, and boos towards Alexander, who seemed ready to snap at the delegates. All in all, the Hamilton plan did not seem to be the public's favorite, and in Harry's eyes, it seemed it would be scrapped alongside the Pinckney and Burr plans. Once Alexander took a seat, Washington got to his feet. Due to our lack of time, we will have to hold our final proposal tomorrow evening. The Federalist plan will be our first piece of business. And if time permits, we will hold our votes for the proposal we wish to discuss more in depth over the coming days. This conventional hearing will hold a night's recess, and reconvene at noon tomorrow. You are all excused. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he stood up. His legs carried him out of the courthouse, where he was met with all of his friends, Lafayette, Hercules, and John. All ready to congratulate either the Hamilton plan, Burr plan, or Potter plan. Mes amis, comment la convention à l'été. J'ai entendu des rumeurs selon lesquels le plan de Madison sera choisi. Est-ce vrai? Lafayette asked, pulling Harry into a one-armed hug. Bien sûr que non. La convention est en vacances jusqu'à demain, au fur et à mesure de notre temps, Harry replied, his Fr. Ench fluent as the group of 6 moved down the sidewalk. Burr was speaking with Hercules, while Alexander spoke with Lawrence. We will reconvene tomorrow at noon, so I may propose my plan to the Constitutional Convention. If all goes well, they will either vote for my own plan, Alexander's, or Randolph's plan. I am hoping personally for the former, but the latters are both rather good plans. Quote, I have heard from word of mouth that many are wishing for Washington to lead us after the war. To lead the nation to greater depths, Lafayette said, patting Harry on the shoulder as they moved. Even we could be the president of the states, or perhaps even a king. Harry shook his head at this, a chuckle escaping his lips as they moved towards his home several blocks away. Hercules and John had retired to both of their homes, which were many blocks away from his own. Lafayette would return to the tavern he was staying in for a small amount of time in New York, and Harry, Hamilton, and Burr all lived on the same street. Well, good friend, it is time I take my leave back to my tavern, where I am sure I will find a suitable lady in need of my services. With that, Lafayette left with a wink, before moving down the street. Away from the remaining 3. Well, sir, it was very brave of you to drop your proposal to the convention. I must say I would never do such a thing, Alexander. Announced as the 2 moved down W141st Street, where all 3's homes sat. Burr had his dear Theodosia waiting for him at home, where she was to stay for 2 weeks before she would be forced to return to her unknowing husband. Alexander would return to his home, where he would no doubt write letters, and attempt to scrap together a better plan to propose to the convention. Harry himself would return home and write to his own dears Angelica and Peggy, before working on and revising his own unproposed plan. Well, sir, I decided that if I were to support any plan, it would most likely be Potter's. Harry became rather nervous at the angry expression on Alexander's face, and was ready to interrupt when Burr spoke first. I do not mean any offense, Alexander. I only mean that with Potter being most known for his forward thinking, I was sure he had thought of everything, and I had planned to support his proposal even before Washington sent me a first draft of Potter's own 73-page Constitution. I spent 3 nights reading it over, and was quite surprised by what I found. Anti-slavery amendments, women's rights laws, and even laws for pro-immigration. Really? Alexander asked, his question more towards Harry than it was Burr. Burr grinned. Why yes, as an African-American man myself, I was most pleased with the anti-slavery laws and amendments, which would immediately go into effect as soon as the Constitution is ratified. The women's rights laws and amendments were surprising, but not unexpected, seeing as even men as far out as Egypt are aware of Potter's views on how women should hold more power and influence in society today. And as an immigrant yourself, I was surprised you had not advocated Potter's plan, Burr said. I was unaware of the length and details of his plan, for Washington failed to send me a draft of it. I will have to ask him later why he has not, but that is unimportant. Until I can read this Constitution, I will continue to fight for my own plans, Alexander replied, before remembering that Harry was directly in front of them, able to hear every word. I do not mean offense, Harry, but you see, there is no need to explain yourself to me, Alexander. You wish to fight for what you believe is right, and I respect that very much. Now, why don't you return to your estate and continue on your work? If my plan is scrapped, I wish to have a complete plan in which I can support. Harry cut him off with a genuine smile. Alexander shook his hand, a simple nod returning his statement as the man moved across the street, and into his own home. That was very kind of you, Mr. Potter. I would have taken offense to his words, Burr spoke. There is one thing you must learn of me, sir. I am not to be underestimated, for I always have a surprise up my sleeve. Harry replied with a wink as he moved up the stairs of his own home. Burr let out a small laugh before moving into his own estate 3 homes down the line. Updated. May 22, 2024. Long Tail Recess. Date. January 28, 1780. Location. Potter Manor, 411 W 141st Street, New York, New York, 10031. Harry closed and locked the door behind him as he entered to find his butler, maid, and cook waiting for him. Mr. Potter, sir, dinner is complete and waiting for you in the kitchen, his cook, Thomas, spoke, his long dark hair moving down his pale skin as his brown eyes looked forward. If you wish to eat it in your study, please do say, and I will take it upstairs at once, his maid, Eleanor, said, her dark hair falling down her purple dress, her dark skin showing in the light as she looked forward with her brown eyes. I believe my study would work perfectly, thank you, Harry replied as he hung up his jacket along the far wall. He pulled his bag over his shoulder, and moved towards the butler, who was holding out several letters for him. His butler, like his maid, was a woman, only Caucasian instead of African American. Having a white woman be a butler was unheard of, literally, but he paid all of his help, and made sure they all had homes, rather it be a home nearby, or a room inside his own home, which was built 3 years before with 22 rooms, 10 studies, numerous living rooms, 2 kitchens, a private dining room off to the side of the regular dining room, a garden in the back, and numerous restrooms, some in their own bedrooms. Harry retrieved the letters from his butler, and wished the 3 a fine evening, and moved up to his study, where he dumped his bag on the floor, before moving to read the letters on his desk. He looked over the 6 envelopes, and was quite surprised. 2 were, as expected, from Angelica and Peggy, 1 was from Eliza, 1 was from Philip Schuyler, 1 from an unknown sender, and another from one General Nathaniel Greene. He opened the ones from Angelica and Peggy first, yearning to hear from them. My dearest Harrison, I have written to you to inquire about your progress regarding your constitutional draft. Perhaps you are reading this before or after the Constitutional Convention. If before, you must tell me how you are doing. Are you sleeping well? I hope you have not fallen ill in the weather this winter. I was most surprised to find out from my father that many men in New Jersey are falling ill from the cold and starvation, and that nearly 1,000 men have lost their lives. If you are reading this after, the words stated above shall still be valid, alongside my inquiry on the results of the convention. I personally and politically hope your plan has PTAI led, for the draft you have sent me seems to be something I would have thought I would see in my wildest dreams. Female rights, freedom to those in bondage, free entry into America from outside countries. I must say, I was quite impressed upon reading something such as this. It took me several days to read it alongside my sisters Eliza and Peggy, but we feel that the authenticity and determination behind your paragraphs have only strengthened Margarita and I's feelings for you. The past 2 weeks have been miserable without your presence, and I yearn for the day in which we will be together once again. Your eyes are forever in my dreams, and your presence lurks in my thoughts and vision. I know it has not been long since our first meeting, but I feel for you in a way I have never felt for a man before. I am uncertain if it is merely a growing infatuation, or perhaps it is the seeds of love growing within my heart. If these feelings are unreturned, I will understand, and refrain from speaking of such things until perhaps one day your feelings change. But if you do in fact share these feelings, then it would be lovely to meet you once again in person. My father, Eliza, Peggy, Philip, and I are all going down to Manhattan in 3 weeks. And I would love to meet with you when we do. With love, your dearest, Angelica Schuyler. Harry smiled down at the letter, a flood of emotions rising as he read the third paragraph over once again. He did indeed love Angelica. He did not love her with all of his being, but their conversing over the past 2 weeks had begun to plant an ever-growing seed of love and need inside his heart. Something that had not happened since Hermione. His heart ached at the thought of him getting over his first true love, and the mother of his 3 children. Many times over the past 2 weeks, he had felt shame for himself in the fact he felt he was committing adultery on his dear ex-wife. Sighing, Harry opened and began to read the letter from his second dear, Margarita Schuyler. My dearest, Harrison, you have consumed my most deep thoughts, and I have spent many a night up late against my mother's wishes thinking of you. Your hair, your handsome eyes, everything about you really. Those thoughts only deepened when my sisters and I read your constitutional draft. Your words entrapped me in what I can only describe as love, as I feel for you much more than I do any other man or any other past suitors. Speaking with you the past 2 weeks have brought me much joy, and I am sure Angelica feels the same way. You are an amazing man, Harrison, and I cannot help but feel the need to marry you soon. I yearn for your eyes, your hands on my flesh, and your words being heard by my own ears and not over a silly piece of parchment, which in no way satisfies my need for you. I wish to see you when my family and I travel down to Manhattan in 3 weeks' time, and I would hope that a marriage proposal is awaiting me there. Do not take my words as forceful or clinging, but I yearn for your presence, and hope that one day we will tie the knot of marriage. How is your plan coming? Have you proposed it to the convention? If so, what were the results? I do not know why I would ask such a thing, seeing as you are well known throughout the western side of the planet for your bravery on the battlefield. I have no doubt that all those attending the Constitutional Convention will vote for your plan. I know many will be against your laws on anti-slavery, pro-women, and pro-immigration, but I am sure your quick and handsome mind will turn their minds towards positive votes. My father says he wishes he could be there to support yours and Alexander's plans, but he has yet to read your plan himself. I am sure that if he did, he would be most angry at you for the loss of the family slaves currently residing and working at our estate. I must go now, for my sister Eliza is calling for me. With the most love, Peggy Schuyler. Harry once again smiled down at the letter, his heart swirling once more at the second declaration of love he had received in the minutes he had been home. He could also say he had a deep connection with Peggy, probably more so than he did with Angelica, but he loved them both the same. He loved 2 women, something he never thought he would tell himself. Grinning, Harry opened the letter from Eliza, unsure what to expect from the third Schuyler sister. She wrote, "Dear Harrison, how are you doing? How is the convention progressing? I hope by the time this letter reaches you, a decision might have been made. While I admit I should be supporting Alexander's plans for the Constitution, I find myself pulled toward your own draft. After my sisters and I examined it over 3 long nights, I find myself uplifted by your beliefs and aspirations. If there is anything I can do to help you achieve these goals, please write. You are a good man, Harrison. You're truly, Elizabeth Schuyler." Harry frowned. He had definitely not expected this from Eliza. While the two had maintained friendly correspondence since the ball, their letters had never gone further than, "How are you?" and, "Good, great." He had known she was busy writing with Alexander and spending time with her sisters, and hadn't seen it important to bother her with letters. But perhaps he had been wrong. Perhaps Harry could rely on Eliza as someone to lean on. Someone who could help him. After all, she had gone on to be quite an influential individual in his time, caring for children as well as swaying Congress in her favor. Harry grabbed the letter from Philip Schuyler Sr. He read, "Dear Mr. Potter, I hope this letter finds you in good health, for I am quite sure my daughters have no doubt told you of our future trip to Manhattan on the day of February 16, 1780. Myself, my wife, and my son will be staying at our residential home in the city, but I am inquiring on whether my eldest daughter Angelica, and my youngest daughter Margarita would be permitted to stay at our home for 3 nights while we prepare for my eldest daughter Angelica's birthday ball, which will be held on February 20th. I wish to keep the celebration apart from all 3 of my daughters, for they have quite the tongues. And it would no doubt reach Angelica sooner rather than later, and I hope I can trust you with such knowledge. If their stay is unacceptable by any means, then I will make other accommodations. Please send your response as soon as possible. Sincerely, Philip Schuyler Sr." Harry's grin expanded even more as he read this letter. Angelica would be celebrating her birthday here in Manhattan, and she would be in his arms for 3 nights before such an event. He would see her and Peggy once again, as Alexander would see his Eliza as well. His excitement was lowered, however, when he opened the letter from the unknown sender. Another threatening letter from a slaver. He threw it into the bin, before turning his attention to the letter from Major General Nathaniel Greene, and read, "Dear Lieutenant General Lord Harrison Fleemont Potter, I hope this letter has found you in good health, for I am in dire need of tailestance in Morristown, New Jersey. As you know, a nationwide standstill has halted the war, and many battalions and corps have been forced to put together camps in the middle of nowhere. My men, alongside those of Peter Muhlenberg and William Alexander, are currently starving and are in need of warmth. I have heard many stories from my men of how you were able to bring them food and blankets in their time of need from a nearby town. I was hoping that you may be able to contact that town and do the same for my men. They are deserting daily for food and warmth in nearby cities, and I can do nothing to stop them from packing their belongings and leaving. For there are so many that I could not possibly charge them all for treason. I am in dire need of tailestance, and I am asking you to provide that tailestance as you had done for your own men, alongside those of General Washington, General Lafayette, and General Gates. If possible, I also require your tailestance in the siege of Paterson, New Jersey, for we have been in siege for nearly 2 months, and are in need of a victory. Something I hear you are very talented at receiving. Your tailestance would be much appreciated. If you are unable to tailest, please inform me ASAP. Sincerely, Major General Nathaniel Greene." Harry sighed at this letter. He knew he, Lafayette, and Washington were only in town for the convention, and he was hoping to stay in town until the end of March before heading out into the battlefield for some fun. Now it seemed he would have to campaign around the country to give supplies to the sieges and battles. He would need to give them more guns, musket balls, gunpowder and food like bread, biscuits, potatoes, carrots, tomatoes, and grapes as well as water and beer for morale. He placed the letters aside, and pulled out 4 pieces of blank parchment alongside a pen, and began to write his responses. He wrote to Angelica first, then Peggy, both telling them of the first day of the convention, and how the only plans not shunned completely were Alexander's and Randolph's, or the Hamilton Plan and Virginia Plan. He explained that he returned their feelings, and hoped to see them when they visited in 3 weeks. The letters took 2 parchments each, so he received 6 more in the off chance that he needed them. Harry then wrote to Eliza, explaining that he was in good health and wished to talk to her more about her own plans for the future. While indicating his interest in discussing political topics more with her, he then began to write to Philip Schuyler Sr. and Nathaniel Green. He wrote to Schuyler first, and explained that he will be on a campaign soon around the country to give supplies to those holding sieges and those in long battles. Harry wrote that he would happily take Angelica and Peggy if he returned on time, and would send a letter early if he were not back in time to take them. His letter to General Greene was not as long, and just said that he would go to Morristown and Paterson, New Jersey within the week. The Constitutional Convention had only just begun. If he could not make it personally due to the convention, Harry would send all of his conjured goods off on express mail, which would arrive within 2 weeks. But he didn't want to do that as a first choice, seeing as Greene was practically begging for his help. He would seem like an tailhole if he sent it without appearing in person like he had like all the others. Harry completed his letter and asked his paperboy, John, to run the letters down to the post office and enter them under the express mail. He sent them through the express at all times, seeing as he had billions of galleons in his vault, and his letters were usually all important. His eyes turned to the large letter on his desk, which must have been placed there earlier that morning after his departure. Harry picked up the envelope, cut it open, and began to read. Dear Lieutenant General Lord Harrison Fleeman Potter, I hope this letter finds you in good health. If you are unaware, my name is Carlos Sebastián de Borbón y Farnesio, better known as King Charles III. I will keep this letter short, for I am sure you are a very busy man, as am I. It pains me to admit it, but after many wars, Spain is in an astronomical amount of debt, and will be forced to give away its land in the east to Britain, something that myself and the rest of Spain will refuse to do. This would lead to war, which we unfortunately cannot afford. Spain is in dire need of tailestance, and needs your help. I have been informed that your wealth exceeds that of many in the world. My country is currently $7,27,232. 102 in debt from the aforementioned wars, and is in dire need of a loan. If you would be interested in meeting with me in the coming weeks to come to some sort of agreement, I would not be opposed. Your lodgings, food, and beverage would be taken care of, and you would of course be free to roam the city at your leisure. If you are willing to meet with me, please contact me at your earliest convenience. Sincerely, King Charles III. Harry's grin returned, wider than ever at this, a light bulb glowing so bright within his mind that it nearly exploded in light. If He could buy over Spain's land in the Americas for a hefty sum, Harry would own the future Mexico, most of the Caribbean Isles, most of the future United States, and a sliver of the future Canada and a portion of the future Alaska. A lot of future stuff. If he could purchase this land, it should be more than enough to pull Spain out of its debt, and even boost its economy greatly. His plan expanded further. What if he could have a discussion with King George III and purchase the land that would be Canada? If he paid enough, he could push it further and create a treaty of peace between the United States and Great Britain. He could probably buy a large portion of Europe as well while only poking a small needle into the Texas-sized haystack that was his vault. He could probably buy the entire world if he wanted to, literally. The 3 countries, Canada, the United States, and Mexico would be united under the United States, with the former and latter countries splitting into their own states. Harry decided that he would risk it, and go to Spain as soon as possible. He decided that he would flow to Spain, illegally, the next morning, and use his time turner which he had found in his vault from the Delphini escapade that had occurred years ago. He pulled on his nightwear after another 6 hours of writing and redrafting his constitution, and crawled into bed, where he fell asleep at once. Date: January 29, 1780. Location: Calle de Bailén, Madrid, Spain. Harry Potter stood in the middle of the royal chamber located inside the Royal Palace of Madrid, located in the depths of Madrid, Spain. He was fitted in his military uniform. His epaulettes were both fitted with 3 silver stars, symbolizing his rank as a lieutenant general. His hat was in top shape, and his pins were displayed visually for all to see, including the one that stated he was a lord. Standing in front of him was a young man, who appeared in his early 20s, who was wearing a dapper suit, with a small crest on the left chest bearing the Spanish flag. The man bowed, and motioned for Harry to follow him. After tailing through a large set of doors leading into a large hallway, the two entered rough a large and open doorway which led into quite a large office, which contained 3 fireplaces, and a single large desk in the center of the room. The man led him towards the desk, which was clearly occupied by King Charles III. The man had a long and somewhat narrow face, a fair skin tone, bright blue eyes set under prominent brows, a pronounced Roman nose, which was quite long and slightly hooked, and a prominent chin that extenuated his facial features. He wore a powdered wig, something Harry knew most individuals in the aristocracy sported. The servant bowed to the king, who waved man off before turning his attention to Harry, a smile appearing on his lips. "I had heard rumors of your appearance in Madrid this morning, but I was sure they were untrue, seeing as it takes 3 weeks to reach Spain from America. And I sent the letter only a week ago. I have more advanced means of travel, which can take me places much quicker than a standard ship or a carriage can," Harry replied. After a second of silence, the two realized they were to discuss a serious matter, and became formal immediately. "It is an honor to meet you, sir. I am sure it is not an easy thing to add. MIT that your country is in need of tailestance. It was quite difficult, yes, but I learned from one of my advisors that you, an American general, was a lord from Britain with a rather harsh relationship with Britain itself. With your being a general in the United States Army which is fighting against the British, and your personal quarrels with Britain, I hoped you would help keep us from war with that scary excuse for a nation." King Charles III spoke. "I would be delighted to help, and have already taken the liberty of drafting a treaty for the two of us," Harry replied, pulling out a small quill, a bottle of ink, and a large single piece of parchment. At the cautious look on Charles's face, Harry smiled and continued, "This treaty will not ask for further help in the war, money, or any of that. No, this treaty is based solely on 2 things. The transferring of funds from myself to your nation. And as payment, you will give ownership of your land in the Americas to me." Charles went wide-eyed at this, his fists clenching on the desk slightly as the words sunk in. "Surely you do not wish to take away something we have spent many years trying to conquer and traverse. Many a battle have taken place in the lands you speak of, and I am quite sure you would not have the funds necessary anyway to purchase such a large amount of land. Now sir, no need to be rude. Surely you know, I am not slow enough to approach you with a plan to buy your land in the Americas if I did not have the funds necessary. I plan to pay you a down payment of $200 million. From there, I would like to split the purchases into several transactions. One being the transfer of ownership of the Florida territory to myself, the transfer of ownership of the Louisiana territory to myself, the transfer of ownership of the Alaskan and Hawaiian territories to myself, the transfer of ownership of the Caribbean islands to myself, the transfer of your Western South American territories to myself, the transfer of the Central American territories to myself, and the transfer of ownership of the Viceroyalty of New Spain to myself," Harry listed. Charles merely stared at him, clearly stunned into silence at what he was hearing. This man wanted all of his land in the Western Hemisphere. Harry continued, "I have researched thoroughly regarding the amount of money it would take to purchase such large amounts of land, and have come to many conclusions, and one total: $15 million for the Louisiana purchase, $5 million for the Floridian territory, $100 million for the Caribbean islands, which includes the following territories: Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Dominica, Grenada, Guadeloupe, Montserrat, Martinique, Puerto Rico, St. Bart's, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Martin, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Cayman Islands, Haiti, Jamaica, Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Turks and Caicos Islands, Guyana, Suriname, and French Guiana." Harry listed while Charles's advisor, who had appeared near the beginning of the conversation, wrote everything down. $30 million for the Alaskan and Hawaiian territories, including the unmarked territory between your land and King George's. $400 million for the South American territories. And finally $20 million for the Viceroyalty of New Spain region. You will find that I am asking for all of your land in North and South America. And you will also find that I am paying enough for it to pull you from debt and nearly double the amount. The total I will be paying you is $770 million for your land. This will remove your debt, and will give you another $43 million for your use, Harry explained. Charles stared down at the parchment for quite a long time, almost 20 minutes, in silence. Occasionally, he would engage in whispered conversation with two of his advisors that stood on either side of him. Eventually, he grabbed the quill and scrawled his name beneath Harry's. Harry tapped the table once, and immediately transferred the mounds full of Spanish dollars, which equated to over 34 million galleons to the Spanish gold reserves. Excellent. You will find your money in your gold reserves within the hour, Harry announced as he stood up, pulling the paper off the table before placing it into his bag. I must say, you are quite a skilled politician for your age, sir. You seem to know exactly what I needed, and how to get what you wanted out of me. I trust you will not use this against me, Charles spoke, shaking Harry's hand as the two moved out of the large chamber. You have my word, Your Highness, Harry responded, bowing to the man. Charles III bowed in return. I will call for my men to pull out of both Americas, and come home. However, there are many with families and homes in the lands you have purchased. I must ask what you will do to them. Do to them. I know for a fact that relations between America and Spain are quite decent, and I wouldn't jeopardize that by killing or enslaving your men, women, or children. No, if they wish to stay, they would be welcomed with open arms, and if any of your people wish to move there as well due to population issues or just to move there, I would be happy to welcome them. However, the slaves you currently hold in the lands I have purchased will be set free. Yes, I remember seeing such a thing in the treaty. I am ready to surrender quite a few slaves in order to bring my country out of debt and into a higher position in the European landscape. That is acceptable, Charles replied as the two moved down the main steps of the palace. They stopped at the bottom step, and exchanged a firm handshake. I must say, I cannot wait to see the reaction of your fellow Americans when they find out what you have done for them. A delighting sight it will be. Yes, it will, Your Highness. Have a lovely evening. Harry bowed to the king, gave the man a salute, before moving into the crowd. He was late for the convention already, but he had one more thing he needed to do before he could use his time turner to go back in time. Date: January 29, 1780. Location: Westminster, London, UK. Harry's sudden appearance in London was not taken well by the Royal Guard, who immediately fired at him. When that failed, they tried to arrest them, which also did not go so well. He repeatedly said he wished to speak with the king, and that he came in peace, with a treaty. The word treaty immediately made everyone cooperate. They must have thought he meant a treaty of surrender. That is why he currently stood in front of King George III himself, who was sitting down on the throne with a smile on his face. The Royal Guard stood around him, bayonets ready in the off chance he attempted or did kill the king. So, America has finally found the error in their ways, and is willing to surrender. And they have brought their most fierce and best general to do the dirty work, George asked, receiving a chuckle from his advisor, which went unnoticed. Actually, no, Harry replied simply. The surrounding men all tensed, ready to strike, as a look of anger led George's face. I have not come with a treaty of surrender. I instead have come with a treaty that will pull your country out of debt, and give me a large amount of land, Harry explained. George seemed conflicted at this. Using his legilimency, Harry read the king's mind, and found the conflict. The man definitely wanted the money, but did he really want to lose all the land he had spent so much time conquering? I am listening, George spoke. The king's advisor was dumbstruck at the king's words, and even the royal guard was confused and surprised. Harry ignored these reactions, however, and continued. I know that your country is currently £250 million in debt. And I plan to fix that by purchasing your land. More specifically, the land labeled as Canada, or the land under the Hudson Bay Company. Canada, the land above your country? George asked. That is the one, yes. I have discovered the price of such land, and have concluded that the land is worth roughly £19,361,622. I will be prepared to give you a down payment of £638. 378 to make it an even £20 million. For your time and your promise to never make claim to land in the Americas once again, I am willing to offer you £250 million. Your debt would be removed, and you would have another £20 million you could spend. And all it would take is giving up a large chunk of land for my use and your word that you won't try to claim any more land in the Americas. Your use. You are asking me to do something impossible. I will not cease this war until your nation falls. I plan to make the land a dog training ground. Well, that's all I've thought of so far. I might put in some towns. Get some shops. I haven't really thought about it much, Harry lied. He was really going to use all the new territories he had received to spread out the US, and to say the new land to build factories that could build weapons, musket balls, gunpowder, cars, planes, etc. He planned to revolutionize the world of technology, 200 years earlier than before. As for the war, I don't plan on convincing you to end the war. The 13 colonies are exempt from the agreement, meaning that whatever outcome the war has will be the outcome. George stared down at the small treaty in front of him for several minutes before asking, "Why is it that it says, Potter George Treaty? Are you not representing your country in this matter?" George asked, poking his finger on the title of the treaty. Harry smiled, and shook his head. "No, the land I will acquire this evening will be my private land. Like I said, I plan to build towns, some sled huts, train some dogs. That is pretty much it, sir." Harry replied politely. "Is it true that you are from here? I have never heard of a Lord Potter before. I can hear your British accent beneath your well-learned American accent, but a man can be curious." Harry was immediately reminded of Dumbledore by the man's speech, and could not help but shiver at this. He nodded. "Yes, I grew up in a town named Godric Hollow in seclusion. My parents did not want me to get too, how do you say, big-headed, at the fame my title as Lord would give me. I was homeschooled before I traveled to America." "I see," George nodded, taking the lie as Harry had intended. Harry had placed his name into the records of everywhere he could find through the Goblin Nation in New Orleans, and officially had a past in this world. All he had to do was not run into his own ancestors while on the island, which should be easy enough given the circumstance. After another 10 minutes of skimming the treaty, and going over it with his not too fond of the idea advisor, George moved to decline, but before he did Harry reached out a hand. "Imperio," he cast silently, watching as George's fake smile turned genuine. Harry cast Legilimens on the king and nudged his mind to accept the treaty. After leaving the man's fragile mind, Harry watched as George's eyes twinkled. "I find this treaty acceptable." "Very well," Harry said as George signed the treaty. George's advisor looked on in shock as his king signed away their land. The king handed it back to Harry, who tapped it once before placing it into his bag, sealing the contract. If George were to disobey the contract, and refuse to remove his men from Canada, the palace would, well, it would burn down into a message that would be very clear. Harry placed it into his bag delicately, before tapping the table. "You will find that the necessary funds have made it into your gold reserves." "Already?" George asked. "Of course. I get what I want, sir, and I make sure I deliver what is needed of me." "It has been a pleasure speaking with you, Your Highness," Harry spoke as he stood from his seat. He pushed it back in, bowed to George, and gave the man a salute which was ignored. Harry began to move out of the room, and could not help but grin as the royal guard moved out of the way to let him through. Harry moved out of the palace, and into a back alley away from prying eyes. He pulled his time turner out of his bag, and turned it 11 times. He watched as the world around him spun around in a whirl of black and white, before he came to a stop in the early morning. Before anyone could spot him, Harry apparated to the Ministry of Magic, where he was met with numerous ministry officials. His eyes welled up at this. He hadn't stepped foot into the atrium since the day he had stepped through the veil. He remembered Hermione's final words to him, and the feeling of him being torn away from her in a violent lurch as he moved back in time. Ignoring his feelings of dread and sadness, Harry moved toward the flow network, took the refilling handful of flow powder, threw it onto the ground, and spoke softly. Potter propriete. At once, he was taken away in a swirl of green fire. Date: January 29, 1780. Location: Potter Manor, 411 W 141st Street, New York, New York, 10031. Harry stepped out of the fireplace quickly, and moved towards his desk. Harry quickly conjured TWO fine golden frames and GL tail covers for the treaties, and quickly put the delicate parchments into their respective frames. He then created a name plate on each one, both with the name and date of the treaty. One with the name, Potter Farnesio Treaty, on January 12, 1780. The second was labeled, Potter George Treaty, on January 19, 1780. Pulling the treaties into his arms, Harry ran downstairs, and called for his butler. Anne, call for Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Burr down the street, and inform them that I would like to speak with them, Harry exclaimed as he placed the treaties down on the table. Anne, clearly confused at the sudden request at 3 in the morning, not bothering to ask why he was excited, as he was usually always this excited about something, Anne pulled on her jacket and shoes and moved out of the home. Harry took that time to make a large amount of food and beverages for his two friends, and after 10 minutes, Alexander and Burr moved into his home, with only Burr rubbing his eyes. It was clear that Alexander hadn't fallen asleep, no doubt still working on his plan for the convention. What is so important at 3 in the morning that you must wake us, Harrison? Burr asked, falling into an open seat before taking a drink of water. Oh, it definitely isn't that in a single month I have been able to acquire the entire continent of North America and Central America from Britain and Spain. Harry exclaimed, shoving both treaties in the hands of the men, who both stared at them in awe. They switched off, before staring at Harry in complete dumbfoundedness. You, how did you do it in 1 month? These treaties should have taken months, if not years, Alexander asked. I was contacted a month ago by the King of Spain, King Charles III. He asked for my help in pulling Spain out of its debt. I assumed he meant helping him develop financial plans, but given I had the money, I decided to just buy out Spain's debt and acquire their land. The idea led me to do the same with Britain. In exchange for them never claiming land in the Americas again, I paid off their debt. The only setback was he refused to conclude the war. The 13 colonies are the exception to the non-claiming rule. I've personally acquired all of North America from Britain and Spain, and have also claimed Central America, the Caribbean islands, and the western territories of South America, Harry explained. You bought their land, you gave them money that they can use against us. Burr shouted, slamming his fist into the table. You fool! ! You've given them the funds necessary to crush us. Alexander looked down at the treaty, looking it over as Harry grinned. You will find, sir, that I have done no such thing. Sure, I have given them money, but I've taken away their only empty land. Which means they cannot create the resources that they have been. They're now restricted to the island, which will be a pain when it comes to manufacturing supplies. But they've given us an entire continent to expand and create factories that can research and build weapons that can help us crush them, Alexander concluded. And I have no doubt you will use this information to sway the convention in your favor. I am sorry, Alexander, but I was working on these treaties even before the convention was told to me by Washington during the winter ball. I do plan to implement these into my constitution, and I was hoping the two of you could help support me when I announce it, Harry replied. It was a lie, of course, but it was necessary for his month-long story. I have no doubt that many will react as Burr has, and I hope to rectify that by showing them the facts. Ingenious, Burr whispered as he looked down at the treaties. But this states that the land will be yours, privately. Why? For Spain, it was merely a technicality. If Spain thought I was buying the land for America, they would see us as a threat. For Britain, it was a necessity. George would have sent millions of men if he thought I was using the land to expand American manufacturing and research, Harry explained. I plan to turn over a large portion of the land to the U.S. in a treaty between Congress and I. But that will have to wait. For now, I would like your help in looking over and revising my constitution, unless you would like to work on your own. I believe I would like to help you with your own. Alexander said with a smile as he took a seat. Over the span of the next 4 hours, the three men went over everything in Harry's constitution, before they went their separate ways to get some sleep. The next morning, Harry knew, would be complete and utter chaos, and he couldn't wait to see it. Updated. May 22, 2024. To protect. Date. January 29, 1780. Location. Potter Manor, 411 W 141st Street, New York. New York, 10031. Harry woke up the next morning in peace, the sun shining through his window as he got up from bed. He took a long shower, brushed his teeth, and dressed himself in his finest robes. Harry gathered the treaties, his paperwork, and his totally not doctored letters between himself, King Charles III, and King George III. After gathering all of his belongings, Harry left his home and traveled down to the courthouse via carriage. He arrived not too long before the convention began, and decided to set up his presentation, which took him almost 36 minutes. He copied his constitution several times, and laid them out on the tables in which the delegates would be sitting. Washington arrived first, and took a seat at the front of the room. James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, and Aaron Burr entered the room, all taking a seat on the left-hand side of the room. Soon after, Edmund Randolph, Charles Pinckney, and William Patterson entered the room alongside dozens of others. After several moments of silence, Washington stood up and addressed the entire room. Gentlemen of the Constitutional Convention, after our night recess, we are here to conclude the proposing of governmental plans. Edmund Randolph, Charles Pinckney, and Alexander Hamilton spoke yesterday, and proposed numerous interesting ideas. Mr. Randolph proposed a three-branch government with a bicameral legislature. Mr. Pinckney proposed a two-branch system with a bicameral legislature. And Mr. Hamilton proposed, like Mr. Randolph, a three-branch plan with a bicameral legislature. It has come to my attention that Mr. Hamilton has rescinded his proposal and plans to support Lord Potter's proposal. Said proposal will be explored by Lord Harrison Potter, who will take the next 7 hours to propose his plan. Washington explained. His plan probably wouldn't take 7 hours to explain, but that was all the time the convention had inside the courthouse. Mr. Potter, you have the stand. Harry nodded, and moved forward, punching down his nerves. He started off with the beginning of his constitution. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to tallum among the powers of the earth, the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. A decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. He took a deep breath. We hold these truths to be self-evident. That all men and women are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men and women, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute a new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Article number 1. The legislative branch. Everyone in the room flipped to the second parchment paper in their stack. This contained 3 sections. The legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a bicameral Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and a House of Representatives. The House of Representatives shall be composed of members chosen every 2nd year by the people of the several states, and the electors in each state shall have the qualifications requisite for electors of the most numerous branch of the state legislature. Representatives and direct taxes shall be apportioned among the several states which may be included within this union, according to their respective numbers, which shall be determined by adding to the whole number of free persons, including those bound to service for a term of years, and excluding non-taxed Native Americans. The Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state, selected by the legislature thereof for 6 years, and each senator shall have 1 vote. The Vice President of the United States shall be President of the Senate, but shall have no vote, unless they be equally divided. On to Article Number 2, which contained 3 sections. The Executive Branch. The executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. They shall hold their office during the term of 4 years, and, together with the Vice President, chosen for the same term, be elected, as follows. Each state shall appoint, in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct, a number of electors, equal to the whole number of senators and representatives to which the state may be entitled in the Congress. The President shall be, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States, and of the militia of the several states. When called into the actual service of the United States, they may require the opinion, in writing, of the principal officer in each of the executive departments, upon any subject relating to the duties of their respective offices, and they shall have power to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States. Except in cases of impeachment. Those in the room flipped their parchments to the 3rd page. On to Article Number 3, which had 2 sections. The Judicial Branch. The judicial power of the United States shall be vested in one Supreme Court, and in such inferior courts as the Congress may from time to time ordain and establish. The judges, both of the Supreme and inferior courts, shall hold their offices during good behavior, and shall, at stated times, receive for their services a compensation, which shall not be diminished during their continuance in office. The judicial power shall extend to all cases, in law and equity, arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made, or which shall be made, under their authority, to all cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers and consuls, to all cases of admiralty and maritime jurisdiction, to controversies to which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between 2 or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of the same state claiming lands under grants of different states, and between a state, or the citizens thereof, and foreign states, citizens or subjects. Everyone flipped to the next piece of parchment in their stacks, and Harry prepared himself for the onslaught of insult he expected from the Southerners present. Article Number 4, the abolition of slavery, with 1 section. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States, or any place subject to their jurisdiction. What? Several Southerners in the room shouted. They were all quieted by Washington, who slammed his gavel ferociously. On to Article Number 5, the rights of women, with 2 sections. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. He heard numerous more shouts from the Southerners, who were quieted by Washington. Harry added, the Congress shall have the power to enforce, by appropriate legislation, the provisions of this article. Article Number 6, Immigration, with 2 sections. The United States shall welcome immigrants from all nations, ensuring that all laws and policies are humane and uphold the dignity and rights of immigrants. He held up a hand. All immigrants shall be entitled to the same rights and protections as citizens, including but not limited to the right to due process, protection from discrimination, and access to social services. Quiet. Washington shouted over the rising uproar surrounding the last 3 articles. Harry was skipping over the larger details of each article and section. But he knew he needed to get everything across as succinctly as possible. They could expand on anything later on in the convention. Now, Lord Potter, continue with your next article. Right. Article Number 7, the Union's expansion. The room quieted down at this, their angry gaze turning curious as he continued. This article was the most expansive, given he wanted to explain everything more in depth. It had 4 sections and 15 clauses. Section 1. The United States of America, recognizing the shared values of liberty, equality, and democracy, extends an invitation to the territories of Central America, Canada, and South America to join the Union as states. These territories shall be admitted into the Union on an equal footing with the original states, following a process of negotiation and ratification. Clause 1. Petition for statehood. Any territory within Central America, Canada, or South America seeking to join the United States must submit a formal petition to Congress. He petition must be approved by a majority vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate. Clause 2. Constitutional Convention. Upon approval of the petition, the territory shall convene. A constitutional convention to draft a state constitution. This constitution must be republican in nature and adhere to the principles of liberty, equality, and justice as outlined in the United States Constitution. Clause 3. Ratification. The proposed state constitution must be ratified by a majority vote of the citizens within the territory. Upon ratification, the new state shall submit the Constitution to Congress for final approval. Clause 4. Admission. Upon approval by Congress, the territory shall be admitted as a state of the United States, with all rights, privileges, and responsibilities accorded to existing states. Everyone flipped their pages. No one had made a noise. Section 2. Freedom and rights for new states. Clause 1. Abolition of slavery. Slavery and involuntar. Servitude are prohibited within all new states admitted to the Union. This prohibition is absolute and without exception. More shouting, which was quickly silenced by Washington. Clause 2. Rights of citizens. All citizens of the new states are entitled to the same rights and protections as citizens of the original states, including but not limited to, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The right to equal protection under the law. The right to free speech, religion, assembly, and petition. And the right to due process and fair trials. Clause 3. Gender equality. Equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged on account of sex. This provision applies to all new states and territories within the Union. Clause 4. Immigration and naturalization. New states shall adopt humane and inclusive immigration policies, ensuring that all immigrants are treated with dignity and respect. Immigrants within new states are entitled to a clear path to citizenship, with all rights and privileges thereof. More page turning. Section 3. Representation in Congress. Clause 1. House of Representatives. Each new state shall be entitled to representation in the House of Representatives based on its population. Representatives shall be elected by the citizens of the state in accordance with federal and state election laws. Clause 2. Senate. Each new state shall be entitled to 2 senators, regardless of population. Senators shall be elected by the citizens of the state in accordance with federal and state election laws. Clause 3. Transitional representation. Until such time as the first elections can be held, Congress may appoint provisional representatives and senators to ensure the new state has immediate representation in the federal legislature. Clause 4. Apportionment and redistricting. Following each decennial census, the apportionment of representatives and the redistricting of congressional districts within new states shall be conducted in accordance with federal laws and guidelines to ensure fair and equal representation. More page turning. Section 4. Integration and development. Clause 1. Economic integration. The federal government shall provide support for the economic integration of new states into the Union, including investments in infrastructure, education, healthcare, and technology. This support aims to ensure that new states can achieve parity with existing states in terms of economic opportunities and quality of life. Clause 2. Cultural integration. The United States shall recognize and respect the cultural heritage of new states. Federal and state governments shall work collaboratively to promote cultural understanding and integration, ensuring that the diverse identities of new states are celebrated and preserved. Clause 3. Legal harmonization. New states shall harmonize their legal systems with federal laws to ensure consistency and uniformity in the application of justice. The federal government shall provide guidance and support during this transitional period to facilitate legal integration. This concludes Article Number 7. "This is outrageous. A farce," shouted Randolph. "Delegate Randolph, you will remain silent or be escorted from the premises," Washington exclaimed. Randolph sneered in Harry's direction before sitting down once again. Lord Potter was willing to sit rough your presentation without interruption. You and the rest of the delegates can do the same. If I hear one more complaint out of turn, you will be escorted from the building and unable to return until the convention has concluded. Now, continue, Lord Potter. Harry cleared his throat. Article Number 8. Amendments. He took another deep breath. The Congress, whenever 2/3 of both houses shall deem it necessary, shall propose amendments to this Constitution, or, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments, which, in either case, shall be valid to all intents and purposes, as part of this Constitution, when ratified by the legislatures of 3/4 of the several states or by conventions in 3/4 thereof. As the one or the other mode of ratification may be proposed by the Congress. Article number 9. Ratification. Everyone turn to page. The ratification of the conventions of 9 states shall be sufficient for the establishment of this Constitution between the states so ratifying the same. This concludes my Federalist plans, though this is not the last topic of discussion I would like to discuss. Senior Delegate, may I? Washington nodded, motioning for Harry to continue. Harry stepped down from the floor, removing 2 plaques from his coat. He handed them to Washington, who examined them with interest. Harry turned to the other delegates. What I have just handed Senior Delegate Washington are 2 formal treaties signed between myself and 2 individuals. King Charles III of Spain, and King George III. Loyalist scum, one of the Southerners shouted, which was followed by a book being thrown at Harry's head. He easily dodged the throw, watching as the delegate from Georgia was carried kicking and screaming out of the building. Harry sighed. While I was born in Britain, I have no loyalty to the country as it is currently. The monarchy is in ruins, and the nation itself is corrupt and uncivilized. This treaty does not deal with any sort of peace between myself or the United States with Britain. Instead, these 2 treaties outline the purchasing of British and Spanish land in the Western Hemisphere by myself. Silence filled the room at this statement. No one quite knew what to say. So, Harry continued, as of today, the land of Louisiana, Florida, Alaska, Hawaii, Canada, Caribbean islands, and the western territories of South America belonging to Spain and Britain now belong to me. How is that possible? Asked a northern delegate, the first time one had spoken, out of turn, the entire convention. With $1 billion and a bit of magic, Harry replied with a grin. The last bit had been true, but was interpreted as a joke. Randolph took a moment to examine the documents over Washington's shoulder. Well, are they authentic? They are indeed, Washington replied. The treaties of Potter Farnesio and Potter George. It states here that as of January 12 and January 19 respectively, the lands of the Caribbean, Louisiana, Canada, Alaska, Hawaii, Central America, and Spain's territories of South America are under the ownership of one Lord Harrison Fleement Potter. All but Alexander and Burr started between the documents and Harry in disbelief. Washington turned to Harry. When did all of this occur, Harrison? I have been sending correspondences with both kings for quite some time. Spain for their land, and Britain for an end to the war. One was a success, the other wasn't. I bought Canada from Britain and called it a day when those came into the post. I had them both framed and brought them with me here today to explain my reasoning for Article 7. Astonishing, Pinckney spoke. Harry took a peek into the man's mind and ND that he was planning on dropping out of the proposal race. If he could get Pinckney and Randolph to drop out, his plan would be the winner by default. Harry nodded. Now, I plan to transfer these ownerships to the United States, which will then have ownership of Canada, Louisiana, New Spain, Florida, Alaska, Central America, the western coast of South America, and Hawaii. All of these lands will be split into 3 different territories under the nation of the United States. The United States of Canada, the United States of America, and the United States of Mexico. The USC will contain 10 states. The USA will contain 50 states, and the USM will contain 31 states. The states within the USC will be named as follows: Rydal, Stahl, Arcticia, Cascadia, Ontario, Poro, Quebec, Brook, Sewell, and Mold. All of these states will follow this Constitution. All clauses within this document will be in effect and will be enforced within the United States of Canada. The states within the USA will contain the now current states of Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia. The 13 colonies, or states. Another 37 states will be added to the territory, and their names are as follows: Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Florida, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. All of these states will follow this Constitution. All clauses within this document will be in effect and will be enforced within the United States of America. The states within the USM will be named as follows: Sonora, Leston, Azteca, Coahuila, Coahuillas, Conarucos, Nayarit, Colima, Bowingslow, Naking, Miz-Saintriel, Kenko, Siasu, Bago, Sasia, Gari, North Jiba, South Jiba, Cobanao, Madosao, Dianbo, Jija, Wanto, Central Rieshafok, Landna, Slanjara, Dan, Bagwampri, Dosto, Porco, and Naria. All of these states will follow this Constitution. All clauses within this document will be in effect and will be enforced within the United States of Mexico. There will be one president in office at one time, who will preside over all citizens within all three territories. As per the transfer of ownership, no land within the nation of North America may be sold to outside governments, countries, or pirates without a 2/3 approval from Congress or the House. Harry finished, wiping the sweat from his brow as his occlumency shields kicked in, slowing his heart rate anew. GH for him to breathe through his collar. Why is it that we must split North America into three? Why can it not be all one nation? Randolph asked. Harry sighed, and replied, for the sake of better management, of course. 3 territories allow for 3 groups of representatives instead of 182 senators appearing in Congress for each session. This allows for each state in each territory to vote for a territorial representative that will ease the legislative process. Harry looked down at his watch. 5:27 p.m. Sensing that Harry was down with questions, Washington got to his feet. Well then, I believe this concludes our proposals. We will now vote on which proposal to continue discussing. Senior Delegate, may I? Pinckney asked. Washington motioned for the delegate from South Carolina to speak. Pinckney addressed his fellow delegates. In light of recent developments, I would like to remove myself from the proposal voting. My plan is not the best it could be, and I would like to offer my support, as dishonorable as it may be to my fellow Southerners, to Lord Potter. His constitutional draft is much more concise, and I believe he intends to only offer the ownership of these lands to the Union if his plan is PTAI-led. Harry shrugged in response. He hadn't particularly given it any thoughts. He turned to the rest of the delegates, taking in their mixed reactions. The Southerners were shocked at Pinckney's betrayal. The Northerners looked on in approval. Harry sighed. Pinckney's change in plans had not gone as Harry hoped. There were 26 votes in play at the convention, and Harry needed 19 votes for his proposal to PTAIL. He wouldn't get them. 8 of the South's 10 votes were going against him, meaning he would lose. And so Harry did something he knew he would soon regret. With a slight wave of his pinky, he cast a compulsion charm over the entire room in favor of his proposal. Then he locked eyes with Randolph, who was eyeing him angrily. For the second time that day, he cast Imperio. Just as he had with the King of Britain, Harry cast Legilimens on the Virginian delegate and urged him to follow Pinckney's example and vote for Harry's proposal. The man's eyes shifted, glazing over before he got to his feet. Senior Delegate, after much, though, I have decided I would also like to drop out of the convention. My proposal is adequate, but I believe, much to my own chagrin, that Lord Potter's declaration draft should be expanded upon. Though I will do my best to undo as many anti-Southern sentiments as I can. Harry let out a deep sigh of relief, his eyes narrowing in faux suspicion. Washington also seemed surprised, as did most of the other delegates. But it seemed the decision had been made. Well then, I belly, Eve, this unprecedented turn of events has led us to one's conclusion. With delegates Hamilton, Pinckney, and Randolph removing themselves from the vote, it appears that Lord Potter's proposal will PTAIL by default. We will continue with the Constitutional Convention later in the week. With that, Washington declared the day over. Once again, releasing a relieved sigh, Harry got to his feet and gathered his belongings. He ignored everyone on his way out, and moved towards an open taxi. He paid the driver, and got into the empty carriage. The entire trip home, Harry couldn't help but think of how everyone would take the latest news over the next hour. Date: February 3, 1780. Location: Albany, New York. Peggy Schuyler was annoyed. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and she was currently being dragged through the streets of Albany by her mother Catherine. Alongside her were her sisters Angelica and Eliza, who appeared just as disinterested in their reason for being here as her. Her father, renowned war hero Philip Schuyler, had been introduced to a man named Henry Louis Lawson. The older man's son, William Henry Lawson, was 28 and unmarried. Given the three sisters had yet to be proposed to by either Harrison or Alexander, Peggy's father decided to invite the Lawsons to dinner at the Schuyler estate in the hopes of William courting one of the three sisters. While Peggy was especially against this, she knew the dinner wouldn't go far. She and her sisters had heard of William Lawson and the type of man he was. He had gone through half of the women in Albany, and treated them as nothing more than a toy for him to use and throw away. Nothing like the honorable man Harrison was. Her father would see the type of man William was and reject any offer he made regarding Sue Rting or marrying any of the three sisters. Peggy and Angelica had both agreed to share Harrison, and Eliza was deeply infatuated with Alexander Hamilton. Nothing would change their decision to continue their courtships with their respective soldier. They now stood outside the Gibson dressmaker's shop. It was a relatively small shop, meaning Peggy, Eliza, and Angelica had to wait outside while their mother tried on her dress. Eliza was quietly leaning against the shop window, her eyes aflame as she studied the letter she had retrieved from Alexander that morning. Peggy felt a pang of envy at this. She and Angelica had both sent Harrison letters less than a week prior, and had yet to receive a reply. Something he found odd given he always used express mail. Peggy, the younger sister in question, turned toward Angelica. Her sister was wearing a light pink low-neck gown that covered her corset, shift, and revealed the front section of her dark gray petticoat. A dark gray stomacher grip at either side of the open gown's bodice. Peggy wore one of her favorite Italian gowns, a light tan gown with a fitted back over her shift and corset. The low neck line of the gown left her cleavage exposed, something that her parents detested greatly. She continued to wear it this way for two reasons. 1. The gown was light and allowed her room to breathe in comparison to most dresses. And 2. She had been wearing it the night she met Harrison at the winter ball. She had noticed his eyes linger on her chest, and knew he liked her choice of outfit. She hoped if she ran into him, as slim as that chance may be, she would surprise him. Her sister, Angelica, motioned down the street. There, Peggy spotted a courier lugging 3 large parcels in his arms, heading in their direction. When he finally reached them, the man, who wore a name plaque labeled David, gently placed the parcels on the ground. Taking a deep breath, he looked up at the sisters. Angelica and Peggy watched him curiously while Eliza continued to read the letter from Alexander. The man, David, laid his eyes on Angelica, his breathing not quite restored as he started speaking. "Ms. Schuyler." "I am," Angelica answered. Peggy replied the same. "Thank God. I tried delivering these to your estate, but you weren't home. I've been going around town for 3 days trying to find you. Every time I found out where you were gone by the time I arrived," the man explained. Angelica and Peggy exchanged a confused look before Angelica turned to the man. "But, sir, why not just leave them at our estate?" "Well, these parcels are from Lord Potter. He specified in his letter to my company that he wanted these parcels to be delivered directly to the 3 of you." He motioned to Angelica, Peggy, and Eliza. The girl, wearing a blue gown, her favorite color, lowered her letter from Alexander and finally began to pay attention to the scene unfolding in front of her. She stepped closer, eyeing her sisters and the parcels curiously. "He said if they weren't delivered in person, he would." The man cleared his throat, straightening his posture slightly. "Rain heckfire on my company. He was very sorry. Else about these parcels reaching you 3. The man now gazed angrily at the 3 women after having reminded himself of Harrison's supposed threats. David motioned between the parcels and the women. "Well, the parcels have been delivered to you personally. Am I free to leave?" "Of course," Angelica quickly replied. With anger coursing through him, the courier spun around and sprinted back in the direction he had come from. Angelica, Peggy, and Eliza exchanged a confused look before eyeing the parcels on the ground. The boxes, each roughly a foot long in each direction. After a moment, each sister dove for their respective parcels. They ripped the boxes open, revealing 3 items in each. A case that suspiciously looked like a ring case. A rectangular case that looked like it could hold a necklace. And 2 envelopes each. Peggy removed the letters first, finding 2 envelopes of different sizes. One thin and one thick. She ripped open the thin envelope first, pulling out the short letter to reveal a single short paragraph. It read, "To whom it may concern. The location of the Potter Manor is on 411W 141st Street, New York, New York 10031. You may find the entrance on the southeastern side of the manor. You may not speak of this to anyone else without my express permission. Sincerely, Lord Harry James Potter." Peggy frowned. Harry James Potter. She had been under the assumption his middle name was Fleemont. For his grandfather. From their correspondence, she knew James to be the name of his father. It was a question for another time. But she also questioned how the knowledge of Potter Manor had escaped her mind for so long. She had been on that road and had never seen a manor. And why had the name, location, and appearance of the manor suddenly appeared in her mind after reading the letter? Frowning, Peggy ripped open the thick envelope and pulled out the longer letter. This one was written to her specifically. She read, "My dearest Peggy, your latest letter has consumed my waking hours for some time now. I have been debating whether to come visit you in person, but have been rather busy with everything in the city. The convention has gone surprisingly well. Alexander, Mr. Burr, and delegates Pinckney and Randolph all retracted their proposals from the convention. This led to my proposal being accepted at default. We will continue the convention on the 31st. Peggy was ecstatic at the news. She had known he would convince them with his brilliance. It had only been a matter of if, not when. But the convention had continued 3 days prior. How had it progressed since this letter was sent? She had many questions, all of which she would ask him in the letter she would write as soon as she returned home. Peggy continued reading, "But I do not want to dwell on the convention." Attached to this letter was a second, which provided the address of my personal residence, which I keep disclosed from the public. I only provide the address to trusted friends and allies. General Washington, Alexander, Mr. Burr, John, Lafayette, and Hercules are the only individuals outside my staff with the knowledge of my address. You, Angelica, and Eliza are now included in that short list. The reason for this invitation is simple. I wish for you and Angelica to join me in my home during your stay in Manhattan, where I hope to fill you in on anything you wish to know. I have many secrets, my dear, and have not disclosed any of them to anyone, except for General Washington. I hope to share these secrets with you when the time is right." Peggy took a moment to hold the letter to her chest. Harrison would trust her with his secrets. Secrets he had only ever told to Washington. She felt her heart stir at the notion. He loved her. She loved him. Peggy continued reading. "I have provided 2 gifts for you alongside these letters, which I hope will serve you well in the future. These items are extremely delicate, which is why I went to such extensive lengths to get them to you. Your safety is one of my deepest concerns. I will admit my feelings for you have grown deeper than with any woman since my late wife, something I wish to explore with you. Though I regret to say I share the same feelings for your elder sister, Angelica. While I did indicate this at the ball, I understand if you are now uncomfortable with this arrangement and wish me to conclude my courtship with her. A hasty reply to this inquiry would be greatly appreciated. With love, Harry Potter." Peggy once again held the letter to her heart. He had chosen her. While Peggy had already agreed to share Harrison with Angelica, it warmed her heart to know he would end his courtship with Angelica to be with her. It flipped her entire perception of reality on its head. For as long as she could remember, Angelica had been the sister men fell over themselves for. Everyone brushed Peggy off as the younger sister, while deciding to pursue either Angelica or Eliza. But here was a man willing to drop his courtship with Angelica to be with her. The anxiety behind Harrison's words of love and affection also made her smile. It was sweet to see him trying to convey his emotions properly. She ta, illumed due to his own words that he had not declared love for another woman since his wife. And Peggy had no idea how long ago that had been. The younger Schuyler sister turned to her sisters, who were silently reading their own letters. Angelica Schuyler carefully examined the long letter that sat in her hands, having previously read the letter containing Harry's address. It read, "My dearest Angelica, I am in good health. I have been looking forward to seeing you again, and cannot stop the thought of you from intruding my every moment." The convention went surprisingly well. The other delegates have all dropped out of the race, leading to my draft winning by default. We will start discussing my constitutional draft on the 31st of January. I am looking forward to discussing my draft in the future. Attached to this letter is a second, which provided my personal address. It may not surprise an astute mind like your own that I keep this information private. Among that short list are General Washington, Alexander, Aaron Burr, John Laurens, Lafayette, Hercules Mulligan, and my personal staff. Yourself, Peggy, and Eliza are now included in that list. The reason for this inclusion is simple. I yearn to see you again. Your eyes, your skin, the smell of your hair, and I wish to be honest with you when the time is right. I have been keeping secrets from you and Peggy that I know will keep us separated for the remainder of our courtship should I not inform you soon. But I want the moment to be honest and true. Attached to this parcel are 2 gifts, which I hope will serve your needs until the time that we can meet once again. After all, your safety is one of the most important concerns that plague my thoughts. Like Peggy, my feelings for you have grown deeper than with any woman I have met in the past few years. And while I sometimes struggle to put these feelings into words, I hope that one day I can do them justice. I will see you soon, dear Angelica. Hopefully sooner than you think. With love, Harry Potter. Elizabeth Schuyler examined her own letter, which was somehow only slightly shorter than her sister's. Why had he sent her such a letter? He knew she was being courted by Alexander. So surely it was not a declaration of love. Perhaps it was a reply to her statement that he could rely on her. Her heart beat slightly faster than expected. She paused at the thought that she wouldn't mind a declaration of love from the green-eyed man. Eliza quickly shook that thought from her mind, instead focusing on the task at hand. Why had Harrison included her in this elaborate gift-giving? After reading the man's address, she opened the second letter and began reading. Dear Eliza, the letter I received from you yesterday warmed me deeply. While I admit I have been happy with our correspondence as of late, I find myself wishing to confide in you more. I know you are a trustworthy person, which is why I included you in the short list of individuals aware of my address. I hope this is an indication of how much I trust your kind-natured soul. As stated before, I hope it is all right if I confide in you more regularly as to the nature of myself and my work. You see, I have planned to open up more with Peggy and Angelica, and believe it would be beneficial if I include you in my truthfulness as well. I sincerely believe that the two of us can become a strong force of good for the world. Something I believe without a doubt that you are capable of. Now, until the time arrives that we meet again, I wish for you to accept the 2 gifts that arrived with this parcel. Similar gifts have been given to Angelica and Peggy, and I hope they are to your liking. They are necessary for your protection, and I would like to request that if you choose to, that you keep them on your person at all times. It would alleviate much of my concern if you did this. Well, I have quite possibly taken up a lot of your time. So I will leave you with this message. In new tomorrow rose our new nation. For I believe tomorrow is today for the United States. Sincerely, Lord Harry Potter. Eliza frowned. Why had Harrison added the Lord title to his name at the end? She vividly remembered him mentioning he only reserved the title for people he disliked. And yet he had indicated the exact opposite in this letter. And what did his message at the end mean? Eliza carefully folded the letter so that only the last 4 lines were visible and asked her sisters to read the message. Angelica and Peggy both read the message over and over. Peggy seemed at a loss for what the message meant, while Angelica continued to scan the parchment. After a moment, Angelica frowned. She shrugged her shoulders, unable to come up with a solution to Harrison's word puzzle. Perhaps she would write a letter in reply asking for the answer. Would he give her one? And if he did, would it be a clear answer? While in the short time she had interacted with Harrison he seemed to be direct and considerate. His letter indicated a suspicious and mysterious tone. What did all of this mean? Peggy turned her attention back to the parcel, stepping away from Angelica and Eliza. She bent down, picking up the 2 boxes in the parcel. While Angelica and Eliza did the same, Peggy eagerly opened the ring-sized box, and was slightly disappointed to find a small house key where the ring would be. She carefully removed the golden key and found 6 words etched across the blade of the key. The tiny words said, "Potter Manor. Belongs to Peggy Schuyler." Harrison had given her a key to his home. From what she saw when Angelica and Eliza opened their own ring cases, they too had received specialized keys. Angelica's was also gold, but Eliza's key was a silver hue. She didn't entirely know what this meant. Other questions she would have to ask Harrison in the letter she would write that night. Carefully placing the key inside her corset, Peggy turned to the rectangular box. Opening it, she was surprised to find a simple yet elegant silver chain that contained a center pendant that held several small gems that matched the color of the dress she currently wore. A light tan. Peering toward Angelica and Eliza, she noticed they had received similar gifts. Angelica's silver chain adorned several smaller chains on either side of the pendant, each lined with shiny crystals that highlighted the color rad, adding from the light pink gem connected to the center pendant. Eliza had received a silver chain similar to Peggy's, though her pendant was smaller and contained a single gem that took a shade of blue. The 3 sisters exchanged curious looks. Eliza spoke. "He wants us to wear these for our protection. I tell him it has something to do with those secrets he mentioned," Angelica replied with a shrug. She held her necklace out to Peggy, who smiled brightly before helping her sister connect the chain around her neck. Angelica returned the favor to Peggy, wrapping and connecting the surrounding chain before doing the same for Eliza. The 3 sisters all took a moment to take in the necklaces they all wore, but were unable to speak as the voice of their mother echoed from the shop. "Angelica, your turn." Updated. May 22, 2024. The Schuyler Dinner. Date: February 5, 1780. Location: Potter Manor, 411 W 141st Street, New York, New York, 10031. Lieutenant General Lord Harry James Potter entered his home 10 minutes after the end of that day's Constitutional Convention discussion. He had spent the day going over the 4th and 5th articles of his Declaration draft. The abolition of slavery and the rights of women. The discussion had stemmed from their talks over the last 2 days. His 2nd and 3rd articles. The executive and judicial branches. The discussions had delved deeper into each branch, leading to questions on how the United States would function as 3 separate territories. The United States of Mexico, the United States of America, and the United States of Canada. The North American Union now. It was agreed that one elected president would preside over the entire Union, with a vice president and a council of ministers. These ministers would be elected by each country in the Union, ensuring an even representation in the Council of Ministers. They also secured the North American Union's Supreme Court, which would create laws that would trickle down to the federal courts spread across all 3 territories. This eventually led to the discussion of a renewed legislative branch, a bicameral branch that include a Senate, which would feature 50 elected senators from each territory to allow fairness, and a House of Representatives that would feature elected members based on population. The Senate would focus on foreign policy, constitutional amendments, and reviewing legislation PTAI led by the House. The House would draft and vote on legislation, particularly those concerning domestic policy and budget. Washington had then broached the topic of the court type of government Harry was trying to form, in which Harry replied with a federalist government. He wanted to ensure that the nations and states shared responsibilities in balancing power. While the federal government would take care of defense and national security, foreign affairs, trade and commerce, and monetary policies, the states would have a certain autonomy regarding other powers. This included education, healthcare, infrastructure, and public safety. While each state would control these, the federal government could step in to bolster them if one state fell below another. Both the federal government and state governments would share the powers of transportation networks, welfare programs, and environmental protection. The discussion involving the 4th and 5th Articles had started with hostility from the Southerners. But it had been a simple discussion, for the two articles were fairly simple. Upon the ratification of the document, each and every slave in the North American Union would be freed from bondage, free to go about their lives however they wished. This would also prevent more slaves from being acquired for personal or political use. The document also stated that upon the document's ratification, women would find themselves with equal rights to men. This included the right to vote, the right to property, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Rights all humans should be able to enjoy. With discussions of the 1st through 5th Articles discussed, it left only 4 articles left to discuss: immigration, the Union's expansion, amendments, and ratification. The discussions for the 6th and 7th Articles would occur on the 7th, after a day of rest. Harry would need to get a lot done in that single day, for he had big plans that would expand the 6th and 7th Articles. Magicals. Dropping into the chair situated behind his desk, Harry took a moment to rub his forehead, hoping to ease the headache that had persisted for several days. While he had to admit his plans were ambitious and possibly stupid, Harry knew if he wanted to make real change, he would need to go bigger. Yes, he had already shattered his own history with the North American Union. But he wanted to make another change, removing the separation between magicals and non-magicals, repealing the statute of secrecy. He had already written a letter to the Supreme Mugwump Tyla and the President of Makusa Elizabeth McGillicuddy requesting a meeting to discuss the recent Constitutional Convention and the eventual birth of the American government. He hoped to use the meeting as a platform to discussing gradually removing the statute of secrecy from practice, slowly introducing magicals and magical culture to the Americans. Harry, the man in question, was pulled from his thoughts in the direction of the door, where he spotted his personal courier, Carl Montgomery, poking his head through the office door. Harry motioned for the boy, who was only 19, to enter. The young man did so, carrying with him 5 envelopes that he quickly handed to Harry. "This is all, sir. Though, I wanted to inform you that Mr. Hall wasn't too happy about his delivery of your parcels. He said it took him 3 days to find your ladies and deliver the shipment to them. He wants double what you offer to him. Go ahead and give it to him from my safe downstairs. Take something for yourself, too," Harry replied. The young man's eyes widened. The safe in the basement held numerous golden coins worth roughly $100,000. More money than Carl had seen in his entire life. And Harry trusted him to go into it without him there. "Is there a problem, Carl?" "No, sir. How much should I take for myself?" "However much you would like. Now please, I have much to do." "Send Amelia up as you go down," Harry answered. The young man nodded, bowing slightly before moving out of the office toward the safe downstairs. Harry took that as his sign to carry on with the letters delivered to him. He looked through them, examining the senders. One from each of the Schuyler sisters. One from Philip Schuyler, and another from President of Makusa Elizabeth McGillicuddy. Harry decided to start with the letter from the President. It read, "Lord Potter, I was surprised to find your letter on my desk yesterday morning, though I cannot say I am surprised. I have heard of your exploits in the No-Mage conflict and knew it was only a matter of time until you decided to dabble in politics. It seems I was right. Your Constitutional Convention has caused quite the stir in Makusa. There are talks of civil war, of conflicts brewing between the North and South, tensions rising after the news of your plans for Union expansion. People are beginning to worry. What will happen to them if the non-magical world continues to expand and grow in numbers and power? People are afraid for their lives, for their children, and you parading around in a cloak with your daggers certainly isn't helping. I understand you want a meeting with myself and Supreme Mugwumpla. I agree to this meeting, but it won't be how you want it. I expect you to have some answers regarding your blatant disregarding of the statute of secrecy, as well as your use of the imperious curse on 2 separate occasions." "Oh yes, I know about those. You should know the only reason you are not in a prison cell is because I have deemed it so. If you continue to disregard the statute or use another unforgivable, I will not be so forgiving. Heed my warnings, Lord Potter. Sincerely, President of the Magical Congress of the United States of America Elizabeth McGillicuddy." Harry growled in anger at the threats placed in the last paragraph of the letter. He would have words with the president during their meeting, and he would inform her just how unforgivable he could be. Shaking himself from that thought, he ripped open the envelope containing Philip Schuyler Sr.'s letter and began to read. To Lord Potter. Hecko, Lord Potter, I am sending this letter to you as an invitation to a family dinner I am hosting on February 5th. The dinner will take place at my family home in Albany, and I have invited Mr. Hamilton to attend as well. I have also invited a local friend of mine, Henry Louis Lawson, and his son William. While I understand that in your position as a lord, you have the ability to have more than one wife, I find myself questioning if you should marry only 2 of my 3 daughters. You see, choosing to marry 2 would alienate the third, and I wish for my Elizabeth to be happy. I have invited young William in the hopes it would make selecting between my Angelica or Margarita easier. Forgive me for this choice, but I believe it is for the best. Sincerely, General Philip Schuyler. Harry felt Amelia's presence as she entered his study, but his eyes were too focused on the letter in his hands to consider her. Schuyler was making him choose. For the second time in minutes. He was growling down at the letter in his fingers. Amelia didn't speak, given she had experienced this before. Instead, she did what she normally did as his tail-assistant and decided to take a seat opposite of him. Without words, she began moving through the papers on his desk, neatly organizing them while he reread General Schuyler's letter. He decided to save himself the stress and open Angelica's letter, hoping it would offer him some peace of mind. It read, My dearest Harrison, I was quite delighted upon receiving your parcel, and even more delighted by what was inside. Your words have warmed my heart, and I too yearn to see you again. Your eyes have become frequent visitors in my dreams, and I find myself eager to be in your arms once again. I am aware that my father invited you to our family dinner on the 5th. And I am also aware that he informed you of William Lawson's invitation as well. I still do not intend for you to choose between Peggy or myself, though I fear that my father or Mr. Lawson will try to force your hand. The decision is yours, my love, for I believe you will make the best choice that you can. I hope that the dinner goes well, and I hope it does not affect our visit to Manhattan. I hope to see you at the dinner. With love, Angelica Schuyler. Harry smiled. A sense of relief spread over him as he read Angelica's letter. She would not pressure him to choose, and she would stand by him no matter what happened during the dinner. He took a moment before opening Peggy's letter. He read, My beloved Harrison, today was dreadful. Mother dragged us to the dray. SS Maker to prepare for the dinner being held on the 5th. While I believe the dress made for me is impressive, I find myself unexcited to wear it. Hopefully you find it as enjoyable as the gown I wore to the ball. I am aware that my father invited you to a family dinner to be held on Saturday, but I wanted to warn you. A boy named William Henry Lawson will be in attendance, with the intention of courting either myself or Angelica. I have no interest in this boy, nor does Angelica. He has quite the reputation in town, and is quite the womanizer. He believes women are his property, and has aimed as such after going through half of the girls in town. William has now set his sights on myself and my sisters, though I know none of us are interested. If you can find a solution to this problem, I believe everyone in Albany would value your input. What should I do? William seems mostly interested in Angelica, though she seems to hate him as much as he loves her. I worry about her future, which seems out of her control. Should I try to convince father to rescind his invitation? Convince mother to speak to him? Should I get Angelica and Eliza involved? I have never found myself in this predicament before. On a lighter note, I must tell you I loved the contents of your parcel, though I find myself questioning the messages behind each item inside. What was the purpose of revealing your address in such a way? Why is Eliza's key a different color compared to Angelica and I's? What is the purpose of the necklace other than its beauty? And what did your message to Eliza mean? Why was she the only one to receive such a riddle? While my trust for you will never wane, I find myself confused, more so than relieved. I understand you have your secrets, and I am prepared to wait for these secrets to be disclosed to me. But for the time being any answer you may provide would ease my mind and my heart, as I'm sure it would Angelica's and Eliza's. My heart yearns to see you again, Harrison. I hope to see you at the dinner. Though I know you are a busy man with a busy schedule. So I shall leave you with the knowledge that the heart that beats in my chest beats solely for you. Forever yours, Peggy Schuyler. Harry's smile had only grown wider the more he read the letter. He had been right. Reading Angelica and Peggy's letters had certainly lightened his mood. But now he was conflicted. He had planned to tell Angelica and Peggy about his being magical and explaining as much as he could during their trip to Manhattan. But it seemed the sisters, who were too smart and perceptive for his own good, would not be excited to wait so long for answers to their questions. Sighing once again, he ripped open the envelope to Eliza's letter and began to read. My friend, while I was quite happy to retrieve your parcel in the express mail, I find myself confused as to why I was included in the gift giving. Take no offense, for the necklace is beautiful and the key to your home was kind. But I do not understand the reasoning behind my receiving them. I am aware you are courting my sisters, Angelica and Peggy, and while I appreciate the gesture, I wish to remind you I am currently being courted by your friend, Alexander. I understand you are a man of honor and a friend to Alexander, so I am sure there was no romantic intent behind the gifts, which only further drives my confusion. For any answers you may have for my inquiries, I would be greatly appreciative. As for the other contents of your letter, I am flattered by your request to confide in me. I find myself intrigued, and agree that further correspondence between us could be beneficial. As far as being an influential duo, I believe we could sit down and discuss exactly what that means. Your kind words are appreciated, and I hope to see you at the dinner being held on Saturday. With warmest regards, Elizabeth Schuyler. Harry smiled once again. He knew he would have to be more honest with all three of the Schuyler sisters. If he wanted to continue his relationships with Angelica and Peggy, it was a necessity. And if he wanted to work with Eliza, it was almost guaranteed she would find out eventually, leaving him with the fact he would need to tell her soon anyway. So, you called for me? His tail-assistant, Amelia, finally asked. Peering up from the letters, Harry smiled and nodded. Yes, I wanted to ask if you could contact your friend, Ms. Parsons, from the Liberty Lounge. I understand she might need tail-assistance with a matter that I believe I can help with. You know about her sickness? Amy asked, clearly shocked. Harry gave her another nod. I do, and I believe I have a way to cure it. Should I bring her at once? No, ask if she will meet with me tomorrow afternoon. I have a dinner to get to tonight and quite a lot to do. Harry explained. Amy nodded, getting to her feet. After bowing, she rushed out of the study to meet with her friend. Turning back to his desk, he began to write letters in reply. One to each of the Schuyler sisters. A reply to General Schuyler. A letter to President Elizabeth McGillicuddy, a letter to the Supreme Mugwump, and another to Amelia's friend Ms. Aaliyah Parsons. After finishing the 7 letters, he handed them off to his owl, Peak, and allowed it to take off into the sky. Date: February 5, 1780. Location: 32 Catherine Street, Albany, New York, 12202. Peggy Schuyler was dreading this dinner, which had started an hour earlier at 4:30. She had been rather excited to see her friend Anna, William's only sister, but was disappointed that Henry and William Lawson were the only ones due to attend. Now, Peggy, Eliza, Angelica, Catherine, and Philip Jr. sat in silence while Philip Sr., Henry, and William spoke quite loudly. William continued to steal glances towards her, and she didn't quite like it. It could have been flattering if he was looking at the elegance of her dress, or her face and eyes, but instead she could tell from where she sat that his gaze was solely fixed on her large chests. Something she mocked her sisters about greatly. She wished Harrison was here, sitting beside her and Angelica as he asked for her father's blessing in marriage. But instead, she sat almost alone, deep in thought as the pig across from her continued to eye her down. Peggy was quite annoyed with her father, who had waited until the last minute to invite Harrison to dinner, knowing it would buy him time to persuade William into taking either Angelica or Peggy's hand in marriage. No doubt because her father believed William would be a favorable suitor. This angered the two women greatly, but their objections, like always, were ignored before they were silenced by their mother. Eliza was also irate, unsure if their father would suddenly get between her and Alexander. The whole situation was out of their control, and they could do nothing but sit in silence while the two fathers discussed William's interests in front of them. Deciding she would like some fresh air, Peggy turned to her mother. "Mother, may I be excused?" Her mother, most likely thinking it was to use the restroom, nodded, and motioned for Eliza to follow her. Angelica was told to remain, no doubt due to the fact she was one of the two daughters William was interested in. Nodding to her mother while keeping her annoyance from spilling out, Peggy and Eliza excused themselves from tea room and moved down the hall before exiting to the patio. All she needed was fresh air. "This is dreadful," Eliza whispered, her hands wrapping around the banister surrounding the patio as she looked out on the garden. "Where is Alexander?" Daddy sent his letters to Harrison and Alexander late, hoping to stall their arrival. "I'm sure they will be here shortly," Peggy replied. Eliza shook her head in disapproval, a similar annoyance radiating off of her at their father's actions. The two sisters' attention was gripped by the sudden landing of an owl. It was a beautiful owl with brown fur and silver eyes, and it peered up at them with purpose. While its talons had gripped the banister to keep itself up, there were 4 envelopes hanging from the owl's beak. "A strange sight. What a beauty," Eliza said, gently ruffling the owl's feather. The owl let out a soft hoot while Peggy carefully grabbed hold of the letters. She realized they were from Harrison. One for her, one for Eliza, one for Angelica, and one for their father. "Where did you come from?" the girl in blue asked. "Harrison," Peggy answered. Eliza turned to Peggy in surprise. As soon as she did, the owl took off into the air, leaving the two Schuyler sisters in confusion. Peggy handed Eliza the letter addressed to her and took a moment to read her own. Before either could open their envelopes, however, the voice of T.'s younger brother Philip echoed through the hall. "Peggy, Eliza, are you all right?" "We're fine," Eliza called out. She gave her younger sister a resigned look before heading back inside, placing T.'s letter inside her corset for safekeeping. Peggy did the same, though she kept the letters addressed to Angelica and her father in her grasp. She made her way back inside, following her sister and younger brother back into the dining room where the rest of the party was waiting for them. Only there were 2 new guests. Harrison and Alexander stood in the dining room, talking quietly with their father. Peggy quickly sat down between Angelica and Eliza, all 3 sets of eyes fixed on the men in the corner. Eliza's on Alexander, Angelica and Peggy's on Harrison's. Peggy's heart flipped as she locked eyes with him. He glanced in her direction for only a moment before his green eyes returned toward their father. He seemed agitated, though she could tell he was reining in his annoyance in a show of politeness and professionalism. It took her a moment to recognize what the 2 men were wearing. Harrison wore an emerald green form-fitting coat that sat over a dark gray button-up shirt and a green waistcoat. A green bow tie wrapped around his neck, highlighting the color of his eyes perfectly. He had chosen to wear emerald green trousers that matched the coat and vest, instead of the breeches that stood in local fashion. His dark gray dress shoes matched the shirt, and seemed more comfortable than most dress shoes. A brilliant outfit, which was sure to catch the eyes of any woman in Albany. Though given the way his eyes caught hers and Angelica, Peggy knew he only had eyes for 2. Alexander was slightly less fashionable than Harrison, wearing a light blue dress coat that matched his eyes. The coat surrounded a loosely fitting waistcoat and dress shirt. He had decided to wear gray breeches, matched with white socks and gray dress shoes. While he certainly looked handsome, his attire was greatly overshadowed by Harrison's. After a moment, Harrison and Alexander were guided to the table by her father, who quickly rearranged everyone's seats. Himself at the head of the table, with Harrison opposite. Peggy sat on Harrison's left, while little Philip sat on his right. Peggy's mother, Catherine, sat on her father's left, while Angelica sat on his right. Between Peggy and Angelica was William Lawson, while Eliza, Alexander, and the man's father, Henry Lawson, sat opposite. Peggy was happy to sit beside Harrison, though she felt uncomfortable also sitting beside William. She also felt terribly for Angelica, who was situated between the man and their father. Surely not the best seat at the table. But Harrison was here, he would protect them. Harry took a moment to glare in the direction of William and Philip Schuyler. He had tried to talk sense into the older man, stating that his intervention was not necessary, but this was unsuccessful. Philip Schuyler was street ill of the belief that if Harry refused to marry Eliza, he would only risk tarnishing the Schuyler name by marrying 2 of his 3 daughters. He failed to see the fact that Harry didn't care, nor did the public. If people discovered Eliza was being courted by someone as influential as Alexander, they wouldn't question the division. The entire situation was nonsense, and Harry believed there was another explanation Schuyler refused to share with him. And so, the 10 individuals sat at the table, silently enjoying their meals. The polite silence ended, however, when William Lawson shifted his gaze toward Harry. "So, Lord E.H., how is it you haven't asked any of the ladies here for marriage? I certainly would have asked all 3 if I was in your shoes." Harry's eyes narrowed. He spotted Eliza shifting uncomfortably toward Alexander, who shared her a comforting look. Angelica silently scooted her seat in the direction of her father, while he saw Peggy do the same in his direction. William didn't notice this, however, as his eyes were examining Harry in clear disdain. The young lord offered a smile. "My interest only lies in Angelica and Peggy. While Eliza is a ray of beauty and has an intelligent mind, my feelings for her are that of a friend. My friend Alexander Hamilton's feelings, however, are much deeper. The 2 of them are happy with their arrangement, and I am happy to leave it how it is. You, however, have no such interest in doing the same." It was at this that William's eyes narrowed. "I cannot help if you are slow in asking either lady to marry you. I decided that if you were unable to take action, perhaps I could. After all, why wait when you can take what you want?" The atmosphere in the room shifted at these words. Catherine exchanged a worried look with General Schuyler, whose eyes were fixed on those of Henry Lawson. William's father turned his gaze down to the table, clearly not wanting to address his son's forward speech. Harry turned back to William, who was still eyeing him dangerously. Harry's smile held true. "So you want Angelica or Peggy? Which one do you want? Why do you want to know?" William asked. "Well, perhaps if I know which one you want, I will know which sister to cut ties with," Harry answered, his smile never faltering. Henry Lawson's eyes shot up at this time examining Harry in surprise. Everyone else, except for young Philip, did the same. Angelica seemed slightly hurt at his words, though he refrained from comforting her worries for the sake of continuing this discussion. He noticed Peggy slightly shifting once more, drawing closer to him. He continued, "So, which sister do you want?" William seemed to consider this question. He turned his head toward Angelica, his eyes shifting up and down as he examined her. She pulled back slightly, almost until she was beside her father. The man then turned to Peggy, eyeing her in the same way. Peggy's eyes never left Harry, something that seemed to anger William slightly. "I want Peggy. She is the youngest, the most beautiful, and her hips, they are wide, perfect for childbirth." Harry nodded, smile wide. "Well then, it seems my time with Peggy has come to an end." He gave Peggy a look of sadness, one that anyone with half a brain would know was fake. She seemed to catch on, because she lowered her head, a slight smile on her face. Angelica and Catherine seemed to notice as well, and shifted slightly closer to General Schuyler. Alexander and Eliza shared an unsure look. All the while, young Philip scooped away at his mashed potatoes, seemingly unaware of the events transpiring around him. "Who knew it would be so easy? I knew a man like yourself was all bark, no bite. I thought I'd have to try at least a little harder to get her off of you," William spat, scoffing in Harry's general direction before turning to his father. He missed the shift in Harry's face, his expression changing from a smile to that of a growl. His eyes radiated an emerald green color. His jet black hair began to sway slightly in a non-existent breeze as he glared at the man. William, still unaware, spoke to his father. "You told me he was a man of honor, father. Not some cuckold. And to think I was nervous." Harry took a moment to carefully rise from his seat, the wind surrounding him slowly picking up as his hair flew wildly. Peggy slid her chair back away from the table, while Angelica and Catherine pushed their chairs beside General Schuyler. But Harry's eyes were fixed solely on William, who slowly turned to find the war general leering down at him. "You should be nervous," Harry whispered, his eyes flashing dangerously as his hands rested on the table. "You are a foul creature. A disgrace to my own manhood. I will not conclude my courtships with either Angelica or Peggy. Not for the likes of you." Harry growled. Harrison, sit d. General Schuyler's voice was cut off as Harry cast a wandless and silencing charm at the man. Stunned into silence, the older man slumped down in his seat. His eyes focusing on William once again, Harry smiled. I will refrain from killing you, for a child is present. But if you ever set your eyes on Angelica, Eliza, or Peggy, or any other unwilling woman in the world again, I will hunt you down and skin you like the pig you are. William's eyes had widened while he leant back, Harry's words seeping into his very bones. Everyone else in the room was shocked into silence. Catherine quickly got to her feet, grabbing young Philip before guiding him from the dining room. This left the Schuyler sisters, General Schuyler, Harry, Alexander, and the two Lawsons, the elder of which got to his feet. You will not threaten my son. Harry raised an amused eyebrow. Oh, and what will you do if I continue to do so? What can you do? He asked. I can challenge you to a duel. William shouted, seemingly gaining encouragement from his father's intervention. I, William Henry Lawson, hereby challenge this man to a duel. For the hand of Peggy Schuyler in marriage. No, not for me, Peggy exclaimed, rushing forward to grab Harry's hand. Don't do it, Harrison. Not for me. Don't accept. Harry sighed, reaching up to cup her cheek as he took in the color of her eyes. A dark hue of chocolate, almost identical to Hermione's. Only Peggy's were filled with life, happiness, warmth, and love. Love for him. He took a moment to lean down and place a kiss on her forehead before turning back to William. I, Lieutenant General Lord Harrison Fleemont Potter, hereby accept the duel challenged upon me by William Henry Lawson. This has gone too far. Henry Lawson exclaimed. He spun toward General Schuyler. You told me Potter would be fine with this arrangement. That he would accept. You lied. Your son was supposed to choose Angelica. Schuyler shouted. If he had not been as childish as his father, everything would have gone as we agreed. Henry scowled at the man. Me, a child. You were the bumbling fool who lost his prestige to an Englishman. He motioned to Harry, who frowned. You are the one whose daughters are the subjects of talks around town. How old is Angelica? 23, and still unmarried. It goes to show how unsuitable she is to any self-respecting man. Harry moved to step in, but was cut off by Schuyler. You leave my daughter out of this. Or what? Henry asked. Or I'll challenge you to a duel. Schuyler shouted. I accept. The room fell into silence once again. Harry glared daggers toward William, whose gaze shifted between Harry and his father. Philip, Schuyler and Henry Lawson were locked in a stare-down after the heated exchange. Angelica had backed away into the corner, separating herself from her father and William. Alexander had guided Eliza to the wall behind them. Gaining some distance, Peggy was still clutching Harry's hand. Henry was the one to break the silence. So, we have two duels. I demand satisfaction immediately. Are your ground a suitable place for the duels to take place? Philip Schuyler scowled as he reached up to adjust his collar. The forest nearby is suitable. I agree to satisfaction. I wish for blood, William growled, his eyes narrowing on Harry. Eliza and Angelica audibly gasped, while Peggy stepped closer to Harry, enveloping his left arm in her embrace. I agree. To first blood. No. I demand death, William spat. Whoever lives gets Peggy. No. Harry was surprised as Eliza stepped forward, her gaze fixed on him. Do not waste your honor or your life on this man. Alexander grabbed Eliza's hand, getting her attention. Eliza, dear, he already accepted the duel. This seemed to deflate Eliza, who slowly slid backward back against the wall. Harry turned back to Peggy. Do you trust me? Without question, responded Peggy immediately. Outstanding. Harry turned back to William. I accept. A duel to the death. Alexander will be my second. Alexander wordlessly agreed without hesitation. My father will be my second, said William. Then his eyes narrowed. I have chosen the outcome. You choose the weapons. Weapon of choice. Any kind. Any range, Harry replied. William smiled. Pistols. Harry heard Schuyler reply to a similar inquiry from Henry. Good. We will meet in the forest in 10 minutes. Once there, the duels will commence. With that, Henry stormed out of the dining room, beckoning William to follow. The man did, and followed his father out of the room. This left Harry, Alexander, Philip Schuyler, and the Schuyler sisters. As soon as the two were out of the room, Angelica shot forward, slamming into Harry while enveloping him in a hug. He carefully wrapped a hand around her shoulders. Harry turned to General Schuyler, who waved his hand in dismissal. Taking that as confirmation, Harry pulled Angelica closer, doing the same with Peggy. The two women in his arms, he took a moment to whisper something in their ears. In new tomorrow rose our new nation for I Beli. Ve tomorrow is today for the United States. With that, he placed a kiss on each woman's head and stepped away. Choosing to ignore their confusion, he turned to Alexander and Schuyler. So, what say you? Should we get on with it? The two men gave him nods of agreement. Schuyler made his way out of the room. Alexander took a moment to place a kiss on Eliza's cheek before following the older man out. Harry sighed. Don't worry, everything will be fine, and with that, he stepped out of the dining room. Updated. May 22, 2024. The next day. Date. February 5, 1780. Location. 32 Catherine Street, Albany, New York, 12202. Well, shall we do this then? William asked. Harry, Philip, Alexander, and Henry nodded as they stood in a large clearing in the forest. The five men stood facing one another. The sound of rustling and footsteps alerted the five men of people drawing closer. Catherine, Angelica, Eliza, and Peggy entered the clearing, coming to a sudden stop at the edge of the clearing at the sight of them. Harry frowned. He had hoped they would stay inside. They didn't need to see this. Harry turned back to the other men. Philip and Henry's duel would be held first, with William seconding Henry, and Alexander seconding Philip. Harry was to be the doctor, seeing as he was certified, and the Schuylers contained medical supplies in their cellar. He was also in charge of reading off the 10 commandments of a duel. Number 1. The challenge. Once the challenge is accepted, either side may demand satisfaction. If either of you apologize, there is no need for further action. I demand satisfaction, Henry threatened. I demand satisfaction, sighing, Harry continued. Number 2. Seconds. Alexander Hamilton will second Philip Schuyler, while William Henry Lawson seconds Henry Louis Lawson. Number 3. Have your seconds meet face to face to negotiate a peace. Seconds, please meet in the middle of the dueling ground, and discuss a peace. The talk lasted 30 seconds, with both stating no peace was reachable. Very well. Number 4. Seeing as you are using Mr. Schuyler's pistols, and I am acting as a doctor, this duel is acceptable. Number 5. Duel before dawn. This does not apply. Number 6. Leave a note for your next of kin, and deliver them to your seconds. Henry and Philip nodded, and produced a large envelope each, most likely something they kept on their perso. And in the off chance they got into a sudden duel such as this one. Number 7. Confess your sins to God in a moment of prayer. After a moment of silence, Harry continued. Number 8. Your last chance to negotiate. A chance to send in your seconds, and see if they can set the record straight. Alexander and William once again moved forward, speaking for a minute before separating. No peace was found. Number 9. Look your opponent in the eye. You are not permitted to aim any higher, or you will be placed under citizen's arrest. Number 10. Take 10 paces in the opposite direction, turn around at the number 10, and fire. Harry concluded. Now, if you may face back to back. Henry and Philip sneered at each other, before turning around to face away from each other. Back to back. Now, on 10, either fire to injury, or aim your pistol to the sky in a sign of last-minute peace. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Harry watched as the two men spun around, both firing their shots at the other. In a show of expert magic, Harry, who didn't want to risk the bullet hitting Philip, flicked a banishing spell at just outside Henry's barrel as the ball flew from the gun. At once, the ball was sent to Philip's right, and into the forest. Philip's ball hit Henry in the left pinky, shredding the finger into almost nothing as the two spent their shots. Congratulations, neither of you died. Harry spoke, clapping his hands together. Now, for William and I's duel. Once Harry had regretfully fixed Henry up by sewing together the end of his shredded finger, the duel began its preparation. Philip would be Harry's second, while Henry became William's second. Alexander began to read off the commandments once again. After the second commandment, Philip approached him. I was wrong about you. Mr. Potter. I want you to kill him for me, for Margarita. Harry nodded, his hands balling up into fists as he returned the glare being sent at him by William. Alexander held on to Eliza, while Catherine held on to Peggy and Angelica. Harry and William both removed their weapons of choice from their coats. William, as expected, removed a pistol from his coat. Harry flicked his wrist, his smile growing as the elder wand shot into his waiting hand. Catherine shared an incredulous with Peggy and Angelica, who were too busy trying to reach Harry and convince him to use a pistol. Now, if you may face back to back, Alexander spoke. Harry and William moved, and turned around so they were back to back. Now, on 10, either fire to kill, or aim your pist. OL to the sky in a sign of last-minute peace. Harry motioned towards the Schuyler sisters and motioned for them to close their eyes. Alexander hugged Eliza, who faced away. Catherine did the same for Angelica and Peggy. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Harry watched sadly as Peggy turned around to face him, a mere moment before he spun around. In that exact moment, Harry flicked the elder wand, sending a concentrated severing charm at William, who fired his pistol at Harry. One bullet flew through the air, striking Harry in the side. Surprising everyone, however, was the injury William received. A hole had been cut through William's heart, allowing them to see through his chest to the forest behind him. Both men fell to the ground. William was dead, while Harry let out a groan of pain as the shrapnel from the bullet worked its way through his abdomen. My God, Henry shouted, rushing to his son's side. But there was nothing he could do. William's heart was cut into nothing. He was dead. Alexander rushed to Harry's side, urging the ladies to stay back. Are you all right? Where did it hit you? My side, Harry growled. His hands reached out to Alexander, grabbing the medical kit next to the man's knee. Pulling out a pair of tweezers, Harry pushed it into the entry wound. A growl of pain escaped his lips as he pulled out the broken ball, which was thrown into the forest by Alexander. He then reached in once again with the tweezers and with a bit of magic, pulled the shrapnel from the bullet. Out of his abdomen, Harry quickly cast a Tergeo charm to remove any brewing infections and cast Vulnera Saniter on the wound, healing any potential arteries hit. Harry allowed his eyes to land on the body of William Henry Lawson, who was being dragged away from the mansion by his clearly distressed father. Harry was helped to his feet by Alexander and Philip, who carefully led him back into the mansion. He was led into the foyer, where Angelica tapped Alexander on the shoulder. The man cautiously stepped aside, given he was on the side of Harry's wound, and allowed Angelica to slip herself under Harry's left arm. Alexander rejoined Ella's, as Catherine guided the two and Peggy into the dining room. Despite Peggy wishing to join them on their journey to one of the guest rooms, she was pulled into the dining room by her mother. Philip and Angelica Schuyler led Harry up the steps leading to the second floor, guiding him into the second door down the hall on the left side. Here, Harry was met with a decently sized bedroom. It was furnished, though there were no personal items. A queen-sized bed, a long but thin desk, and a small wardrobe and modesty divider. The two Schuylers led Harry over to the bed, gently setting him down. Taking the opportunity to stretch out, Harry let out a pained wince before relaxing his muscles. Philip stepped away, his hands shaking slightly. He exchanged a look with Harry and Angelica before turning to Angelica. Angelica, I trust you can help Lord Potter with his wounds. Of course, Father, Angelica replied without hesitation, jumping from her spot on the foot of the bed. She rushed into the attached bathroom, where Harry expected she was looking for a medical kit. While no such kind of kit had existed prior to his arrival, Harry had done his best to increase the use of medicine and medical supplies in public everyday uses. And while it had not gotten to the point that a medical kit was everywhere, most influential families in the colonies had purchased or created their own. Some families, such as the Schuylers, had more than one. Philip took a moment to examine Harry. After a moment, the man let out a long sigh. I want to offer you an apology, Mr. Potter. It was wrong of me to try to force your hand. Especially not through a man such as that. Harry didn't speak. He didn't entirely know what to say. Philip continued, I will not interfere in your courtship with Angelica or Peggy any longer. Nor will I suggest a relationship between yourself and Eliza. She seems infatuated with Mr. Hamilton, and you seem uninterested. So I will leave you be. With that, Philip Schuyler excused himself. Moving for the door, he stopped before he left, however, and turned back to Harry. Though, do hurry with the proposals. My Catherine is desperate for grandchildren. The horrified expression on the older man's face caused Harry to chuckle. The tension alleviated, Philip left the room, closing the door behind him. As soon as he left, Angelica darted into the room, carrying a small green bag in her hand. She stopped, peering around the room, no doubt looking for her father. Where did he go? She asked. He decided to leave us alone. He said he won't interfere in my courting yourself and Peggy, Harry replied. Angelica smiled, the worry that had built up in her shoulders fading away as she moved to him. She carefully sat down on the left side of his bed, directly next to his wound. Harry watched as she ruffled through the medical bag's contents, searching for a needle, wire, and bandages. Harry reached out before she could grab anything, his hand gently wrapping around her wrist. Can I trust you, Angelica? He asked suddenly. The sudden contact and the question stunned Angelica into question. But after a moment, she shook herself and nodded confidently. Of course. With anything, she whispered. Harry had to be sure. He had to be. George Washington was the only other person who knew. Before he greatly expanded that list, he must be sure. Maintaining eye contact, Harry cast Legilimens, sending a gentle mind probe. There, he found she was telling the truth. She would not tell a soul anything he told her. A deep relief spread over him as he broke eye contact, sliding his hand from her wrist to take her hand. His eyes found hers once again, his voice quiet as he spoke. What I am going to show you is something I've only directly shown one person. Flicking his right wrist, which had been resting at his side, the elder wand shot into his grasp. Angelica's eyes fell on the wand in a mixture of curiosity and confusion. It wasn't until he pointed the wand at his wound that her eyes widened. With precision and power, Harry sealed his pellet wound, ensuring no scar remained. And then he did it. Angelica let out a faint gasp, her eyes traveling over him as the glamours he had placed on him faded. For the first time, she saw him as he was. Scars and all, her gaze fell on the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. What? How? He squeezed her hand, trying to comfort her as best he could. I'll explain everything to you. Everything. Soon. But I couldn't lie to you about this. Not you. Not any of you. He brought her hand up to his face, placing a gentle kiss on the back of her hand that sent shivers down Angelica's spine. When you arrive in Manhattan, and visit my home, I will tell you everything. Why wait? Because my home is where I keep my history. My soul. It is easiest to show all of you there. Who is all of you? Peggy and I, and Eliza. At first, the three of you. When the time is right I'll show Alexander, Lawrence, Lafayette, Mulligan, perhaps even your parents if things progress as I hope they will, Harry explained. Angelica frowned. Do you? The older Schuyler sister frowned, as if questioning how to phrase whatever it was she wanted to say. Finally, she swallowed a lump in her throat and sat a little straighter, still aware that her hand was still being held by Harry's. Do you plan on asking my father for my hand in marriage? As well as Peggy's? As soon as I am out of this bed, Harry answered with a smile. He carefully pulled on her hand, drawing her closer to him. Angelica seemed to understand and leaned closer, allowing him to capture her lips in a kiss. His shoulders slumped slightly at the feeling. He hadn't kissed a woman in years. Not since the Talionate kiss he had shared with Hermione before he arrived here. But the feeling of it, especially with Angelica, was something he hadn't expected. He assumed Angelica hadn't kissed someone in some time, given the way she melted into his lips. A knock at the door broke them out of their moment, separating the two. They both turned to the noise. Angelica quickly tied the medical kit and separated herself from Harry, wiping her mouth to ensure any residue was removed. Harry let out a soft chuckle, turning to the door. Come in, he said. The door opened to reveal Eliza. She glanced between Harry and Angelica, her eyes widening slightly. I didn't interrupt anything, did I? Of course not. Please, come in, Harry answered, motioning for the blue-clad sister to step into the room. I believe I should go check on Father, Angelica said quickly. She glanced toward Eliza as she removed herself from the bed, though she did not stop herself from planting a kiss on Harry's cheek before petailing Eliza on the way out of the room. Harry's smile never faded as the door shut behind her. Instead, he turned to Eliza, who was smiling too. She watched him for a moment, as if trying to find the right words to say. Harry decided to conduct the test earlier, casting legilimens on the woman. He was immediately surrounded by feelings of confusion, curiosity, but more importantly, trust. She trusted him enough to confide in him, and so Harry would allow himself to trust her. Perhaps not as much as Angelica or Peggy, but he would trust her. Yes, he asked, hoping to spur her out of her mental battle. I wanted to ask you a few questions, if that's all right. She asked, motioning to the right side of the bed. Harry motioned for her to sit, taking note that he still had the Elder Wand in his right hand. She seemed to notice this too, and eyed the wand curiously. What is that? Harry's smile diminished slightly. Right to it then, He decided to be as honest as possible. My wand. Eliza stared at him for a moment. Your wand? Yes. As in, yes. Eliza hummed, taking a moment to examine him and the wand. It was then that she noticed the difference in his appearance. She leant forward suddenly, brushing his hair away from his forehead, to have a closer look at his scar. What happened here? That wasn't there before. Harry carefully reached up and grabbed her hand, guiding it away from his forehead. He placed it on the bed before smiling. It's always been there, Eliza. I just refused to let you see it. The middle daughter examined him for another moment. It was clear she was processing a lot. Harry sighed, placing his hand on hers with a smile. Your mind is a wonderful thing, Eliza. And I'm sure you have many questions about who I am, what I am, and what it all means. Perhaps you will reach some conclusion before I tell you myself. In the meantime, why don't you ask me that question you mentioned before? Eliza seemed to have trouble reverting to her initial question, no doubt. Due to the hundreds of new questions spiraling through her mind. She let out her own sigh. Well, I've been meaning to ask you something. About Alexander. Harry nodded. You see, we have been exchanging letters for weeks. And though he has expressed his love for me, I do not believe he intends to ask for my hand in marriage. I was wondering if you could provide some insight. Has he discussed anything on the matter with you? His smile fell slightly. You are aware of Alexander's history, yes? Eliza hesitantly nodded. Harry continued. His father left him and his mother when he was 10. His mother died when he was 11. His only living relatives were either jailed or committed suicide. He has had next to no family in the past decade. I believe he is just hesitant. Worried that if he were to marry you, you would leave him as everyone else did. He noticed she moved to deny such a thing and held up a hand. I don't mean you'll leave him in marriage. I mean, he fears you will die. Whether it be in this war or by disease. Harry let out a soft laugh, shaking his head. Despite being so smart, Alexander is quite dumb. On that, we can agree, Eliza said with her own laugh. I will talk to Alexander. Encourage him to pick up the speed when it comes to asking you. In the meantime, I must ask. Did you find the answer to my message? Eliza's eyes widened. I had completely forgotten about it. Harry's smile returned. Do not worry. You have some time to figure it out. But a word of advice. Ignore the words. Focus on what truly matters. He lightly tapped her hand, and motioned to the door. Eliza frowned, slowly getting to her feet as she mulled over what he had said. When she opened the door, she found Peggy on the other side. Her younger sister barreled past her, throwing herself onto Harry, who let out another laugh. The man who conquered called out to Eliza from the bed. Oh, and Eliza, I open at the close. With the wave of his hand, Harry allowed the door to slowly shut behind a thoroughly confused Eliza. Harry turned to Peggy, who still lay on top of him with her head buried in his chest. He carefully wrapped his hands around her, pulling her closer into the embrace. He felt her gently smack him on his right side, the opposite of his now healed wound, and mutter something into his shirt. He heard, "Don't ever do something like that for me again." He couldn't help but laugh, causing the woman in his arms to push off of him to look him in the eyes. Harry took the opportunity to pull her down beside him, his arm wrapping around her waist while her hand rested on his chest. He peered into her eyes, and he didn't need legitimacy to see the trust and devotion that laid in them. She trusted him with her life, and he could do the same. He noticed her eyes linger on the lightning bolt scar before returning to his eyes. Her acceptance of the scar made him love her more. "I would do it again in a heartbeat." Peggy's eyes, which had been narrowed in faux sternness, softened at this. She peered at the door, and then around the room, as if making sure no one was watching them, before sliding her hand up Harry's chest to his collar. Pulling herself up by the collar, she captured his lips in a kiss. The second kiss he had had that day. While his kiss with Angelica had certainly melted his heart and mind, this produced a completely different feeling. His entire body went numb as he pulled her closer, his right hand dropping the Elder Wand so that it could reach up and wrap around her waist. When the two separated, they took to merely staring into each other's eyes. Her eyes that could be described in hundreds of words. Beautiful, elegant, soft, innocent. He remembered comparing them to Hermione's, though that comparison did not do them justice. Peggy's were filled with life, happiness, warmth, love. Hermione had only had two of those things while they were together. Happiness and love. The life and warmth had been snuffed out in the war, long before they discovered their feelings for one another. The moment became too much for either of them, as they pulled each other back in for a longer and more talienate kiss. Peggy pushed him into the bed, crawling on top of him until she was straddling his waist. Harry rolled the two over so that he was over her, his hands gliding down her waist while he began trailing kisses along her jaw and neck. Peggy's hands trailed all over his body, tracing over his torso before pulling off his torn shirt. Her cold hands slid over his exposed skin, gliding up to his shoulder before hooking around his neck, bringing him closer to her as he continued to kiss her neck. "I want you," Peggy whispered, her hands moving to unbuckle his belt until his hands caught hers. "We can't," he breathed, deflating slightly. "Not now. Not until, you know." Harry refused to engage in sexual intercourse with either Skylar's sister until their marriage. If the two did before their marriage, Peggy would possibly be disowned by her family. Harry would be personally slandered by many in the country. It would be a scandal. And while he certainly wouldn't care in his future time, in this time it was much more important. Peggy sighed, slouching into the bed in defeat. Harry rolled over, resulting in the two being side by side. After a moment, he slowly stood from the bed, finding his shirt on the floor beside it. He slowly pulled it on, peering over at Peggy, who was still lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. It was not until he was pulling on his waistcoat that she slowly pushed herself from the bed, sitting up so that she could face him. "I will eventually want an explanation about the scars. And this," she grabbed the Elder Wand, which he had deposited on the bed, and fiddled with it. Harry raised an eyebrow. Well, at least she wasn't magical. If she was, something would have come from the wand at the act. Harry leant forward, plucking the wand from her grasp before placing it back into the wand holster situated on his right arm. "Trust me, I'll explain everything soon, love." The younger sister shook her head, but nonetheless smiled as she got off the bed. Harry took a minute to examine her. Her hair was still in fine condition, but her dress was a mess. Wrinkles covered the skirt and sleeves, and the neck of her gown was crooked. Seeing as she had yet to notice, Harry stepped closer and grabbed the gown's neck. Peggy didn't so much as flinch as he carefully straightened it out. Once it was restored to proper order, he bent down and placed another kiss on her lips. When he pulled away, his smile had shifted to a grin. "So, what do you say, we go see how everyone is doing?" Date: February 6, 1780. Location: 32 Catherine Street, Albany, New York, 12202. Harry awoke the next morning with a smile on his face. His arms were wrapped around Angelica and Peggy, who had both fallen asleep with him after the following night. The night before had been a rather exciting one, especially after his little rendezvous with Peggy in his room, which he later found out was one of their many spares. The two had gone downstairs, where Philip, Alexander, Angelica, and Eliza were congregating in the kitchen. Catherine and little Philip had retired from the long night, leaving the 6 to eat a meal for 10. They had all urged Harry to return to bed, but it only took him lifting his untucked shirt to reveal that the wound was already healed, much to their surprise. Though he was pretty sure Angelica, Eliza, and Peggy were all too focused on his abdomen, where a well-earned 8-pack rested. His workout regimen was rather long and grueling. He needed to be as quick as possible, and needed to be strong in order to fight off against close encounter attackers. His magicka, L-core had increased with his physique as well, making him almost as powerful as the now unborn Albus Dumbledore and Tom Riddle. Voldemort. Harry had taken a seat in between Peggy and Angelica. Alexa. Ender sat next to Eliza on the other side, and Philip sat at the head of the table. The 6 talked for over an hour, before the Schuyler sisters all retired, leaving Harry, Alexander, and Philip at the table. Harry and Alexander helped clean up the dishes, before the 3 men busted out a couple GLT ales of whiskey. "So, how is the convention progressing?" Philip asked. "Things are progressing nicely," Alexander replied. He patted Harry on the shoulder. "Arsenal here had the only draft left to vote for. Won by default. For the last week he's just droned on about all the finer details." "Yes, I read your draft," Philip said, eyeing Harry disapprovingly. "I was particularly keen to note your 4th and 5th articles. I have daughters. I want them to be happy, and while I personally disagree with some ideas present in your Article 4, I believe the ideas there will benefit my daughters in the long run. Your Article 5, however, that I fundamentally disagree with." Harry frowned. He was aware that the Schuylers were one of the few families left in the North that still utilized slaves. Harry sighed. He knew he could say nothing to change the older general's mind on the matter. And so He decided to go with the tried and true method. Evasion. "Well, we'll have a lot more time in the convention to discuss such topics. On a different topic, I wish to ask you a very serious question." Philip raised an eyebrow, but allowed Harry to continue. "Sir, I know we have not known each other for long, and I have hardly had the time to sit down with you like this, but I would like your blessing to marry Peggy and Angelica." Alexander decided to piggyback on this. "And I would like your blessing to marry Eliza," Harry smiled. Despite Eliza's concerns, Alexander was prepared and eager to marry her. Philip looked between the 2 men, a look of uncertainty tailing over his features. After several moments of complete silence, Philip smiled, nodded, and spoke the words. "Be true." The T.R. men spoke about the war for another hour and a half before retiring to bed. Alexander moved into one of the spare rooms across from Eliza's, and Philip entered his room where Catherine slept. Harry entered his room to find Angelica and Peggy waiting for him, both in their nightgowns as they lay beneath the covers. Both reading books without titles. "We've been waiting for you, Harrison, eh?" Angelica spoke as he placed his coat onto the coat rack. He peeled off his waistcoat and shirt to reveal his naked torso, which was covered in scars he had received in both lives. The 2 women stared at him for several seconds before he moved behind the dressing screen. He unbuckled his pants and pulled off his shoes and trousers before neatly folding them and placing them onto the dresser next to him. Pulling on his nightshirt, Harry left the corner, where he found the 2 sisters waiting for him. The covers had been folded over, and both women had moved over, providing room for him in the middle. A grin on his face, Harry jumped onto the bed, bouncing the women on the bed as he pulled himself under the covers alongside them. Harry's attention turned to Angelica, who was tracing her fingers along his arm. His hands wrapped around her waist, pulling her close as the 2 exchanged a long kiss similar to the one he had shared with her hours earlier. His hands roamed down to her side, ing her waist talienately as her leg wrapped around his. Peggy slowly tailaged his shoulders, releasing the tension in his upper torso. The night continued as such, with Harry switching between he 2 women before the 3 fell asleep. Now, Harry stood over the 2, buttoning his shirt as the sun came in through the window, blinding him slightly as he readjusted his cravat. After buckling his belt, Harry threw his coat around his shoulders, before buttoning that as well. He couldn't say he disliked the fashion of the 18th century, but he wasn't too fond of it either. It was quite tedious, and was rather itchy from time to time. Peering down at his pocket watch, Harry sighed. He needed to write a letter to Washington, explaining that he would be unavailable for the day. He had business to attend to. Date: February 6, 1780. Location: 32 Catherine Street, Albany, New York, 12202. Harry returned from his errands before dusk. He was covered in dust, with specks of blood covering his face, hands, coat, and cravat. Exhaustion threatened to overtake him as he stepped into Schuyler Manor. It had been a truly long day, though he could say he had achieved a lot. More so than anyone in 12 hours. But Harry wouldn't fret, he still had more to do. Taking a moment to check his left coat pocket and ensure the 2 small boxes were there, Harry made his way through the Holmes foyer, determination crossing over his face. Updated: May 22, 2024. Today. Date: February 6, 1780. Location: 32 Catherine Street, Albany, New York, 12202. Shortly after dusk on February 6, 1780, Harry Potter made his way through Schuyler Manor. His feet carried him up the steps to the 2nd floor, where he would find Angelica and Peggy in his room. But he led the door, instead stepping outside the door to Elizabeth Schuyler's room. After quietly knocking on the door, Harry was pleased when the door slowly slid open to reveal Eliza. She had clearly been preparing for bed, given she was wearing a light blue sleeping gown. Her hair was loose in its naturally straight style, and she smelled of violet and jasmine. Upon seeing him, Eliza smiled. That smile was short-lived, however, after she noticed the condition he was in. "What happened?" the middle sister asked, pulling him into her room before shutting the door. "Are you all right? Did Mr. Lawson return?" Eliza quickly pushed Harry backward into the room, ushing him until he eventually fell backward into a cushioned chair sitting beside her window. Harry couldn't help but smile as she hurriedly rushed into the restroom connected to her room. "Everything is all right, Eliza. I just had a run-in with a few unsavory people," Harry replied. Eliza hurried back into the room, carrying with her a wet cloth, a handful of loose bandages, and a bottle of alcohol. The girl took a moment to pull up another chair in front of Harry before taking another second to examine him. Her eyes lingered on his scar for a moment, before drifting down to the cut on his left cheek. Then the large tear in his left abdomen, close to where William Lawson's bullet had entered hours prior. Blood continued to leak from the wound, though it quickly evaporated thanks to magical intervention. After all, he didn't want to ruin her chair. "Take off your shirt," Eliza ordered. Harry carefully did as he was told, undoing his cravat. After removing his coat and pulling off his shirt, Eliza was treated to the number of fresh wounds covering his torso. A few bullet holes, 2 more cuts on the right side of his abdomen, a tear in his right shoulder, and a fresh brand burned into his right pec. The symbol was that of a line and circle inside a triangle. "The Deathly Hallows," Harry spoke, motioning to the burn. 3 ancient artifacts dating back several millennia, each holding traces of death itself. He motioned to the burn again. "I needed it to get past the goblins." Eliza eyed him suspiciously. "Goblins? Long story," Harry replied with a shrug. "I'll tell you, Peggy, and Angelica all about it when I'm all fixed up. Can't you just—" Eliza leant forward, her voice dipping to a whisper. "Heal it with magic," Harry sighed. "Normally, yes. But today has been a rather exhausting day." "Oh, I just saw you an hour ago. You saw another me." "Another you. Let me rephrase. The past me." "Well, that would be expected. You saw the past me an hour ago as well," Eliza replied humorously. Harry chuckled. "What I mean is, I time traveled. I spent the day with you and then traveled back in time. I've lived the day twice. I'll be doing it a 3rd time before I can rest," he explained. Eliza eyed him incredulously. Instead of commenting on what he had just calmly said, Eliza peered down at his torso and began to slowly clean his wounds. "Some would think you are crazy," she whispered. "Let them think what they want. I know what I am." "Crazy?" she asked, her expression shifting to that of a smile. "Yep." The two sat in silence for a few moments, until eventually Eliza stopped cleaning his wounds and took to wrapping bandages around his torso and his shoulder. "How was the day for you?" Harry suddenly asked, drawing Eliza out of her thoughts as she looked up at him. After a minute, Eliza's expression shifted from thoughtful to that of a smile. Today was fun. Not what I was expecting after last night, but certainly pleasant. Have you talked to Alexander since your adventure in time? He chuckled again. Haven't gotten the chance, though. I'll have to wait to speak to him about everything you're going to learn today. He wouldn't understand it right away, and I'm sure his questions would be extensive. When Eliza was done with the bandaging, Harry smiled. Thank you, Eliza. I appreciate your help. Anytime. I'll hold you to that. Harry joked as he slowly slid from the chair, groaning slightly as some pain returned to him. He rotated his right shoulder some, trying to loosen the muscle, to no avail. Choosing to ignore it, Harry turned to the middle sister. I'm going to grab Peggy and Angelica. Might want to get dressed. Sorry to catch you while you were preparing for bed, but it has been a long day. It's not a problem. I'll be ready when you return, Eliza replied, waving away his worry. Brilliant, he said, bowing in goodbye before making his way out of the room. His feet carried him to his room, where he found Angelica and Peggy once again in bed. They were still reading their respective coverless books, though they were significantly further into the books than they had been the night before. Upon his entry, both sisters lowered their books, peering up at the door. It was when they saw him that their reactions changed. At first, they smiled at the sight of him, though their smiles dropped to froze of worry at the sight of his wounded torso. Peggy, who was closest to the door, was the first to jump out of the bed, rushing to his side, while Angelica did the same. What happened? You just walked out a minute ago, Peggy asked, her hand sliding over the left side of his abdomen. Angelica's hand drifted over his right shoulder. She noticed the bruising that had occurred there. I did. A while ago. I've had quite the day, Harry answered. We just went on a tour of the town, Angelica refuted. That was in fact what happened. Harry, Peggy, Angelica, Alexander, and Eliza had all gone out for a walk through Albany, where the Schuyler sisters led the two men to various shops and landmarks. The day had been overall pretty average. Certainly nothing to warrant this level of injury. Yes, we did. Then I left this room 3 minutes ago and used an old artifact of mine to travel back in time to the beginning of the day. Living the same day twice takes a lot out of you. Taking bullets to the chest certainly doesn't add to the experience, Harry joked, sliding between them as he made his way to the dresser. The two Schuyler sisters remained where they stood, exchanging a worried expression as Harry pulled on a fresh black shirt. When he turned back to them, he couldn't help but smile. I know, you think I'm crazy, Eliza said about the same when I told her. You'll understand when I explain everything. Do the two of you want to get dressed before we do this? Do what? Peggy questioned. Learn who and what I am, Harry replied, as if the answer was obvious. I'm taking you to my manor. A little earlier than planned, but I figured why wait for you all to come down there when I can just cut out the middle man and do it today. Makes sense, Angelica shrugged. How are we getting there? I doubt you intend for us to spend the next day getting there by carriage. No, I have a much quicker way to get there, Harry replied. With the snap of his fingers, Peggy and Angelica found themselves in fresh gowns. The same gowns they had worn the night of the winter's ball. The two sisters peered down at themselves before looking toward Harry, whose smile hadn't faded. So, all ready to go. Peggy's eyes were wide in disbelief. How did you do that? Magic, he answered effortlessly. Harry held out his arms to the two ladies, his eyes shining brighter when they each looped an arm around each of his own. Though they were still confused, they allowed him to guide them out of the room. They traveled down the hall to Eliza's room, which opened as Eliza stepped out. Shish. E was wearing a simple yet elegant white gown, with her hair pulled back into a quick bun to keep it out of her eyes. With the three Schuyler sisters in the hall, Harry reached into his left pocket and removed a familiar golden chain connected to the infamous time turner. Recognizing their questioning gazes, Harry provided an answer. A time turner. An old artifact that allows whoever wears it to go back in time. Depending on the setting, 1 turn equals 1 minute, hour, day, or year. I used it once today to go back to this morning. I'll be using it a second time to return us to the morning. He pulled Peggy and Angelica closer, and after receiving nods from the two women, slowly placed the expanded chain around their necks. After looping it around his own, he extended the invitation to Eliza. After only a moment of hesitation, she slipped underneath the chain and joined them in their huddle around the golden artifact, touching the hour runestone embedded into the face of the time turner. Harry began to turn the Hourglass tail. After 12 rotations, the four disappeared to the outside world. Inside the chain, however, the four individuals experienced a shift in time. The day progressed in reverse, night turning to day, before eventually they were deposited at noon. The three Schuyler sisters looked on in stunned silence, their shock only deepening when with the wave of his hand, Harry conjured a black and green portal at the end of the hallway. After removing the time turner from their necks, Harry made his way to the portal, the front door of his house on the other side. "Are you three ready?" Without waiting for a response, Harry jumped through the portal, landing on the front steps of his manor in New York City. Peggy, Angelica, and Eliza all stepped up to the portal, peering through it in wonder. Eliza spoke first. "We can PTAIL through this." "Yep." Angelica's eyes remained wide in shock. "And we'll be in New York City." "Yep." Peggy's eyes scanned Harry's surroundings with wonder. "How does that work?" "Jump through, and I'll explain it to you," Harry answered. He held out a hand, a smile overtaking him as Peggy immediately reached for it. Angelica was only a second behind, grabbing his other hand as he guided them through the portal. The eldest and youngest Schuyler sisters dropped through the portal, landing on their feet outside Harry's manor. After a moment, Eliza stepped through herself, with all three turning back to the portal as it closed behind them. "A magical portal, a special creation of mine. Much better on the senses than other forms of travel," Harry explained. "Magic," Angelica whispered. "Exactly," Harry mused, reaching into his right pocket. He removed a small key, which seemed to be made of pure diamond. The Schuyler's look on as he placed the key into the keyhole, turning it to produce a satisfying click. After opening the door, Harry stopped and turned back to the sisters. "You'll need to enter one at a time with the keys I gave you. It will cement your place in the wards and ensure you can get in without worry in the future." Without another word, Harry shut the door, leaving the three Schuyler sisters outside. After exchanging confused expressions with one another, Peggy reached into her gown and retrieved the golden key given to her by Harry days previously. After sliding it into the keyhole, she turned it with another satisfying click, smiling as the door opened to reveal Harry waiting on the other side. Angelica followed suit with her golden key, and then Eliza with her silver key. When they had all entered the foyer, the Schuyler sisters took a moment to admire it. It was a spacious foyer, adorned with rich tapestries displaying ancient and more recent wars in history, lit by exquisite golden chandeliers. While the floor itself was made of marble, there were red carpets scattered around the room, adding to and even punctuating the gold spread throughout the room. A large staircase led up to the second floor, while two sets of dark oak double doors sat on the walls to their left and right. The stairs lead to the second floor. The door to the right leads to the living room and ballroom, with a door out to the gardens. The doors to the left lead to the dining room and kitchen. But for the purpose of today's visit, let's skip these rooms and head upstairs. None of the Schuyler sisters spoke, instead choosing to follow him up the stairs while they took in the decorations of his home in awe. There were portraits lining the wall, each with important historical figures moving inside of them. Harry, who was no stranger to magical portraits and paintings, continued up the steps, leading the three sisters into the hallway that split to the right and left. The right side leads to the residential area. You and your family will reside there anytime you decide to spend time here. To the left is where my offices are located. Offices? Angelica questioned. As in plural. Yeah, Harry answered with a shrug. I do a lot. Quote. The three Schuyler sisters exchanged confused looks before following him to the left, moving down a wide hallway filled with more portraits and grandeur chandeliers. Eventually, they turned a corner turning right, and were met with an extensive hallway. A hallway that stretched much further than the volume of the house should allow. Space expansion charm, Harry supplied at their stunned expressions. To Angelica and Peggy, the entire hallway was lined with doors on each side. 5 doors on the right, 4 on the left. The first door to the right was his personal study, where he spent most of his time. To Eliza, there were only the 4 doors closest to them. Given he was tied to an obsidian key, he was free to enter and leave whichever room he wished without a key. Eliza frowned. Why such a long hallway for 4 rooms? 4 rooms, Peggy asked. There's 9, Eliza's frown deepened. No, there's clearly 4. There's 13, Harry cut in, drawing the two's attention. The wards around my manor react to the keys you used to enter. Those without keys are restricted to the foyer until I or a member of my staff invite them further. Each key allows certain access to different parts of the manor. So, because Angelica and I have golden keys, we can see more than Eliza. Peggy inquired. Yes, Harry turned to Eliza, who appeared somewhat hurt by this fact. Don't worry, once I'm done explaining everything to the 3 of you, your access will be expanded. Depending on how you take everything, he led the 3 sisters into his study, where he had prepared 3 chairs on the opposite side of his desk. He motioned for them to sit down. After taking his own seat, he began to explain. Now, I will happily answer any questions the 3 of you have. But I want you to know I am being completely honest with you today. Whether you believe me or not, that is the truth. Taking a deep breath, he launched into his story. His real story. Over the next 10 hours, Harry walked the Schuyler sisters through almost every detail of his past. His birth, the attack in Godric's Hollow that left him a hero and an orphan, his childhood with the Dursleys, his first visit to Diagon Alley with Hagrid, his first year against Quirrell, the second-year attacks by Riddle and the Basilisk, meeting Sirius and Remus in his 3rd year, the Trieu, Izzard tournament and Voldemort's return in his 4th year, the campaign against him in his 5th year, the rise of the war in his 6th year, and his final confrontation against Voldemort in what was supposed to be his 7th year. Harry then detailed the life that followed. His breaking up with Ginny, falling in love with Hermione, having 3 children, even his time as Minister of Magic followed by being an unspeakable. And then I arrived in Kips Bay. Armed with my knowledge of the future, I decided to stay here and help make a better future. Better for everyone, including whatever version of me is born in this world. Everything after that battle you already know, Harry concluded. The 3 sisters sat in silence, all taking in the information in various ways. Peggy was leaning forward, her curiosity and intrigue fueling her need to know more. Angelica had leaned backward, as if examining him from another angle. It made sense, given she was quite literally from a new angle for the first time. Eliza's mind was going at 100 miles per hour, her eyes shifting between him and the items scattered around his study. She motioned to the framed treaties on his wall, but was interrupted by Peggy. So, your wife and children. They didn't actually die. Harry let out a reluctant sigh. The story I told you was false. They didn't die at the hands of the British. But he stilled suddenly, his hand tracing over the dark oak of his desk as he seemingly relived 1,000 moments at once. After a second, his attention returned to the discussion. They are as good as dead at this point. I've changed so much in my time here. I question if I'll even be born in this timeline. What all have you changed? Eliza asked. Isn't it obvious? Angelica straightened up in her chair, her eyes drifting from Eliza to Harry. He's from the future. He must know what the world is like at that point. He's speeding up the clock. All of those reforms, the political agendas, the abolition of slavery, women's rights, those are all in the future, right? Did they happen now, or later? Later, Harry said sadly. How much later? Eliza questioned. The reforms, only a few decades, some a few centuries. The abolition of slavery took another 80 years. Women's rights, almost 200. The 3 sisters' eyes widened at this. Harry rubbed his forehead, hoping to release the tension that had built as a result of his shame regarding the future. The men of today, they don't understand what we understood in the future. They still see women and African Americans as lesser playthings, toys, things to be used and discarded without care. But we slowly changed. We slowly grew, shifted our beliefs and views until more and more people realized we were all the same. Human. It took us nearly 200 years. And even then we still weren't fully there. It took me 2 decades to make enough change to unite entire nations. We were still so far from what we needed to be. Harry leant forward, motioning to the treaties on the wall that Eliza had pointed to previously. It's why I bought those. The Schuyler sisters examined the framed treaties for a moment before turning back to him. One small step to recreating Freals. North America reunited at last. South America soon to join it. It's why I've been pushing for so much change in the convention. The world. Because if someone doesn't make progress now, it won't happen at all. At least not for another century or two. And by then millions will have died for nothing. Angelica's eyes dropped. The war gets that bad. This war won't be the end of it. After this, it's the War of 1812. The British come back for more. The Mexican-American War. Then there's the Civil War in the 1860s. That results in 750,000 deaths. The Spanish-American War. The world wars that left over 500,000 U.S. soldiers dead. The Korean War. Vietnam. Afghanistan. Dozens of wars. All meaningless. All leading to violent and preventable destruction and death. World wars. Peggy questioned. The entire world. Pretty much. There were over 30 countries directly involved in the war. The others were affected indirectly. World War I was the beginning of a long battle for humanity. It was when the world realized the true cost of war. A global depression took over the world. It lasted almost 3 decades until World War II broke out in the 1930s. World War II was much more devastating than World War I. The war encompassed over 100 countries. It lasted for 6 years, and resulted in over 30 million military deaths and 50 million civilian casualties. 4% of the global population gone. It shook the world to its core, but when it was done there was hope. Hope for a better future, Harry explained. The 3 sisters remained quiet, intent on listening to his story. People had seen the cost of the war. Sure, it had brought an end to the global depression, but it had killed so many. It had disrupted the natural balance. People were scared, and so, as time moved forward, they grew more apprehensive. They were careful, especially with the threat of nuclear annihilation. Eliza raised an eyebrow. Nuclear. World War II didn't end the same way this war was won. Not by sheer willpower and ingenuity. Sure, ingenuity was needed to accomplish the Manhattan Project, but it's not the same. Not like the brave men fighting in those trenches. Harry shook himself. Anyway, the Allied forces, the good guys, were desperate. The Axis powers, the bad guys, were being weakened. But it didn't seem likely they would put an end to their crusade for global domination. Germany was slowly retreating, but Japan seemed convinced it would rule all. And so the United States went to work developing a weapon capable of putting them in their place. A nuclear bomb. The bomb's basic principles are easy. Inside the bomb, an explosion compresses the fissile core and creates a chain reaction. The nuclei of an atom is split apart, with the 2 pieces replicating this process millions of times. The chain reaction releases a tremendous amount of energy, creating a fireball. Capable of destroying entire cities at once. But the fallout is much more deadly. The chain reaction's energy ionizes and contaminates the surrounding area. It can cause sickness, black rain, it's worse to survive and live in the fallout than to be killed by the blast. At least with the blast you die instantly. And they used these nightmares. Angelica asked, clearly shocked at the idea of such a weapon being used on someone else. Twice, Harry answered. Both in Japan. 2 cities were nearly wiped off the map after they were used. But it worked. Japan surrendered. Then Germany. But the introduction of the bombs caused fear. No one wanted to push each other to the point of using them. Wars went on for decades with the threat of nuclear destruction. But it never happened. People were smarter by then. They knew that war wasn't some sort of badge of honor. It was a toll, a price to pay, something that came at an unpayable cost. Eliza leant forward. Did you fight in those wars? No, I was born too late to fight in those. World War I was between 1914 and 1918. World War II was 1939 to 1945. The Vietnam War ended in 1975, and I was born in 1980. Given I lived in Britain for most of my early life, I wasn't around for the war in Afghanistan. I was too busy with Voldemort and reforming the Ministry of Magic, Harry replied. Peggy spoke. So you intend to prevent these wars? I do, he answered. How? Like Angelica said, by speeding up the clock. The sooner people realize that we're all more alike than they think, and that peace is not only achievable but sustainable, we can move forward. We can unite the world. Reach the moon. Possibly even meet aliens. Aliens? Eliza asked, confused. Harry internally berated himself. 21st century slang still clung to him sometimes. The term, alien, wasn't used today as it was in the future. It mostly referred to outsiders, particularly those who didn't belong in the nation. Immigrants, extraterrestrials, he supplied. Different species that aren't human. There are some already on Earth, who are magical, but their subtypes of humans are non-magical creatures. Humans haven't met any extraterrestrial species yet. A contemplative moment of silence PTAI led over the study. After a moment, Peggy slid forward in her chair. Tell us more about Frials. Frials. Harry peered down at his desk. I became Minister of Magic in 1999. Hermione, Kingsley, Arthur, Neville, Draco, Ron, Susan, all of us really. We spent my first term undoing all the damage done to the Ministry by Voldemort. We undid every bit of pureblood legislation PTAI led during our 7th year. We rebuilt everything from the ground up. Building rights for Muggleborns, squibs, werewolves, vampires, house elves, half-giants. It was a long 7 years. But by the end of it the Ministry was the strongest it had ever been. It was during my 2nd term that the concept of Frials began. Ron had actually thought of it. A united nation formed from the nations of the world. A burrow, as he called it. His eyes became lost in the fondness of memories. He came up with the concept. Hermione came up with the name. Frials, freedom. And then I presented it to the Wizengamot. They ate it up. The man who conquered willing to unite the world, he scoffed, his fond expression replaced with disgust. They did whatever I wanted, whether I knew what I was doing or not. No matter how often I reminded them that I was no hero. That I had only ever succeeded because my friends were with me along the way. So when I went to the Wizengamot they agreed. The ICW weren't hard to convince, either. After I got those two, it became almost easy to convince the magical ministries to sign on to the project. The non-magical governments. That was where it got tricky. It took us 7 years. 7 long years of going back and forth to over 60 countries trying to convince them to join us. The US, France, and Spain joined first. They were closest when it came to relations with us. Anyway, but when all 60 finally joined, we were able to turn our attention to the others. When my time as minister ended, half of the world was under the Frials flag. Neville was elected minister, and all was good, so, the nations were still separate, only under a single flag. Well, yes, but there were benefits. Universal and free healthcare, freedom for anyone, even in nations that still practiced slavery, increased trade and commerce, free education, an emphasis on spreading different cultures, languages, and traditions, and a joint military comprised of volunteers from every nation. But most importantly, the repeal of the statute. The statute of secrecy. The law that states magicals aren't allowed to reveal themselves to non-magicals. It was enacted in the 1690s after the Salem witch trials. We repealed it in 2006. The repeal PTAI led. The repeal was finalized in 2008, with the law going out of effect in 2009. It lasted 317 years. I hope to have it repealed much sooner. Do you plan to recreate Frials here? Peggy asked. He shook his head. No. Frials was an idea for my time. This world. It needs something unique. Something I hope the 3 of you will help me build. Harry's expression was hopeful as his eyes shifted between the 3 sisters. Peggy seemed ready to jump into action. Eliza seemed interested, though she showed much more restraint than Peggy. Angelica seemed skeptical. You want our help? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, Harry replied, slightly confused. I wouldn't have told you all of this at once if I didn't. What could we do that could help you? Angelica questioned. What was she up to? Was she trying to trap him in something? Harry eyed her suspiciously, unsure what to think. He didn't plan on using legilimency on her, and was beginning to doubt himself. He quickly shoved this part of his mind from his mind, focusing on her. Angelica, the three of you could help in so many ways. Your knowledge of political science and your interest in law would be instrumental in our efforts. Harry turned to Eliza. Your kindness, your organization skills, your ability to socialize and understand people. I have a feeling they will go a long way in the future. He turned to Peggy, who seemed both anxious and excited by what he would say. Peggy, your heart is kind and your mind is fierce. There isn't anything you can't achieve when you put your mind to it. Your determination will make all the difference. Peggy and Eliza beamed at the praise, though. Angelica still eyed him irresolutely. What would we be doing for you, exactly? Angelica, Peggy huffed, only to receive a silencing glare from Angelica, who turned back to Harry. What do you want to do? Harry asked in return. Angelica eyed him carefully. They sat in silence for several moments, until eventually she decided to be honest and answer. I wish to draft change. To work with you on legislation. For women's rights, slavery's abolition, all of it. I don't merely want to stand behind you while you make your case, I wish to be at my side, Harry said with a smile. Yes, Angelica agreed. That is what I want. Harry replied. For the first time in what seemed like an hour, Angelica smiled. His eyes once again drifted between the three sisters. I want all three of you at my side when we change this world. Alexander too, Lawrence, Lafayette, Hercules, even Burr if he is willing. I want all of us to make real change. His excitement turned him to Peggy. What do you want to do, Peggy? I want to help you and Angelica with legislation, she replied immediately. She stopped herself, however, and took a moment to really think about the question. What did she want? After a moment, she seemed to find her answer. I want to work on education. From everything I have heard today, the issues with today and the future seem to be misinformation. If people are better informed, the future will reflect that. Harry smiled, nodding in approval and a sense of pride in her response. He turned to Eliza, who was watching him carefully. She spoke in a low voice. You said werewolves and vampires were real. Giants, goblins, dragons, all real. My uncle, Remus, was a werewolf. He was one of the kindest men I ever met, Harry answered. I want to help them, Eliza said confidently, surprising Harry. He knew she had gone out of her way to help soldiers and orphans in the old world, but this was new. She was setting herself on a path many gave up on very quickly. Ing rights for magical creatures would take decades. It had only been easy for Harry because he had been minister, the boy who lived, and the man who conquered. He was none of those things now. The master of death, sure. But he wasn't as important in this world as he was in his own. Eliza continued, I want to help ensure they have what they need to survive. From what you described, your uncle was able to sustain work and was underfed. That's right. Werewolves in general were rarely employed. Most found work in areas affiliated with dark magic, or stole what they needed to survive. The rest were hunted down, captured, or killed by hunters or vampires. Giants lived in hiding for centuries, fearing persecution. While goblins did and still do hold the monopoly on wizarding banking, they are widely disrespected by most wizards and magical creatures. And house elves. Their magic is tied to the earth and to the families they bond to. Some wizards take this bond for granted, and abuse their house elves, knowing they can't do anything in retaliation. My friend Dobby, he used to slam his ears in the door whenever he felt he needed to be punished. His masters were evil people. Only their son turned out good in the end. I want to help them, Eliza reaffirmed. I will if no one else will. We can use some of the land you purchased and create a sanctuary. 4. The werewolves, the vampires, the giants, even the dragons. Eliza, Peggy reprimanded once again. It is Harry's land. He will do with it what he wants. I want what you want, Harry reminded. If Eliza believes a sanctuary would be beneficial, then I wholeheartedly agree. I think it's a splendid idea. Peggy seemed to deflate slightly at his contradicting her, but her eyes widened as a smile overtook her. She turned to Eliza. We can start schools for them. That way they can all gain education and be informed. Angelica smiled. We can instill firm legislation that marks them as our equals, no matter their species or ailments. Eliza joined them in their joy. And when the time comes, we can integrate them back into society. As equals. Harry couldn't have been happier as he peered over his desk at the three Schuyler sisters. Everything would be okay. They weren't scared of him. They didn't hate him for keeping this a secret from them. They were willing and even eager to help him make change. His smile seemed to draw the attention of Peggy, who smiled just as brightly. She then frowned, drawing him from his thoughts as she motioned at his appearance. Harry's hair was still disheveled, and he was still covered in now dried blood. The bandages Eliza had placed on him earlier were poking from the sleeves of his shirt. "You said you would tell us about those." Nodding, Harry held up his hands in surrender, producing a giggle from Peggy and a smile from Angelica and Eliza. "My day has been quite long. 3 days long. Let me explain." Updated. May 30th, 2024. Yesterday. Date. February 6, 1780. Location. 32 Catherine Street, Albany, New York, 12202. Harry Potter had already experienced the day once and was aware that he would have to live through it another 2 times before he could lie down and rest. He had spent the first day with Angelica and Peggy, who showed him around Albany alongside Eliza and Alexander. The 5 spent the day exploring the shops, with the Schuyler sisters showing Harry an ale. Xander every nook and cranny of the town. It wasn't until the sun went down that they returned for supper. Now Harry sat in his bed, with Angelica lying on his left and Peggy on his right. The two Wong-en were still reading their nameless books, paying him no mind as they went about their business. Without much effort, Harry got up from the bed, placing a kiss on both Angelica and Peggy's heads before moving toward the door. "I'll be back in a moment," Harry called out. It was the truth, only it wouldn't be him returning. The future version of himself. Harry sure hated time travel. With that thought on his mind, he removed the time turner from his pocket and slipped it around his neck. He had several errands to run before he could return to that morning. Harry needed to check on Nathaniel Green and his men. He needed to visit the of Makusa and the Supreme Mugwump to make his voice heard. He needed to meet with the Goblins in New York City, where he hoped to gain their Tailestance president in his political endeavors. He also needed to visit the Queen of Portugal, the King of France, and the Prince of Orange. So many things to get done in a single day. After turning the Hourglass 12 times, Harry found himself being whisked back to 7 a.m. that morning. Summoning his cloak around his shoulders, Harry disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. He had business to attend to. Date: February 6, 1780. Time: 11:13 a.m. Location: Morristown, New Jersey. As he had suspected, Harry's meetings with the royalty of Portugal, France, and the Dutch had been almost meaningless. The Dutch, under the umbrella of Great Britain, wanted nothing to do with him, and were unwilling to offer their land to him. The French were in a similar situation. Louis XVI of France was currently at war with Great Britain, and was not willing to make any political movements at the moment that might compromise France's position. The same was partially true for Portugal. While the Queen, Maria I, was disinterested in the happenings of the war, she was still interested in the land she had claimed in Brazil. She would not give it up easily, leaving Harry to search for new avenues in acquiring the land he needed. So he decided to move on. Harry knew he had gotten lucky with his treaties with Great Britain and Spain, having used their own situations against them. He would need to be patient with future endeavors. With a pop, Harry appeared in the dense forest situated northeast of Morristown, where General Nathaniel Green and his men were facing the winter. And it seemed to be progressing horribly. Though he was shielded from the harsh cold and the blinding snow by his dragonhide cloak, he could sense it was well below freezing. Harry took note of the markings on the side of the snow-covered road. Posts, lined up every 4th mile, each marked with a different animal. A penguin first, an owl, a tiger, a turtle, an eagle, and a raven. Harry smiled. It was a code he and John Laurens had developed in their correspondence. Something that had bled into the army throughout the years. An easy cipher if you knew what to look for. The first letter of each word. Penguin, owl, tiger, turtle, eagle, raven. Potter. They had left a message for him. A path. He followed the posts through the forest, eventually finding himself in a clearing. A small clearing capable of holding only 500 men. A large mansion rested at the edge of the clearing, with a road leading toward what he tellumed was Morristown. Behind the mansion, occupying the rest of the clearing, were the rest of Green's forces. 1,000 men occupying almost 200 log huts packed into the clearing. Over 100 were being used by the men, while the rest were used for supplies. Harry remembered this mansion. He visited it at one point in his prior life, and recalled it being Washington's base of operations. It was a testament to how much he had changed. New York was in American hands, the British were pushed back to naval ports. And Washington felt comfortable enough to leave his army and attend the Constitutional Convention, a convention occurring 7 years ahead of schedule. Not to mention everything was misplaced. Washington and Hamilton were in New York instead of Morristown. Lafayette remained in America given the decreased tension and his not seeing the need to enlist France's help. John Laurens was still at Washington's side, and Hercules Mulligan was still in the Sons of Liberty spying on British soldiers for their gain. Even with so much change, some things remained the same. His attention was pulled from his changes to reality toward the approaching footsteps. His eyes fell on the form of Nathaniel Greene. The man was in his combat uniform, with his rank as Major General highlighted on his chest and shoulders. He looked miserable. Harry could tell by the gauntness of his cheeks and the bags under his eyes that Greene had not slept or eaten in at least a week. Greene approached Harry and let out a pained cough. Steam shot out of his mouth due to the cold, and he hunched over in pain. Harry was immediately at the man's side, gripping his shoulder while the general coughed up blood and mucus. With his left hand on the man's left arm, Harry placed his right hand on the general's back. Buang Karosakan, he cast silently. A special spell he had created himself while in the midst of battle. It healed almost all ailments, except for those caused by potions or illness such as lycanthropy. Greene coughed once more, before straightening his back with a satisfying crack. The gauntness in his appearance quickly faded, and the bags under his eyes faded. Freshly rejuvenated, Greene smiled. "I'll never get used to that, old friend. At least you're not hounding me about how I do it," Harry replied with a grin. "Because you're stubborn. You remind me of Catherine. How is the wife?" "She is in good health. She and our oldest son, George, are staying in Basking Ridge. She delivered our youngest, baby Nathaniel, just last week." "Well then, let's make this quick so you can get back to your children." "What do you intend to do?" Greene questioned. "Get your men and cleaned up and put an end to your problem in Paterson," Harry replied. He then moved PTAI-led Greene, who hurriedly followed as Harry stepped through the small huts containing Greene's men. After a short trek, he arrived at the back steps of the mansion. Removing 2 small boxes from his coat, he enlarged them and placed them onto the ground. He turned back to Greene, who was watching him expectantly. "There are supplies in these. Boots, food, water, booze." Harry added a wink to the last one, reaching into the box before removing a bottle of rum. He tossed it to the general, who watched him with interest. "Don't even think about asking. Trade secret." "Yes, I'm aware," Greene said with a dismissive hand wave. He turned back to the huts. "Men," he shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. Harry was quick to cast concealment charms around the clearing, ensuring Greene's voice didn't draw unwanted attention. The log huts closest to the 2 generals were the first to have Greene's men pour out of them. After almost 5 minutes of waiting, Harry and Greene stood in front of Greene's attachment, over 1,000 troops and several dozen volunteers. "General Potter has decided to visit us. He brings with him supplies and gifts. Among them, alcohol." The men in the crowd cheered. Harry knew from experience that these men had gone months without so much as a sip of alcohol. It would certainly be a boost to morale. Harry turned to Greene, taking the opportunity to whisper something in his ear while the men cheered. "Just reach into either box and ask it for something. The box will do the rest." Before Greene could turn fully to question him, Harry was gone in a cloud of black smoke, leaving Greene and his army behind. Date: February 6, 1780. Location: Paterson, New Jersey. Less than 20 miles northeast of Morristown, Harry Potter appeared from the shadows, his eyes fixed on the enemy encampment 100 meters north. The enemy redcoats were being led by Lieutenant Colonel Stenhouse. The man had only led a few battles in the long-forgotten Northern Theater, and was still clinging to hope of taking New Jersey despite all of his superiors and fellow officers occupying their time with the Southern Theater. And here he was, in Paterson, New Jersey, still clinging to a siege that Greene had been fighting off for months. He would end it in a single night. Taking a step closer to the camp, Harry took a moment to use a form of magic he had been testing in his free time. Removing the Elder Wand from his holster, he pointed it at himself and whispered, "Interiorum Bestium, infinitum esse." Harry watched the results with a smile. Hundreds of copies of himself spread from his left and right, forming a circle around the camp until it was completely surrounded. And then they launched into action. Almost 1,000 Harry Potters descended on the encampment, ripping through tents and cabins while slaughtering any who opposed them. The original Harry calmly moved through the camp, allowing his copies to rush past him as he stepped outside of Lieutenant Colonel Stenhouse's tent. When he entered, he found 2 of his copies already inside. One was leaning over the Lieutenant Colonel's desk, where plans for the continued opposition of the siege were laid out. The other one stood behind Stenhouse, who was gagged and tied up to his office chair. Harry's smile grew beneath his hood. Lieutenant Colonel Stenhouse. The Lieutenant Colonel was sweating profusely. His lips were trembling and the dark spot on his pants indicated he had wet himself. After being ungagged, the lieutenant tried to speak. Arsenal. Correct, Harry replied. Your rule here ends today. Paterson will once again belong to us, and you will return to your superiors and inform them of your failure. But more importantly, Harry took a moment to lean forward, his hands gripping the chair's arms as his face drew closer to Stenhouse's. You're going to tell them exactly how you failed. You want me to tell everyone you lost to 1,000 Harry Potters? Absolutely. Now, I don't exactly trust you, so we'll go with the easy route. Imperio. The man's eyes gleamed over, shining a slight silver hue as he straightened in his seat. Leave this encampment. Travel east to your superiors. Inform them of your failure. Once you've described every detail of what happened tonight, shoot yourself in the head. Without so much as a hum of reply, Stenhouse shot to his feet, strolling out of the tent to accomplish his mission. This world is ours, Ari turned to the copy of himself leaning over the desk. The copy had tilted his head toward Harry. They just don't know it yet. Those who should know don't know, the other copy said. The important ones, Peggy, Angelica, Eliza, Alexander, even Washington. They know. This world is not ours. Harry bit back, shame apparent in his voice and stance. The world belongs to no one person. It belongs to humanity. That's what we're fighting for. Desk Harry stood up, approaching Harry before jamming his forefinger in the latter's chest. That's what you're fighting for. He took a moan. To motion between himself and the copy closest to the chair. Fight for survival. For you. For the human race. That's never going to happen until they're united under one rule. Our rule. No, Harry growled. What are you running from? Chair, Harry asked, stepping around the chair to look Harry in the eyes. You're from the future. You know the future that awaits them. Nothing but violence, death, nothingness. It's all useless in the end. Nothing but war. You have a chance to end it. End it and make a better for everyone. For the Skylers, Alexander, Lawrence, everyone you've been fighting for. Desk Harry stepped closer. You know it's the only way, Harry. You know it. I know it. We all know it. They're not equipped to lead themselves, no matter how hard you try. It will always end in war. In death. A chill brushed against Harry's name at the last word, his vision blurring slightly. The 2 copies in front of him suddenly disappeared, leaving behind their cloaks, which quickly fell to the floor. Harry stepped back, tripping over the step leading into the tent. As he fell backward, he felt a pair of arms reach around his torso from the front, grabbing him before he could hit the ground. When his eyes regained focus, Harry couldn't believe what he saw looking back at him. A skeleton, with pitch-black eye sockets peering down at him. It spoke in the voice of a woman. Are you okay, Master? Harry pulled away from the figure. The skeleton drew back, conjuring a black cloak around its skeletal form before shifting its form entirely. Instead of a skull poking through the hood of the cloak, a woman appeared before him. She had the smoothest skin he had ever seen, with black eyes and an emotionless face. Harry peered around, taking note of his environment. He was no longer in the tent. Nor was he in Patterson, New Jersey. He instead found himself inside a distorted realm. Names and faces rushed past him, fading from view before he could understand them. A white blanket hung over them, covering the sky for as far as Harry could see. The ground beneath them was pitch black and made of marble. Harry eventually found his voice. "Where am I?" "Well, I thought it would be obvious, Master. You're in Limbo." "Limbo? As in?" "Yes. You are beyond life. Not quite dead, but no longer living," the woman replied. "Master," Harry whispered, his eyes darkening slightly as he took a step back. He was beginning to grow uncomfortable. "You're death." "Yes. Why did you bring me here?" "To help you." "Why? Why not?" the woman asked. "You are my master after all." "What does that mean?" Harry asked. He was desperate now. He needed to know what was happening. How he could escape. Why death had brought him here. What the title he had received decades prior meant. "You are my master," the woman replied simply. At Harry's pleading expression, the woman sighed. "You control me. You are immortal, a god. You possess abilities you have only recently begun to tap into. You can do what you wish whenever you wish anywhere you wish. My influence is vast, Harry Potter. Multiversal, extra-dimensional. There is not one place in all of existence and non-existence that I cannot reach. That you cannot reach. So, I'm an extension of death. In a simplified manner, yes. You are a physical representation of my power and my being. You will forever carry me with you wherever you go. But you are also my master. My battery. You control me. You give me power. How does that work? The longer you live, the more powerful I become. The more you kill, the more souls I reap. The more I reap, the more powerful I become. The more powerful I become, the more powerful you become. Understand? Harry frowned. We power each other. But I don't understand. Am I your first master? My first and only. Death answered. Harry sighed. He truly was the master of death. The physical embodiment of death and its power. He controlled it. What exactly did this mean though? What could he do with death? She had stated he had just recently begun to tap into her power. How do I use you? He asked, cringing slightly at the implication. Death merely laughed. While many have claimed I am a suitable sexual partner, I understood your meaning. My presence is spread throughout the cosmos, touching every single thing at once. Before the creation of everything, before even the outside, I was born. I was all there was. All that could be. And when things came into being, I connected myself to them. I allowed myself to spread as far as the universe expanded. And then the universe became a multiverse. An omniverse. Different dimensions. Realities. And I was spread to all of them. I am connected to everything and everyone that ever was and ever will be. And so are you. So theoretically, you can travel between dimensions. Harry asked. Death shook her head. No, I do not need to travel. I'm already there. I am everywhere. All the time. It is why so many can die at once. If I was only ever in one place it would take forever to reap souls. It is much easier to be everywhere. So, what can I do with this power? Isn't it obvious? Death asked. Harry didn't reply. He wasn't an idiot. He of course knew this meant he had control over death, its cause, who died, how, that sort of thing. But he questioned what he could exactly do with the power. Death smiled. Her dimples prominent as her eyes scanned his. Harry raised an eyebrow at how attractive Death was. Shaking himself, he paid attention to what she said. Ah, you want specifics. Well, you obviously gain free entrance to Heck and Limbo whenever you wish, whether you are dead or not. You control every aspect of the afterlife, from where beings go, how they get there, and whether they can get there. You cannot be imprisoned or contained. You can sense death, cause it, reverse it. You have lordship over life and death itself. Death shook her head. But enough talk. I brought you here to help you on your path. With this, Death raised her arm, which slowly shifted. Her hand and arm shifted into a metal bar with a small burning emblem on the end. A triangle, a circle, and a line. The symbol of the Deathly Hallows. With this brand, you'll get a head start on using your abilities. It will also help you with the goblins. Harry frowned. Goblins. The goblins have worshipped me for as long as they have existed. They will follow you to the end of time if you can prove you are my master. They'll help you in your mission, Death explained. Harry shrugged. He wasn't entirely sure what this meant or how he could utilize the goblins. But he knew it could be beneficial in the future. So he pulled off his shirt, revealing his chest just before Death lunged forward, slamming the piece of metal into his right pec. The man who conquered hissed in pain, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth as the brand burned into his skin. When Death stepped away, Harry pulled on his shirt. Death continued, "This will help you on your journey. Now, as much as this has been fun, you need to go. Spending too much time here can play with your humanity. I'll see you around, Master." Date: February 6, 1780. Location: New York City. New York. Harry Potter's feet hit the ground with a thud, his entire body vibrating as he tried to hold his bearings. He placed a hand over the right side of his chest, grimacing slightly as the feeling of burning pain consumed him. Once he was steady on his feet, Harry took a moment to curse under his breath before taking note of his surroundings. Harry was standing in an alley in New York City, just across the street from the large stone building housing the United States branch of Gringotts. Death herself seemed to understand his plans, and had graciously placed him outside of his next appointment. Peering down at the watch, Harry smiled. 11:15 a.m. Death had saved him at least half an hour. The benefits, it seemed, of mastering Death. He walked across the stone street and entered the imposing marble facade of Gringotts. The New York branch was a testament to Goblin craftsmanship. Vaulted ceilings etched with silver filigree, enchanted lanterns emitting a soft golden glow, and large marble columns engraved with scenes of Goblin victories. Goblins bustled to and fro, clerks managing ledgers while armed guards stood watch with their characteristic wariness. Harry was immediately approached by a goblin with a narrow face and sharp eyes who raised a clawed hand. "State your business," he demanded. Harry removed his hood, meeting the goblin's gaze with calm intensity. "I'm here to speak with someone in charge regarding land purchases and a potential alliance." The goblin's eyes narrowed further. "Our schedules are full, and appointments must be made weeks in advance." Harry smiled. "This isn't a request, it's history in the making." He raised his right hand, summoning a parchment stamp with the royal insignias of England and Spain. They acquired the entirety of North America from both England and Spain. I'm offering your people something that's never been possible before." A hush fell around the nearby goblins, who whispered and glanced toward the parchment. The goblin clerk hesitated before motioning for Harry to follow. "Wait here." The goblin hurried off, leaving Harry to scan the room. Moments later, a door opened, and a Arger goblin with an authoritative demeanor emerged, his silver-trimmed armor marking him as a high-ranking official. "Follow me," the goblin said curtly. Harry was led into a grand chamber lined with gold and obsidian. A large, ornate table sat in the center, where a few goblins were already seated, eyes sharp with curiosity. The head goblin gestured for Harry to sit. The head goblin, who introduced himself as Thragnott, steepled his fingers. "You claim to own the entirety of North America. Show me proof." Harry laid the parchment on the table. The goblins leaned in as the enchanted document unfurled, its text shimmering in the air. The signatures of King George III and Charles III of Spain gleamed in royal blue ink. "The treaties," Harry explained, "are fully recognized by both nations. Both England and Spain ceded their colonies to me under specific terms due to their desperation to prevent total collapse." Thragnott's gaze was unreadable, though his voice was low with awe. "And what do you want from us?" Harry leaned forward. "A partnership. I need goblins to help integrate magical and non-magical economies and to oversee financial stability in a united North America. In return, you will have full sovereignty over your own territories, legal recognition, and protection for your craftsmanship." Murmurs rippled through the room. A younger goblin scoffed. "Bold claims, but why should we trust a wizard to honor such a deal? Wizards have betrayed us before." Harry nodded, acknowledging the truth in the goblin's words. "Because I am not just a wizard." He stood and unbuttoned the top of his shirt, pulling it down to reveal the blackened brand of the Deathly Hallows seared into his chest. The intricate emblem pulsed faintly with an otherworldly glow. The room fell silent. Every goblin's eyes widened, some standing as if to see more clearly. The whispers stopped, replaced by stunned silence. Thragnaut slowly rose to his feet. His voice, usually commanding, trembled slightly. The mark of death itself. Harry's voice was steady. I am the master of death. I've walked through the veil of life and returned. You may not have known who I was when I entered, but you do now. The goblins exchanged looks of awe and disbelief. After a long pause, Thragnaut bowed his head. An unprecedented gesture of respect. You speak truth, wizard. Master Potter, you have our attention. Present your terms. Harry rose to his full height, his voice calm but resonating with an unshakable authority. First is a united global currency that ties together both the galleon and any non-magical currency. The united globus would be more than just a currency, it will be a beacon of unity. A coin that represents the cooperation between magical and non-magical communities. It will be accepted in Gringotts, wizarding markets, and non-magical cities across the continent. The goblins exchanged intrigued glances as Harry paced slowly, commanding their full attention. Its value will be sta. Belied not just by gold and enchanted gemstones, but also by non-magical talents, precious resources, bonds, and trade agreements. This will ensure its resilience even in the most volatile of times. Harry paused, his gaze meeting Thragnaut's unflinching eyes. And it will be goblins who lead this economic revolution. The goblins murmured among themselves, the sound a mix of excitement and disbelief. Harry raised his voice slightly, cutting through the noise. But your influence won't stop there. You would create financial literacy programs, teaching wizards, non-magical citizens, and even magical beings how to navigate this new system. Gringotts will establish learning centers in towns and cities across North America, proving to the world your unrivaled mastery of finance and governance. Thragnaut leaned forward, his sharp features shadowed in the lamplight. You intend for goblins to educate wizards and muggles on their own currency. He narrowed his eyes. You ask much, Potter. Ha. Ree's lips curved slightly into a knowing smile. I do. But it will change everything. No longer will wizards dictate the terms of commerce while dismissing your brilliance. You will be the authors of these laws, the architects of trade routes, the overseers of markets and supply chains. Gringotts will be the pillar upon which prosperity is built. A goblin scribe, who had been furiously documenting every word, paused and exchanged an incredulous glance with his colleague. The weight of Harry's vision was sinking in. Harry let the silence settle before he continued, his voice quiet but unyielding. And those outdated laws that deny you property ownership and limit your businesses, they will be abolished. You will own land. You will run enterprises without fear of interference. And you will have the legal standing to sue any wizard who attempts to undermine your rightful claims. A ripple of approval spread through the room. For centuries, goblins had been denied basic property rights, forced to operate under laws that deemed them lesser. Harry's green eyes glinted with resolve as he gestured toward the grand map of North America etched into the stone wall. You will govern your lands without interference. Your councils will make decisions for your people, for your future. No wizard will ever dictate your laws again. Thragnaut's jaw tightened as Harry's words stirred something deep within the goblin leader. This was more than negotiation. This was liberation. Harry's tone softened slightly, but his words carried the weight of history. Your artifacts and creations, every sword, amulet, and coin, will be legally protected. No wizard will ever reclaim what you have forged without your explicit consent. The decrees that once allowed confiscation of goblin-forged items will be obliterated. The chamber fell silent as Harry's declaration reverberated through the air. The legacy of injustice surrounding goblin-made weapons, from the sword of Gryffindor to ancient enchanted treasures, was a wound that had festered for centuries. A goblin elder, scarred from battles long past, whispered hoarsely, "No one has ever acknowledged that theft." Harry's voice was unwavering. "That ends now." The goblin stared at him in stunned silence. Harry stepped toward the map, tracing his finger along its intricate carvings. This continent needs more than magic. It needs innovation, infrastructure that blends magical and non-magical brilliance, enchanted railways capable of transporting goods and armies in moments, teleportation hubs connecting distant cities in seconds, fortified cities where enchanted wards protect homes and public spaces from any threat. Only your engineers, artisans, and architects can make this happen. Thragnaut stroked his chin, his sharp claws clicking against one another. And in exchange, Harry met his gaze without hesitation. Exclusive land grants for your new cities and crafting centers. Goblin exclusive zones where your culture and innovations can flourish without interference. Imagine a network of goblin cities, fortified bastions of independence, integrated with the continent's most crucial magical and non-magical hubs. A younger goblin, eyes wide with awe, muttered, "We would be unstoppable." Harry pressed on, his voice gaining momentum. "I propose the creation of joint academies. Places where goblins, wizards, and muggles can learn from one another. Your expertise in metallurgy and magical finance will be taught alongside non-magical engineering and enchantment theory. These academies will shape a generation of leaders who understand the value of unity." Several goblins shifted in their seats, intrigued but cautious. Harry stepped into the center of the room, ensuring that no one could look away. "But this isn't just about education. There will be annual festivals celebrating your history, culture, and contributions. National holidays, recognized and protected by law. No longer will the goblin story be hidden behind wizarding achievements. Your legacy will be celebrated, not in whispers, but in the open for all to see." A goblin elder leaned toward Thragnaut and murmured, "He offers something unprecedented." Harry took a slow breath before delivering the final piece of his vision. "This alliance is more than economic or cultural. It's a defensive pact. If you are attacked, I will stand with you. If North America's peace is threatened, I will call upon you." A battle-hardened goblin warrior rose from his seat, crossing his arms over his chest. "And your soldiers, will they fight beside us or seek to command us?" Harry's answer was swift, his voice like tempered steel. "They will fight as equals. No one commands the goblins but goblins." The room grew heavy with anticipation. Thragnaut's keen eyes studied Harry as though searching for any hint of deception. But Harry's resolve was unbreakable. After several long moments, Thragnaut raised his hand, silencing the whispers. "These terms," Thragnaut spoke slowly, as though weighing each word, "are unlike any we have seen. Wizards have long treated us as lesser beings, yet you offer equality, respect, and recognition." A younger goblin stood, his voice sharp with concern. "But what if the wizarding world retaliates? What if they come for us again?" Harry stepped forward, meeting the goblin's wary gaze head-on. "This alliance is built on strength, not subservience. Together, we will set a precedent that no government, magical or non-magical, will dare challenge." The goblins exchanged glances of cautious hope. Thragnaut's calculating expression softened as he rose to his feet. "We will present this treaty to the goblin nation. If they agree," he extended his hand, an unprecedented gesture of trust, "you will have allies stronger and prouder than any army." Harry clasped Thragnaut's hand firmly, his expression calm but resolute. "Then let this be the beginning." The chamber was silent as Harry turned and walked out, his steps echoing against the stone floor. The weight of history shifted as he exited Gringotts. For the first time, the goblins were not merely players in someone else's story. They were the architects of a new future. Date: February 6, 1780. Location: New York City, New York. The Woolworth Building loomed before Harry, its neo-Gothic spires standing proud against the sky. The bustling streets of New York City blurred around him as he walked toward the grand entrance. Harry paused for a moment, taking in the imposing entrance before him. With a flick of his wand concealed beneath his cloak, he whispered, "Aperture." And a hidden door shimmered into view within the stone archway. He stepped inside. The reception hall of Makusa was stunning, with gilded chandeliers casting a warm glow over the polished marble floors. At the far end of the hall, an elevator door engraved with phoenixes awaited. Harry moved toward it but was intercepted by a young woman seated at the nearby reception desk. The receptionist, a bright-eyed young witch with auburn curls, straightened in her chair and offered him a playful smile. "Well, you're certainly not here to file paperwork," she quipped, her eyes glancing over Harry with thinly veiled curiosity. Harry offered a polite smile but kept his tone neutral. "No, I'm here to see President McGillicuddy." The woman tilted her head, tapping her quill against the desk. "And scheduled meetings with the president are rare. You must be someone important." Her eyes lingered a little longer than necessary, and her voice took on a softer edge. "Or someone interesting." Harry's gaze remained steady. Let's go with both. The receptionist's smile widened, but she sensed his resolve. With a resigned sigh, she waved her wand, sending a glowing golden memo up the elevator shaft. Floor 33. Don't keep her waiting, Mr. Potter, he replied, stepping into the elevator. Her eyes widened as the doors began to close. Wait, you're Harry Potter. But the elevator had already begun its ascent. The elevator opened to reveal the grand secret chamber where President Elizabeth McGillicuddy held her private meetings. The room was vast and imposing, with enchanted murals depicting MACUSA's founding moments and high-arched windows that led in streams of enchanted sunlight. At the center of the room was a long, ebony table surrounded by high-backed chairs. President Elizabeth McGillicuddy sat at the head of the table, her posture rigid and her expression cold. Her sharp features and graying hair were framed by the glowing wards that surrounded her office, a reminder of her immense authority and vigilance. McGillicuddy's eyes narrowed as Harry approached. Mr. Potter, she began, her voice crisp and formal, to what do I owe the honor of this unscheduled visit? Harry met her gaze, calm but unwavering. Madam President, I believe it's time we addressed some misunderstandings. McGillicuddy leaned back in her chair, her expression hardening. Misunderstandings. You've openly violated the statute of secrecy, Mr. Potter. You've wielded magic in front of non-magical leaders, negotiated with indigenous magical communities outside of Congress's approval, and stirred the attention of powerful enemies. Do you not understand the danger of your actions? The room was thick with tension as her voice rose. MACUSA was founded to prevent chaos, protect magical society from persecution. And you, she pointed an accusing finger at him. You risk undoing all of it. Harry stood silently, absorbing the accusations without flinching. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm but carried the weight of his convictions. I understand your fears, Madam President. But what you call protection is, in truth, isolationism. The magical world has grown complacent, shackled by outdated laws that have done more harm than good. McGillicuddy's eyes narrowed further as Harry continued. You speak of persecution, but what about the injustices that still exist within our own world? Magical creatures denied basic rights. Muggle-born witches and wizards treated as lesser. MACUSA's refusal to intervene during the Revolutionary War continues to lead to untold suffering and bloodshed. You stood by while history burned and called it neutrality. The president's knuckles widened as she gripped the edge of the table. Harry pressed on. The statute of secrecy is not protecting us. It's condemning us. The non-magical world is changing. Their technology is advancing faster than you realize. Steam power, electricity, long-range communication. Soon, they will see through the veil of secrecy, and when that happens, our world will no longer be prepared to hide. We will be vulnerable, divided. McGillicuddy's expression flickered, a flash of uncertainty crossing her face. Harry's voice grew sharper. We are not two worlds. We are one, and it is time we stop pretending otherwise. The longer we cling to secrecy, the closer we come to our own irrelevance. The president straightened, regaining her composure. You speak of unity and progress as though they can be achieved overnight. But history proves otherwise, Mr. Potter. Our kind has been hunted, burned, and lynched. You would have us trust the very people who once called for our destruction. Her voice grew colder. And you believe that you alone can reshape the world. That kind of hubris has led to ruin before. Harry's jaw tightened as McGillicuddy continued. Your alliances with goblins and other magical beings. They may bolster your influence, but they will also weaken the authority of wizarding institutions. The balance we have preserved will collapse, and chaos will follow. Her final words were a warning. Do not mistake your ambition for righteousness, Mr. Potter. If you continue down this path, you may find yourself branded not as a leader, but as an enemy of MACUSA. Harry's calm demeanor cracked, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a dangerous tone. Be very careful with your threats, Madam President. You seem to forget that I have more than alliances. I have an entire nation's support. He straightened, his voice steady but charged with intensity. I do not seek to dismantle MACUSA. But if you stand in the way of progress, I will not hesitate to replace you. McGillicuddy's face paled, but she held her ground. Harry took a step closer. I am not alone. There are witches, wizards, magical creatures, and non-magical leaders who believe in a better future. If Makusa isolates itself, it will be left behind. The room felt suffocating in its silence as Harry delivered his final words. Change is coming, Madam President. Whether you embrace it or resist it, is up to you. But know this, if Makusa becomes an obstacle, I will not hesitate to remove it. McGillicuddy's gaze followed Harry as he turned and walked toward the door. The echo of his footsteps seemed to reverberate through the chamber. She remained seated, her mind racing. Harry Potter was more than a revolutionary. He was a force of nature. The President steeled herself, already forming plans to fortify MACUSA's political defenses and rally allies among European ministries. The dim alley beside the Woolworth building was quiet save for the whisper of the wind curling through the narrow tailage. Harry stepped forward, the cold bit-ing through his cloak as he prepared to apparate. The tension from his confrontation with President McGillicuddy coiled tightly in his chest. He exhaled slowly, letting the cold air sting his lungs. Just as his fingers brushed his wand, a faint hiss echoed through the alley. Crack. The sound was sharp, deliberate. Harry's instincts flared. He spun on his heel, his wand already raised. The shadows at the far end of the alley writhed and twisted unnaturally, and 6 figures emerged from the darkness, their robes glimmering like molten fire. The crimson robes shimmered with ember-like flickers. Ints of black threaded through the fabric. Their high collars cast angular shadows over their faces, which shimmered as if caught between realities, masking their identities. The silver runes embroidered along their hems glowed faintly. Across their sashes, a symbol caught Harry's eye. A serpent coiled around a broken wand, stitched in scarlet against obsidian velvet. Who are they? One of the zealots stepped forward. His voice as dry and cold as dead leaves. Harry Potter. The Purity Covenant sends its regards. Harry's brow furrowed. Purity Covenant. Never heard of you. The zealot's chuckle was devoid of warmth. You will. We purify what you would corrupt. Your ambition threatens the balance. You've meddled for too long. Harry's grip tightened around his wand. If you think I'm just going to stand here. The zealot cut him off, his wand snapping up. For the Covenant. Incarcero. Quote. Chains of blinding silver magic shot toward Harry, glowing with an ominous hum. Protega. Harry's shield flared to life, deflecting the chains, which shattered against the walls in a burst of sparks. The alley erupted into chaos. Curses lit up the narrow space, streaking red, green, and blue across the darkness. Harry sidestepped, a blast of green light grazing his shoulder as it scorched the bricks behind him. He flicked his wand in a sharp arc. Confringo. The explosive curse detonated at the feet of 2 zealots, sending them sprawling. Dust and debris filled the air, but the remaining zealots didn't hesitate. They advanced in perfect formation, their wands raised in unison. Stupefy. Harry bellowed, his stunning spell colliding with one zealot and sending him crashing into a wall. But before Harry could turn, a deafening crack rang out. Pain bloomed in his side as something seared through his coat. He barely had time to react before another shot rang out, a bullet burying itself deep into his torso. The impact stole his breath, and he stumbled, his vision swimming. They have guns. Harry's mind struggled to catch up. The zealots were using enchanted pistols, the barrels gleaming with runes that shimmered with deadly purpose. Expulso. Harry roared, sending out a NCUSSIVE blast that flung 2 zealots off their feet. But it wasn't enough. The next wave hit harder. Another bullet pierced his shoulder, spinning him around. A slashing curse cut across his abdomen, leaving a crimson line that soaked through his shirt. Harry collapsed to one knee, clutching his side. His breaths came in ragged gasps, the sharp taste of copper filling his mouth. Blood trickled down his face, stinging his eyes. You are not worthy of this world, one of the zealots sneered as they closed in, their wands and pistols aimed at his heart. The world around Harry dimmed, the edges of his vision blurring. But deep within the storm of pain and exhaustion, something stirred. Dark and unrelenting, a hum began to resonate in his chest, low and resonant, like the tolling of a distant bell. Harry's emerald eyes darkened, flickering with shadow. The air around him thickened, heavy with unearthly energy. The zealots hesitated. Harry slowly raised his left hand, black tendrils of smoke curling from his fingertips. The magic felt cold and ancient, a force as inevitable as the grave. His voice was a whisper, soft yet deafening. You made a mistake. The ground beneath his feet cracked as the air itself seemed to bend. With a roar, Harry unleashed a wave of black energy that surged outward like a tidal wave. The force tore through the alley, the stones shattering and splintering beneath its weight. The dark surge slammed into the zealots, their cries swallowed by the storm of shadows. Their robes ignited in black fire, their sashes crumbling to ash. The blast sent them hurtling through the air, some slamming into walls, others dissipating in panicked retreat. The alley was silent once more. Harry remained kneeling, his breathing shallow. His wounds burned, blood-soaken. G threw his cloak and pooling at his feet. His vision blurred, the world tilting dangerously. He pressed a trembling hand to his abdomen, but the pain was relentless. He could feel the warmth of his own blood seeping between his fingers. I have to get out of here. Summoning the last of his strength, Harry twisted on the spot. The familiar crack of apparition echoed through the broken alley as he vanished into a swirl of obsidian smoke. Updated. September 13, 2024.